Hello guys, welcome to Proxima What Ifs. So in this video, we will see, what if Izuku was betrayed and awakened as the primordial werewolf god with breeding harem? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1. The Death of a Symbol. The air in Ground Gamma was thick with the ghosts of past battles. It tasted of pulverized concrete, ozone, and the bitter tang of betrayal. Izuku Midoriya stew, in the epicenter of a crater that was not of his making, a lone green island in a sea of grim, familiar faces. The sky above was a canvas of bruised twilight purples and oranges, a fitting backdrop for the crucifixion of a dream. He was surrounded, not by villains, not by monsters, but by his world. His teachers, his friends, his mentor. Each face was a new verse in a requiem he couldn't comprehend. Mr. Aizawa's eyes, usually tired and bored, were narrowed into slits of cold, professional fury, his capture weapon writhing around his neck like a nest of pale serpents. Present Mike was silent for once, his arms crossed. A look of profound disappointment etched onto his features. Midnight, Smentos, ectoplasm, they formed a perimeter, a living wall between him and everything he had ever fought for. Then there were his classmates. His family. Iida Tenya stood ramrod straight, his armor gleaming, his hands chopping the air with condemnatory precision. To think we trusted you, Midoriya. That you would use the honor of UA as a shield for your villainous machinations is unforgivable. Ochako Uraraka was crying, her face pale and her hands clasped over her mouth. The tears that streamed down her cheeks weren't for him. He realized with a sickening lurch in his gut. They were tears of disillusionment, of a belief shattered. How could you, Deku? She whispered, the name that had O.N.C.E. been his inspiration now twisted into an accusation. All those people, you told them where to attack. You smiled at us every day knowing you were helping them kill heroes. Todoroki Shoto was a statue of ice and fire. His expression unreadable but his presence an undeniable part of the judgment. Kirishima, whose entire ethos was built on unwavering, manly trust, wouldn't meet his eyes, his hardened fists clenched at his sides. Each averted gaze, each silent condemnation, was a hammer blow against the scaffolding of his soul. And then there was Bakugo. Katsuki Bakugo was a contained explosion. His usual incandescent rage focused into something terrifyingly sharp. He wasn't just screaming, he was vibrating with a fury that seemed to shake the very ground beneath him. You goddamn traitor, he roared, smoke curling from his palms. All that crap about being a hero. All that crying and mumbling and stupid self-sacrifice. Was it all a lie? I knew you were useless, Deku, but I never thought you were a goddamn snake. The rage was there, but underneath it, Izuku could see something else. A deep, raw confusion. A desperate need for this to be a mistake, an anger born from the FYING possibility that the one person he had measured his entire life against was a fraud. But the centerpiece of his pain stood across the crater, his form casting a long, imposing shadow in the dying light. All Might, his mentor, his idol, the man who had given him his dream. He was in his muscle form, but the vibrant, heroic colors of his costume seemed faded, and the legendary smile was gone. In its place was a mask of profound, weary disappointment. The look in his eyes was the one that broke Izuku completely. It wasn't hatred, it was worse. It was the look a father gives a son who has irrevocably destroyed himself. Young Midoriya, All Might's voice boomed, but it lacked its usual warmth. It was hollow, funereal. We have incontrovertible proof. Confessions from captured League members. Encrypted data logs recovered from their servers. And this, with a nod, a floating circular drone projected a holographic screen into the air. The video flickered to life. It was him. Or, a perfect replica of him. He was standing in a darkened warehouse, his face partially obscured by shadow, but his voice, his nervous, mumbling cadence, was unmistakable. The figure was handing a data chip to Tamura Shigaraki. Doctored audio played over the grainy footage, his own voice detailing weaknesses in the UA barrier, patrol schedules, and the specific limitations of his classmates' quirks. It was a flawless fabrication. A masterpiece of deceit. That's not me. Izuku's voice cracked, raw with desperation. I would never. You know me. All Might. You know me. This is a trick. It has to be All for One. He can manipulate things, create duplicates. All for One is locked away, his body broken. Principal Nezu's calm, analytical voice cut through his frantic denial from a nearby monitor. The evidence was cross-referenced by myself and the Hero Public Safety Commission's top analysts. The vocal patterns match yours with 99.8% accuracy. The physical mannerisms are identical. To believe, EU would require us to believe in a conspiracy of impossible scale, versus the far simpler explanation that you, Izuku Midoriya, have been a mole for the League of Villains. No, please, you have to listen to me. He took a step forward, his hands outstretched in a plea. Bakugo, you've known me my whole life. Would I ever do this? Shut up. Bakugo bellowed, a small explosion popping in his palm. Don't you dare use our past to try and get out of this. It just makes it worse, you damn nerd. He felt the last vestiges of hope crumbling. They weren't listening. They weren't even considering his side. The evidence, so perfectly crafted, had already convicted him in their hearts. They had built him up into a symbol of hope, the next generation's pillar, and the higher the pedestal, the harder the fall. Their belief in him was so absolute that its betrayal had to be equally absolute. There was no room for doubt. Take him into custody. Aizawa's voice was flat, devoid of emotion. It was the voice he used for irredeemable villains. As Smintas's concrete tendrils began to rise from the ground and Zero readied his tape, something primal inside Izuku snapped. He had been a victim his whole life. A quirkless, useless Deku. Then he was given a miracle, a power that let him stand beside these very people. He had bled for them, broken his bones for them, thrown his body in front of danger time and time again for their sakes. And this was his reward. To be thrown away like trash based on a lie. No, he wouldn't go quietly. I am not a villain. He screamed, his voice raw. He dropped into his full cowling stance, the familiar green lightning of One for All crackling around him, a defiant storm against the twilight. He wouldn't hurt them, but he would not let them take him. He would run. He would find the real culprit, and he would prove his innocence. He crouched, ready to launch himself into the air, to escape this nightmare. Foolish child, Aizawa sighed. His red eyes flared. The green lightning vanished. The feeling of boundless power that had become as natural as breathing was suddenly, terrifyingly gone. Izuku stumbled, the sudden absence of One for All making his limbs feel like lead. He felt empty, quirkless again. Aizawa's capture weapon shot out, wrapping around his torso and arms, constricting with painful force. Izuku struggled, his muscles screaming in protest. But it was useless. He had no power to break it with. The confusion was a cold spike of ice in his gut. Why did Aizawa erase his quirk? One for All wasn't his. It couldn't be erased. Could it? Had All Might told him? Did they think it was his own quirk? The questions piled up, a chaotic mess in his mind, but there was no time for answers. They moved in. Kirishima, his body hardened to its maximum, tackled him from the side, the impact driving the air from his lungs. Zero's tape wrapped around his legs, sticky and unyielding. Sato, powered by sugar, grabbed his shoulders with immense strength. Pinning him down, he thrashed, his body screaming for the power that wasn't there, his movements clumsy and weak. It was pathetic. He saw Uraraka approach, her face a mask of sorrowful duty. She reached out and touched his back. The world tilted as his weight vanished, and his struggles became useless, flailing motions against the air as Kirishima and Sato easily held the now weightless boy. The fight was over before it began. It was short, brutally efficient, and the most emotionally devastating experience of his life. He was being restrained by the very people he had sworn to protect. Their faces a mixture of pain, duty, and righteous anger. He was a cornered animal, a broken toy. He locked eyes with All Might, who was striding toward him, his face etched with a terrible sorrow. Please, Izuku choked out, fresh tears blurring his vision. Don't do this, Toshinori, please. Using the hero's true name was his last, desperate gamble. A plea to the man, not the symbol. For a fleeting second, he saw a flicker of doubt in those blue eyes, a hairline crack in the granite resolve. But then it was gone, replaced by a grim finality. They will place you in Tartarus, All Might said. His voice a low rumble of thunder and regret. They will try to take one for all from you. I cannot allow that power to fall into the government's hands, or to be locked away with a traitor. The word hung in the air, a final, poisoned dart. Izuku's heart shattered. He wasn't just being arrested. He was being disowned, decommissioned, erased. I am giving you this one mercy, my boy. All Might murmured, raising a fist that had saved millions. To ensure the legacy of One for All is protected. Izuku realized what was about to happen. He was going to take the quirk back. And to do that, he had to knock him unconscious. The ultimate betrayal was framed as an act of mercy. No. All Might. No. The fist descended. It wasn't a smash. It was a controlled, precise blow to the side of his head. But it was still the fist of the symbol of peace. The impact was a white-hot flash of agony, followed by an encroaching, absolute darkness. The last thing he saw, before the world dissolved, was the tormented face of his hero, a single tear tracing a path through the grime on his cheek. Then, there was only silence. Izuku awoke to the low, rhythmic hum of a powerful engine and the biting cold of reinforced steel against his cheek. A dull, throbbing ache pulsed behind his eyes, a grim reminder of All Might's mercy. He was strapped to a metal gurney, his arms and legs bound by heavy, power-dampening restraints. A thick collar was clasped around his neck, its cold weight a constant, oppressive presence. He tried to summon One for All, to feel for that familiar, warm starburst of power within him, but there was nothing. A hollow, cavernous void where a universe of power had once resided. All Might had done it. He had taken it back. He was quirkless once more. The finality of it was a heavier weight than any prison. 2 guards in black tactical gear sat across from him in the armored transport. Their helmets were tinted, hiding their expressions. But their posture reeked of smug contempt. "Look who's awake," one of them sneered, his voice distorted by his helmet's comm system. "The UA traitor. The little symbol of betrayal. I heard he was All Might's secret apprentice." The other guard chuckled, a harsh, grating sound. "Guess the old man's not such a great judge of character after all." Imagine giving that kind of power to a snake. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? What else are the top heroes hiding? This kid's a bigger blow to hero society than All for One ever was. At least the Demon Lord was honest about being evil. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, turning his head away from them. Their words were acid, dissolving the last few threads of his identity. He wasn't a hero. He wasn't even Izuku Midoriya anymore. He was a symbol, a cautionary tale, a stain. The boy who had dreamed of saving everyone with a smile was gone, beaten into oblivion by his idol and buried under the weight of a lie. The journey felt like an eternity. He drifted in and out of a numb, waking unconsciousness, the transports humming a constant drone, the guards' occasional jeers the only punctuation. Eventually, a great lurch and the sound of immense, grinding gears signaled their arrival. The rear door of the transport hissed open, and the air that flooded in was cold, sterile, and heavy with the crushing pressure of the deep sea. Tartarus. The prison was a monument to despair. A concrete and steel behemoth sunk into the deepest part of the ocean, designed to hold the worst monsters humanity had ever produced. The architecture was brutalist and oppressive, all sharp angles and imposing gray walls designed to crush the spirit. Guards in even heavier armor flanked them, their quirk-suppressing rifles held at the ready. They unstrapped him from the gurney and dragged him to his feet, his legs weak and uncooperative. He was processed with cold, dehumanizing efficiency. His hero costume, or what was left of it, was cut from his body. He was photographed, fingerprinted, and subjected to a full-body scan. A number was assigned to him, Prisoner 616. Not a name, a designation. Deepest level for this one, a warden with a scarred face commanded, looking at a datapad. Isolation Wing Omega. No contact, no privileges, no light. He's to be forgotten. 2 new guards grabbed his arms, their grips like iron vices, and began the long descent. They marched him through endless, sterile corridors, past rows of thick, viewport-less doors. From behind some, he could hear manic laughter, from others, guttural sobbing or furious, incoherent screaming. These were the monsters he had once dreamed of fighting. Now, he was one of them. The taunts followed him down into the depths. "Fresh meat." A voice cackled from one cell. "Is that the UA brat? The one who sold everyone out?" Ha! They always eat their own. Another roared. Welcome to hell, hero. He didn't react. He couldn't. He was a hollow shell, his mind a maelstrom of white noise and pain. The guards shoved him along, their silence more damning than the prisoners' jeers. The air grew colder, the pressure more palpable, as they descended floor after agonizing floor via a massive, groaning elevator. Finally, they reached the bottom. The very foundation of Tartarus. The air here was still and dead, the silence absolute. They stopped before a single, monolithic door of blackened titanium. A guard pressed his palm to a scanner, and the door slid open with a heavy, final-sounding thud. The cell beyond was a small, bare cube of polished black stone. There was no bed, no toilet. Nothing but four walls, a floor, and a ceiling. Home sweet home, traitor, one of the guards grunted, before shoving him hard into the cube. Izuku stumbled and fell to the cold, unforgiving floor. He didn't have the strength or the will to get up. He just lay there as the massive door slid shut, plunging him into absolute, suffocating darkness. The final, echoing boom of the locking mechanism was the sound of his tomb being sealed. And then, there was nothing. Silence. Darkness. Cold. For days, or what he perceived as days, he did not move. Time lost all meaning in the black void. There was no dawn, no dusk. Only the endless, unchanging now. His body ached, his stomach gnarred with a hunger he barely registered, his throat was a desert. But the physical pain was a distant echo compared to the abyss that had opened in his soul. The crushing loneliness was a physical entity. It pressed in on him from all sides, whispering his failures, replaying the moments of his downfall in an endless, tortuous loop. He saw Uraraka's tear-streaked face, Ida's condemning glare, Bakugo's explosive rage, All Might's sorrowful fist. He heard their voices, their accusations, their disappointment. These memories, once his greatest treasures, were now instruments of his torture. He remembered the warmth of his mother's hugs, now a phantom ache of a life he could never return to. He remembered the pride in All Might's eyes after the Camino incident, a memory now so soured it felt like poison. He remembered laughing with his friends in the dorm common room, a sound from a different lifetime. Belonging to a different boy. That boy was a fool. A naive, trusting fool who believed in goodness, in heroes, in symbols. A boy who thought that if he just tried hard enough, broke enough bones, and smiled through enough pain, he could save everyone. The crushing weight of the betrayal finally broke him. It was not a sudden snap, but a slow, grinding erosion. The hope he had clung to so desperately. The belief that the truth would come out, that someone would realize the mistake, it all bled out of him onto the cold stone floor, leaving him empty. The taunts of the other prisoners, which he could faintly hear through the stone, were no longer just noise. They were a Greek chorus, speaking the truth of his new reality. He wasn't a hero in a temporary setback. He was a monster in a cage. Exactly where he belonged. Something inside him, the bright, burning core of Izuku Midoriya, the boy who wanted to be the next symbol of peace, flickered. It sputtered. And then, in the suffocating silence of the deepest prison on earth, it went out. The hero died, and in that absolute, perfect void of despair, something ancient, something that had slumbered in his blood for millennia, began to stir. It began at his lowest point, when the last echo of the boy he was had faded into the abyss. There was no thought, no feeling, only the vast, cold emptiness of non-existence. And into that void, a new sensation erupted. Pain. It was not the familiar, clean pain of a broken bone or a torn muscle. This was a deeper, more fundamental agony. It was the pain of creation, of being unmade and remade from the very marrow of his being. It began as a low thrum deep in his chest, a vibration that resonated with the stone around him. Then it became a fire, a searing heat that ited his blood and set his nerves ablaze. A scream tore itself from his raw throat, a sound of pure, animalistic torment that was swallowed by the soundproofed walls. His body began to contort, seized by a power that was not his own. His bones, the bones he had broken and healed dozens of times, began to scream. He heard them, felt them, cracking, snapping, and grinding as they were forcibly lengthened and thickened. His spine arched violently, lifting him from the floor as his torso expanded, his shoulders broadening with impossible speed. Sinews stretched like superheated wires, and new, NSE muscle tissue bloomed across his frame, fueled by some unknown, internal forge. A golden, primal energy erupted from him, so bright it illuminated the pitch-black cell in a shower of celestial light. It was not the crackling green of One for All. This was thicker, more visceral, like liquid sunlight mixed with molten gold. It poured from his pores, weaving around him, cocooning him in its divine, terrifying power. He was a chrysalis of agony, and what was emerging was something utterly new. He felt his senses explode outward. The silence of his cell was shattered by a deafening symphony. He could hear the frantic, terrified heartbeat of a guard 10 floors above him. He could hear the slow, rhythmic drip of condensation a kilometer away in a maintenance tunnel. He could hear the deep, groaning song of whale pods swimming in the dark ocean above the prison. The darkness of the cell was banished not just by the light radiating from him, but by a new form of sight. He could see the heat signatures of the prison's electrical conduits in the walls, the subtle stress fractures in the stone, the very molecules of air vibrating around him. His sense of smell was an overwhelming deluge. He could smell the fierce sweat of the guards, the stale, recycled air of the prison's life support, the faint trace of salt from the ocean bleeding through meters of reinforced concrete. He could smell the sickness, the madness, and the despair of every prisoner locked within those walls. This was the awakening. The blood of his ancestors, a lineage he never knew he had answered the call of his absolute trauma. He was a descendant of the ancient King Lysoun, the first werewolf, cursed by the gods. But the curse was a lie. It was a bloodline, a vessel meant to house a dormant, primordial power. The god spirit, trapped for eons, had been awakened by the death of its host spirit. His transformation reached its agonizing peak. His fingers elongated, his nails thickening and sharpening into deadly black claws that scraped against the stone floor. His teeth sharpened, his canines extending into vicious fangs. His face pushed forward into a more predatory, feral structure, his jawline hardening. He grew, his body shooting up until his head nearly brushed the ceiling of the 3-meter-high cell. He was larger, denser, radiating an aura of raw, untamed power that made the very air hum. The golden light finally receded, drawing back into his body, coalescing in his eyes. When he opened them, the familiar, gentle emerald green was gone. In their place were 2 orbs of molten gold, glowing with ancient power and a terrifying, predatory intelligence. They held no trace of the crying, broken boy. They held the gaze of an apex predator. He was no longer Izuku Midoriya. That name was a shed skin, a forgotten memory. He was something new, something ancient. He was instinct. He was power. He was alpha. He rose to his full, new height, his muscles coiling with a strength that felt as natural as breathing. He looked at his hands, at the lethal claws that now tipped his fingers, flexing them experimentally. They cut through the air with a soft shhink. He felt no fear, no confusion, only a profound, instinctual clarity. He was caged. Cages were meant to be broken. His golden eyes fell upon the blackened titanium door of his cell, the same door that had sealed his tomb. It was thick, reinforced, designed to withstand the quirks of S-class villains. To him, it was just an obstacle. He walked towards it, his movements fluid and silent, a predator stalking its prey. He didn't punch it. He didn't kick it. He simply reached out, dug his claws into the impossibly hard metal, and pulled. The sound was not of tearing metal, but of a world breaking. A deep, groaning screech echoed through the entire lower level as the titanium door, frame and all, was ripped from the solid stone wall. The complex locking mechanisms and reinforced hinges snapped like twigs. He too, SSED the several-ton door aside as if it were cardboard, the resulting crash echoing like a thunderclap through the dead silence of the wing. Instantly, the prison roared to life. Alarms blared, our shrill cry a stark contrast to the previous silence. Red lights flashed, painting the sterile corridors in the color of blood. Warning. Containment breach in isolation wing Omega. Prisoner 616 has breached containment. All units. Code red. He paid the automated voice no mind. He stepped out of his broken cell and into the corridor, his senses guiding him. He needed to go up. Towards the air. Towards freedom. The first response team of guards rounded the corner, clad in heavy armor and armed with advanced, high-caliber rifles. They froze for a split second, their professional training RRING with the primal fear that the sight of him invoked. This was not the quirkless, scrawny teenager they had thrown in the cell. This was a monster, a god. Fire! Fire! One of them screamed, breaking the spell. They opened fire, the hallway erupting in a deafening roar of automatic weapons. Armor-piercing rounds, designed to punch through steel plating, sped towards him. He didn't even bother to dodge. He simply stood there as the bullets hammered against his bare skin. They didn't penetrate. They didn't even sting. They flattened against his divinely hard flesh and fell to the floor like harmless pebbles. He gave them a low, guttural growl that vibrated in their very bones, and then he moved. He was not just fast. He was a blur, an apparition of violence. He closed the 50-meter distance in the time it took for a spent cartridge to hit the floor. He ripped the rifle from the first guard's hands, crushing it into a ball of scrap metal. A backhand sent the guard flying down the corridor, his armor crumpling on impact. The second guard tried to bring his weapon to bear, but a clawed hand shot out, plunging through the man's chest plate and stopping just short of his heart, the message clear. He dropped the terrified, hyperventilating man and moved to the next. In seconds, the entire squad was neutralized, left broken and unconscious in his wake. He continued his ascent, a force of nature carving a path of destruction. Automated defense turrets descended from the ceiling, their targeting lasers painting red dots on his chest. They unleashed a volley of high-energy plasma bolts. He met them head-on, swatting the bolts out of the air with his claws, the plasma dissipating harmlessly against his golden aura. He leapt 20 feet into the air, grabbed the turret, and ripped it from its mounting, using the heavy weapon as a bludgeon to smash through the next security checkpoint. He wasn't thinking. He was pure instinct. Every move was perfect, every action ruthlessly efficient. He was a creature born for combat, for dominance. He didn't follow the prison's layout of corridors and stairs. He made his own path. Smashing through a reinforced wall, he found a central elevator shaft. Ignoring the elevator car far above, he began to climb, his claws finding purchase in the solid concrete walls, scaling the vertical shaft at an impossible speed. Guards on the upper levels tried to fire down at him. He simply tore a sheet of metal from the shaft wall and used it as a shield, deflecting the incoming fire as he continued his relentless climb. He burst through the elevator doors on a higher floor, scattering another team of guards. He tore through medical bays, armories, and administrative offices. Nothing could slow him. Nothing could stop him. He could feel it now. The immense pressure of the ocean above, calling to him. He was close. He reached the final, uppermost level of the prison, just below the seabed. The resistance here was the fiercest yet. A line of guards operating powerful mech suits. They were slow, clumsy. He weaved between them like a phantom, tearing open their cockpits, disabling their systems, and tossing the multi-ton machines around like toys. The prison had become his playground. Finally, he stood before the last barrier. A 50-meter thick ceiling of reinforced, submarine-grade concrete and steel that separated Tarus from the crushing abyss of the ocean. He looked up, his golden eyes glowing in the flashing red emergency lights. He crouched, his powerful legs coiling like springs, the ground cracking under the strain. The golden energy that now coursed through his veins flared, enveloping him in a brilliant, fiery aura. With a roar that was more lion than man, a sound of pure, primordial power, he launched himself upwards. The impact was cataclysmic. He hit the ceiling like a meteor, a living battering ram of divine force. The entire prison shuddered on its foundations. A massive crack spider webbed out from the point of impact. He hit it again, and again. With each blow, the cracks deepened, and the groaning of stressed metal grew louder. Water began to pour in, first as trickles, then as torrents. The final layer of the ceiling buckled. With one last, monumental push, he shattered it completely. He burst out of the prison and into the crushing dark of the deep ocean. The immense pressure, that would have instantly crushed a submarine, was nothing to him. The freezing water was a soothing balm on his superheated skin. He was free from the cage of man. He angled his body upwards and kicked, propelling himself through the water with the speed and grace of a shark. He shot up through the murky depths, a golden comet ascending from the abyss. The darkness gave way to a gloomy twilight as he neared the surface. He broke through the churning waves of a stormy sea, sending a plume of water high into the air. The sky was dark, heavy with storm clouds, and lightning split the horizon. Rain lashed down, cold and clean. He tilted his head back, letting the rain wash over his new form, and took his first breath of free air. It was the breath of a new being, born from the ashes of betrayal and the fire of a forgotten god. He was no longer a prisoner. He was no longer a hero. He was a force unto himself, standing alone in the heart of the storm, the ruined prison sinking into the depths behind him. And in the vast, wild world that now lay before him, he would not be hunted. He would be the hunter. Chapter 2. A pack of outcasts. The ocean was a cold, violent baptism. It had purged the stench of Tartarus, the sterile reek of despair and recycled air, and replaced it with the primal, life-giving sting of salt. He had dragged himself from the churning waves onto a desolate stretch of shoreline north of Tokyo Bay. His new body a furnace of divine energy against the pre-dawn chill. The water sluiced from a form that was and was not his own. He was taller, broader in the shoulders and chest. His muscles coiled with a density that felt alien yet utterly natural. His skin, once pale and freckled, was now a canvas of faint, silvery scars that seemed to shimmer in the nascent light. Remnants of a transformation that had shattered and remade him at a cellular level. His hands, now ending in thick, black claws that could retract into his fingertips, flexed and unflexed, testing their new reality. He was Izuku Midoriya no longer. The name felt like a shed skin, a hollow echo from a life that belonged to someone else. The boy who had cried, who had pleaded, who had brought. And under the weight of a world's betrayal, was a ghost. He had died in that lightless cell. What had clawed its way out of the earth was something else entirely. A name rose from the deep, instinctual well of his new consciousness. A name that felt like a growl and a promise, Fenris. The world was a symphony of overwhelming sensation. His ears, now subtly pointed and hypersensitive, drank in a cacophony that would have driven the old Izuku to his knees. He could hear the rhythmic crash of waves for kilometers up and down the coast, the scuttling of crabs buried deep in the wet sand beneath him, the frantic, terrified heartbeat of a mouse hiding in the scrub grass 50 meters away. Farther inland, the city was a dull, omnipresent roar, a tidal wave of noise composed of a million individual heartbeats. The rumble of early morning trains, the distant whine of a hero's patrol siren. His vision was just as jarring. The rising sun was not a gentle gradient of color but a blinding thermonuclear event. Forcing him to squint until his pupils, now vertical slits surrounded by molten gold irises, could contract to pinpricks. He could see the individual grains of sand at his feet and the heat haze rising from a cargo ship on the distant horizon with equal, crystalline clarity. But it was the sense of smell that ruled this new existence. The air was a thick, complex stew of information. Salt, brine, decaying kelp. The sharp tang of industrial pollution from the city, the sweet scent of night-blooming flowers in a distant garden, the metallic spoor of old blood on the rocks where a seabird had met its end. He could smell it all, catalog it, understand it. He could smell fear, a sour, acidic note on the wind. He could smell life, a rich, loamy scent rising from the earth. And he could smell power, the faint, ozone crackle of quirks being used across the city. Driven by a hunger that was a physical ache in his gut, he moved. He didn't walk. He flowed, a low, predatory lope that ate up the ground with silent, impossible speed. He found a small fishing village nestled in a cove. The smells of cooked rice and grilled fish drew him in. He moved through the sleeping streets like a phantom, a shadow in the pre-dawn gloom. He located a small restaurant, its back door carelessly unlocked. Inside, he didn't steal food so much as he consumed it. He bypassed the refrigerated goods, his instincts screaming for high-energy sustenance. He tore into sacks of rice, uncooked fish, anything that promised raw calories. It wasn't about taste, it was about stoking the divine furnace inside him. He ate with a raw, animalistic efficiency, leaving the small kitchen in a state of disarray before melting back into the shadows as the first fisherman began to stir. With the immediate, gnawing hunger sated, a deeper, more profound need asserted itself. It was an ache in his soul, a hollow space that energy and violence could not fill. The god spirit within him, The ancient, primordial power of Lysound whispered a single, undeniable imperative. Pack. He was an alpha. An alpha was nothing without a pack. He needed loyalty. He needed strength. He needed claws and minds and hearts to surround him, to anchor him. Revenge was a cold, distant thought, a matter of course for a later time. Survival and consolidation were the immediate reality. He needed a lair, resources, and above all, the foundational stones of his new world, the first members of his pack. He closed his eyes, filtering out the overwhelming visual and auditory noise. He focused on his other senses, the primal ones. He cast out a net of pure instinct, searching not for people, but for concepts. He searched for the scent of unwavering loyalty, for the sound of a strong, principled heart beating in defiance of the world, for the faint resonance of a mind that questioned and analyzed rather than blindly accepting. The city was a maelstrom of conflicting signals. Fear, greed, apathy, blind faith in the core, upped hero system. It was all a repellent stench. He almost gave up, the sheer noise of it grating on his soul. But then, through the cacophony, he caught it. A single, pure note. It was a beacon in the storm. It was the scent of conviction. Sharp and clean like winter air. It was the sound of a heart beating with a steady, resolute rhythm, a rhythm of frustration and caged intelligence. It was the glow of a powerful quirk, chained and suppressed, but thrumming with potential. He didn't know who it was. He didn't know where, precisely. But the direction was clear. The pull was undeniable. Fenris turned his golden eyes toward the heart of the city, toward the source of that beacon. His hunt had begun. The Yaoyorozu estate was less a home and more a monument to dynastic wealth and influence. Sprawling over several acres in one of Tokyo's most affluent districts, it was a fortress of traditional architecture and modern security. High walls, electrified and topped with razor wire, were patrolled by private guards whose heartbeats were steady and professional. Infrared sensors, pressure plates, and motion detectors formed an invisible web across the meticulously manicured gardens. To the outside world, it was impenetrable. To Fenris, it was a playpen. He watched it from the rooftop of an adjacent building for less than a minute, his senses mapping the entire security network. He saw the gaps in the sensor coverage, heard the precise timing of the guards' patrol routes, smelled the faint tang of ozone from the electric fence. They were trying to keep the world out, but they were also keeping something precious in. The beacon he had followed, the pure note of defiant loyalty, emanated from the very heart of this gilded prison. He didn't bother with stealth in the traditional sense. There was no need for grappling hooks or careful infiltration. He simply waited for a brief, 2-second window between guard patrols, dropped from the rooftop into the shadows of a large ornamental pine, and walked across the grounds. The sensors didn't register him. His movements were too fluid, too attuned to the natural world, like a gust of wind or a passing animal. He moved with the sea, confidence of an apex predator in its own territory. He was not trespassing, he was arriving. The main house was a masterpiece of classic Japanese design, all dark wood, rice paper screens, and elegant, sweeping rooflines. He bypassed the doors, finding a large veranda overlooking a koi pond. He slipped through an unlocked shoji screen, his entry making no more sound than a falling leaf. The air inside was thick with the scent of old money, polished wood, and jasmine incense. But underneath it all was the scent he had followed, conviction, mixed now with a newer, sharper note of frustration and sorrow. His instincts led him through darkened corridors, his feet silent on the tatami mats. He found her in a large study, the room illuminated only by the cool blue light of a massive holographic news display. The screen was filled with the face of the #1 hero, Endeavor, his expression grim as he spoke at a press conference. The headline scrolling below read, "Tartarus in ruins, traitor Izuku Midoriya escapes. Presumed dangerous." Momo Yaoyorozu sat in a high-backed chair, her back to the door. She wore simple silk pajamas, her long black hair uncharacteristically unbound, cascading over her shoulders. She wasn't watching the screen so much as staring through it, her expression a mask of weary anger. Her heart beat with that same steady, defiant rhythm he had sensed from across the city. She was a caged hawk, sharp and proud, forced to watch the world through the bars of her prison. Fenris let his presence be known with a subtle shift in the room's atmosphere. He didn't speak, didn't move, just existed. The air grew heavier, charged with a primal energy that made the fine hairs on Momo's arms stand on end. She stiffened, her hero training kicking in instantly. "Who's there?" she called out, her voice sharp and controlled despite the sudden fear that lanced through her. She spun around, her palm already glowing with the faint light of her creation quirk, ready to form a weapon. And then she saw him. He stood in the shadows just beyond the light of the hollow display, a tall, powerful figure that was achingly familiar and terrifyingly new. She saw the unruly shock of dark green hair. But it was longer, wilder. She saw the diamond pattern of freckles on his cheeks, but they were stark against skin that seemed harder, more defined. She saw the vague shape of the boy she had defended, the kind, brilliant, self-sacrificing friend she knew was innocent. But all of that was overshadowed by the sheer, predatory presence he exuded, and by the 2 points of molten gold that burned where his gentle green eyes should have been. Midoriya. The name was a choked whisper. Her mind struggled to reconcile the image before her with her memories. He was bigger, scarred, and radiated an aura of raw power that felt like a physical weight in the room. This was not the boy who blushed and stammered. This was a predator. "That boy is dead," he said, and his voice was a shock. It was deeper, a low baritone that rumbled in his chest, devoid of the nervous energy she remembered. It was calm, measured, and utterly absolute. "They killed him in Tartarus. You can call me Fenris." Momo's mind raced, trying to process the impossibility. The escape, the broadcast, and now, this. He was here, he was alive, but he was changed. "What happened to you? Your quirk?" They said Aizawa-sensei erased it. A low, humorless sound, half chuckle and half growl, escaped him. "He erased nothing, because there was nothing to erase. I was always quirkless." He took a step into the light, and for the first time, she saw the full extent of the change. The subtle points of his ears, the black claws that tipped his fingers, the way he moved with a fluid grace that was both beautiful and deeply unsettling. "This," he gestured to himself, "is something else. An inheritance." Awakened by their betrayal, he walked closer, his golden eyes scanning the room, taking in the luxurious furniture, the priceless art. The holographic display still blaring news of his own escape. "This is a beautiful cage, Yaoyorozu. My parents, they don't want me causing any more trouble for the family name," she said, her voice regaining some of its strength. She lowered her hand, the light of her quirk fading. He wasn't posturing to attack. He was simply observing. "I was placed under house arrest after I filed a formal protest with the Hero Commission. I pointed out the inconsistencies in the evidence, the impossibly short time frame of the investigation. They told me to be silent. My family agreed. They told you to accept the lie," Fenris stated. "It wasn't a question. They punished you for your loyalty. For your intelligence." His gaze locked onto hers, and she felt as if he were looking directly into her soul, weighing and measuring her. There was no pity in his eyes, only appraisal. "I followed the scent of your loyalty across the city. It's a rare quality in this world of sheep and jackals. It is the only quality I value anymore." He stopped a few feet from her, his sheer presence dominating the large room. "I am not here to ask for your help. The time for asking is over. I am here to tell you what happened. All for one framed me." He used a subordinate with a reality warping quirk to create the video and plant the evidence. "The heroes, my friends, all might. They were all too eager to believe the worst. They didn't investigate. They condemned. They threw me away." He spoke without emotion, reciting the facts with the cold finality of a death sentence. It was this absolute certainty, this lack of pleading, that struck Momo more than anything. Izuku Midoriya would have been a torrent of frantic, desperate explanations. Fenris delivered a verdict. "I am building a new world. Yaoyorozu. A world with a different set of rules. The first rule is absolute loyalty to the pack. The second is that the strong protect their own. I am starting my pack tonight. You were the first one I sought out." He extended a hand, palm up. It was a large, calloused hand, ending in those terrifying claws, yet the gesture was not threatening. It was an offering. "Your intelligence, your strength, your loyalty, they are wasted here. Your family has chained you. Hero society has cast you out. With me, they will be your greatest weapons. I offer you a place by my side. A place where you will be valued for what you are, not silenced for it. Momo stared at his outstretched hand, then back up at his golden eyes. She saw the ghost of Izuku in the set of his jaw. In the fierce determination that had always been there. But it was now refined, hardened into something unbreakable. He was dangerous. Following him would mean becoming a fugitive, an enemy of the entire world she had been raised to lead. It meant abandoning her family, her wealth, her future. It meant war. But what was her alternative? To sit in this study, day after day, slowly suffocating the weight of her parents' disapproval. To watch the heroes she once admired continue to uphold a system so corrupt and fragile that it could be fooled into destroying one of its brightest lights. To live the rest of her life knowing she had stayed silent when she knew the truth. The choice was terrifying, and it was no choice at all. Logic, her greatest asset, laid out the facts. The system was broken. Her old life was a gilded cage. This creature, this Fenris who wore Izuku's face, was offering her not safety, but purpose. Not comfort, but freedom. He was offering her the truth. The world will hunt us, she said. Her voice barely a whisper. Let them hunt, Fenris replied, his voice a low growl. They will learn what happens when sheep hunt a wolf. A slow smile touched Momo's lips, the first genuine one in weeks. It was a smile of defiance, of liberation. She placed her hand in his. His skin was warm, his grip firm and impossibly strong, yet gentle. The moment their skin touched, she felt a strange resonance. A thrum of power that flowed from him into her, acknowledging her as something, his. All right, Fenris, she said, her voice now clear and strong. What's our first move? His golden eyes seemed to glow brighter. We gear up, and we disappear. Leaving the estate was simpler than entering it. Momo, with her intimate knowledge of the grounds and security schedules, guided them. Fenris's senses confirmed her path, detecting the two guards who had decided to take an unauthorized smoke break near the western wall. With a bag slung over her shoulder containing a few personal mementos and a specialized toolkit for her quirk, Momo Yaoyorozu left her old life behind without a backward glance. They moved through the darkened, manicured streets of the wealthy district, a strange and potent pairing. Fenris was a creature of shadow and instinct, his powerful form gliding silently over the pavement, while Momo walked with the newfound purpose of a queen who had just abdicated a gilded throne for a real one. They were making their way towards the less reputable parts of the city, where they could lose themselves in the anonymous crush of the crowd, when a new sound reached Fenris's ears. It was the frantic, worried beat of a heart, moving quickly, closing on their position. It was accompanied by the faint, rhythmic thump-thump-thump of heavy boots on asphalt. We're being followed, Fenris stated, his body tensing, dropping into a low crouch. Momo immediately created a pair of night vision goggles, scanning their surroundings. I don't see anyone. No heat signatures. Not that kind of follower, Fenris clarified, his head cocked. He could smell it now, too. A scent of leather, cheap coffee, and a fierce, stubborn loyalty that was almost as pure as Momo's. It was a familiar scent. Someone you know. They're afraid, but more worried than afraid. Just as he spoke, a figure darted out from the alleyway ahead of them, blocking their path. She was shorter than them, clad in a worn leather jacket, ripped jeans, and combat boots. Her purple hair was choppy and defiant, and the long, flexible earphone jacks extending from her earlobes were instantly recognizable. Yaomomo. Hyoka Jiro gasped, her chest heaving as she caught her breath. Her eyes were wide, fixed on Momo with relief. Then, her gaze shifted to the towering, predatory figure standing beside her friend. And the relief curdled into pure, unadulterated terror. Get away from her. Jiro didn't hesitate. Her jacks shot out, one slamming into the pavement with a concussive blast meant to disorient. The other whipping through the air like a steel cable, aimed straight for Fenris's head. It was a brave, reckless, and utterly futile attack. Fenris didn't even seem to move. His hand shot up, a blur of motion, and caught the speeding jack just inches from his face. His fingers, tipped with those black claws, closed around it. Jiro cried out, not in pain, but in shock. Her jack, capable of shattering concrete, had been caught as easily as a child's toy. She could feel the immense, unyielding strength in his grip through the sensitive cord. It was like being grabbed by a mountain. Jiro, Wait, it's okay, Momo cried, stepping between them. He's not going to hurt us. It's Midoriya. Jiro stared, her mind refusing to connect the dots. She saw the familiar green hair, but the face was harder, colder, and the eyes, those terrifying golden eyes held no trace of the nervous, kind-hearted boy she knew. Midoriya, no way, what did you do to him? She snarled at Fenris, trying to yank her jack free to no avail. Fenris's gaze was analytical, he heard the fear in her heartbeat, a rapid, panicked staccato. But underneath it, there was another rhythm, a deep, thrumming bass line of protective loyalty for Momo. He could smell it on her, a fierce, primal instinct to defend her friend. He recognized it for what it was. A pack instinct. She trusts you, Fenris said, his voice a low rumble. He released her jack, his movements slow and deliberate. I can hear it in your heart. You were cast out for that trust. Jiro stumbled back, retracting her jack, her expression a mixture of fear and confusion. What are you talking about? Momo, what is going on? Momo quickly explained, her words concise and logical. She told Jiro about her house arrest, about her refusal to accept the official story, and about Jiro's own expulsion from UA for insubordination and associating with a known traitor's sympathizer, after she had gotten into a fistfight with Monoma for slandering Izuku's name. I got kicked out for defending you both, Jiro confirmed, rubbing her arm. My parents were not happy. I've been staying with a cousin. I heard about Yaomomo being confined to her estate. I've been trying to figure out a way to get to you for days. When I heard the news about the Tartarus breakout, I had a bad feeling. I came to check on you, saw you leaving with him. She gestured warily at Fenris. Fenris took a step forward, and Jiro flinched, instinctively raising her jacks again. He ignored the defensive posture. The hero system you fought for betrayed you, he stated, his golden eyes boring into hers. It threw you away for the crime of loyalty. That is the only crime that matters in my world. Here, loyalty is rewarded, not punished. He saw the defiant spark in her eyes. The punk rock attitude that was a shield for a deeply caring heart. She had nowhere to go. Her dreams had been shattered by the same corrupt system that had destroyed his. She was an outcast, just like them. Momo is the first member of my pack, Fenris declared, his voice leaving no room for argument. I sense the same strength in you. The same unwavering loyalty. Your senses, he glanced at her earphone jacks, would be an invaluable asset. There is no place for you in their world anymore. I am offering you a place in mine. Jiro looked from Fenris's terrifyingly intense face to Momo's calm, resolute one. She trusted Momo more than anyone. If Yaomomo, the most intelligent and level-headed person she knew, was standing with this creature, then there had to be a reason. And what he said was true. Her life was in ruins. She had been thrown out like trash for defending her friends. The heroes, the teachers, they had all turned their backs. This, being in front of her was frightening. He was a monster. But maybe, just maybe, he was their monster. The hypocrisy of the heroes had left a bitter taste in her mouth. The raw honesty of this creature's power, the simple, brutal clarity of his offer, it was a stark contrast. You're really Midoriya? She asked, her voice softer now. The being sighed, a hint of something ancient and weary in the sound. The vessel is Midoriya's. The spirit is Fenris. All that matters is that we are on the same side, and the rest of the world is on the other. Jiro looked at Momo, who gave her a small, encouraging nod. Taking a deep breath, the punk rocker lowered her jacks completely. Fine, she said, her voice trying for a casualness she didn't feel. It's not like I have better plans. But if you try anything weird, I'm plugging my jacks into your skull and playing death metal at 1,000,000 decibels. A flicker of something, amusement, perhaps, danced in Fenris's golden eyes. A fair warning. Welcome to the pack, Kyoka Jiro. Their first lair was a forgotten place, a wound in the city's flesh that society had chosen to ignore. It was an abandoned subway station, a failed urban renewal project from decades ago. Buried deep beneath the neon-drenched streets of Kamino Ward, the entrance was hidden behind a collapsed section of a back alley, sealed by rusted corrugated iron. For Fenris, ripping it open was as easy as tearing paper. Inside, the air was cold and stale, thick with the smell of damp concrete, decay, and rats. A single emergency light flickered erratically, casting long, dancing shadows down the graffitied escalators. To Momo and Jiro, it was bleak and unwelcoming. To Fenris, it was perfect. It was defensible, hidden, and deep within the earth. It felt like a den. While Momo set her quirk to create high-powered lanterns, filling the main platform with a steady, clean light, Jiro plugged her jacks into the walls, the floor, the ceiling. Her face was a mask of concentration as she mapped the entire structure. "It's huge," she reported, her voice echoing in the cavernous space. "Multiple tunnels branching off. Most are collapsed, but 3 are clear for at least a few kilometers. We've got access to the old sewer system and a service corridor that leads up to the main power grid. Acoustically, it's a nightmare for anyone trying to sneak up on us. I can hear a rat breathing 3 tunnels down." "Good," Fenris grunted. He was standing at the edge of the platform, staring down into the blackness of the tracks. "This will be our starting point. Yaoyorozu, we need supplies. Non-perishable food, water purification systems, medical kits, bedding. I can create them," Momo said, already pulling a list from her memory. "But it will consume a significant amount of my lipid stores. I'll need high-calorie food to replenish myself." "We will hunt for it," Fenris promised. They worked for hours, a strange but efficient unit. Momo created the essentials, her brow furrowed in concentration. Jiro established a sensory perimeter, using her jacks to create a sonar-like map of their surroundings, alerting them to any surface-level activity. Fenris was the muscle and the security, his presence a silent, watchful promise of violence against any threat. A new dynamic was being forged in the cold, damp darkness, the beta strategist, the sentinel, and the alpha. Were just beginning to establish a semblance of order when Jiro suddenly stiffened, ripping her jacks from the wall. "Company," she hissed, her eyes wide. "Fast, and hot, coming from above." "FENR, was already moving before she finished her sentence. He looked up, his golden eyes seeing not a concrete ceiling but the heat signatures and energy patterns beyond it. 2 of them. One is moving faster than sound. Feathers. The other is a walking inferno. Hawks. And Endeavor. The hero commission is faster than I thought," Momo murmured, her expression grim as she created a thick, tungsten shield. "They're not subtle," Fenris growled. "This isn't a capture mission. It's an execution." His lips peeled back from his teeth in a silent snarl. These heroes, who had stood by and watched him be condemned, were now coming to finish the job. The irony was a bitter acid in his throat. "Stay behind me," he commanded the girls. His voice was no longer human, it was the guttural roar of a territorial predator. "They have come to hunt the wolf in his own den." A fatal mistake. The first sign of their arrival was a deep, rumbling tremor. Then, with a cataclysmic explosion of fire and concrete, the ceiling of the station 30 meters away blew inward. Flames, hotter than any furnace, washed through the opening, turning the damp air to superheated steam. Through the inferno and dust, the towering, flame-wreathed figure of the number 1 hero, Endeavor, descended, his expression a mask of grim fury. Simultaneously, a flurry of crimson feathers shot through the hole, coalescing into the form of the number 2 hero, Hawks. He landed lightly on a pile of rubble, his sharp eyes taking in the scene with detached professionalism, a dozen razor-sharp feathers already leveled at the trio. "Izuku Midoriya," Endeavor's voice boomed, echoing off the tiled walls. "By the authority of the Hero Public Safety Commission, you are to surrender immediately. Your 2 accomplices will release themselves into my custody." Hawks tilted his head. "We can make this quick and easy, kids. Don't make us hurt you more than necessary." Fenris looked at the 2 most powerful heroes in Japan, and for the first time since his rebirth, he felt a flicker of the old Izuku's analytical mind merge with his own primal instincts. He saw their strengths, their weaknesses, the way they positioned themselves for a coordinated attack. Then, he smiled. It was a terrifying sight, all teeth and predatory promise. "You speak of authority," Fenris's voice echoed, deeper and more powerful than Endeavor's. "He only authority in this tunnel is mine. You have entered my territory. You are no longer heroes. You are prey." Before Hawks could even process the words, Fenris moved. He didn't run, he exploded. He crossed the 30 meters between them in less than a heartbeat, a blur of green and black that the number 2 hero's legendary eyes could barely track. Hawks reacted on pure instinct, launching a volley of hardened feathers. They were meant to pierce, to shred, to incapacitate. They flattened against Fenris's skin like spatters of rain, a series of dull thunks as they were repelled by a body harder than steel. Fenris didn't even slow down. He slammed into Hawks not with a punch, but with a full-body tackle, a battering ram of divine power. The winged hero was lifted off his feet, the air driven from his lungs in a sharp gasp, and hurled through a concrete support pillar as if it were made of cardboard. He crashed into the far wall in a shower of dust and shattered stone, his wings mangled, his body limp. The entire exchange took less than 2 seconds. Endeavor, stunned by the impossible speed and power, roared in fury and unleashed his ultimate move. Prominence burn, a concentrated jet of white-hot fire. A beam of plasma capable of melting skyscrapers erupted from his body, engulfing Fenris completely. The temperature in the station skyrocketed, the metal tracks glowing cherry red. The very air seeming to ignite. It was an attack that should have incinerated anyone, anything, in its path. From the heart of the firestorm, a low growl could be heard. A shape began to walk out of the flames, its form wavering in the intense heat. Fenris emerged from the inferno, his clothes incinerated, his skin glowing with a faint, silvery light, but otherwise completely unharmed. The divine energy within him was simply too potent, the vessel it inhabited too durable. Endeavor's fire was like a child's candle against the heart of a star. My turn, Fenris growled. He lunged, and the fight became a brutal, primal contest of strength. Endeavor threw punches wreathed in flame, each one powerful enough to level a building. Fenris met them with his own, his fists bare, his claws retracted. Every impact sent shockwaves through the station, cracking the floor, shaking dust from the ceiling. Endeavor was the pinnacle of human strength and quirk mastery. Fenris was something else entirely. He was a fundamental force. While the two titans battled, Momo and Jiro sprang into action. They were not damsels to be protected, they were part of the pack. Jiro, his fire boots. The sound. Momo yelled over the din. Jiro nodded, slamming her jacks into the ground. She located the specific, high-frequency hum of the internal mechanisms in Endeavor's boots that helped him fly and regulate his temperature. Got it. She sent a targeted, disruptive pulse of sound, a piercing ultrasonic shriek that human ears couldn't detect. Endeavor faltered for a critical second, his flight control sputtering. It was all the opening Fenris needed. He ducked under a flaming haymaker, drove his shoulder into the hero's midsection, and lifted the massive man into the air. With a roar that shook the entire station, he slammed Endeavor down onto the tracks, the impact warping the thick steel rails and shattering the concrete beneath. Endeavor lay in the crater, gasping for air, his armor cracked, his flames flickering weakly. He was beaten, thoroughly, humiliatingly beaten. From the rubble, Hawks began to stir, groaning. A single, sharp feather detached from his broken wing and shot towards Momo's back. But Jiro had been listening. Yaomomo, right side. Momo reacted without looking, creating and extending a thick carbon fiber shield from her arm, deflecting the feather with a sharp clang. Fenris turned his golden eyes toward the downed wing hero. He slowly walked over to where Endeavor lay groaning, his presence radiating a palpable menace. He knelt, placing one clawed hand on the #1 hero's chest. Endeavor flinched, expecting the final blow. Tell your masters, Fenris said, his voice a low, cold whisper that cut through the hero's pain. The boy they threw away is dead. The thing they created is now here. This city, this world, it is my hunting ground now. My pack and I will carve out our own justice. He pressed down just enough to crack Endeavor's sternum, eliciting a sharp cry of agony. Stay out of my way. With that, he stood and turned his back on the broken forms of Japan's top 2 heroes. He walked back to his packmates, the silvery scars on his back shimmering in the dim light. Let's go, he said. This den is compromised. Momo and Jiro stared, first at the defeated heroes, then at the being standing before them. They had just witnessed him dismantle the 2 most powerful men in the country with contemptuous ease. The fear they felt was overshadowed by a dizzying, terrifying sense of awe. They were not on the run. They were not hiding. They were part of a force of nature. As they retreated deeper into the darkness of the tunnels, leaving the heroes to their pain and failure, the news of the encounter would soon spread. The world, which had branded Izuku Midoriya a traitor and a villain, was about to learn a new kind of fear. The traitor was back, but he was no longer a boy. He was a king, a monster, an alpha. And he was just beginning his hunt. Chapter 3. The Forge and the Flame. The safe house was a concrete wound in the flank of a forgotten industrial district. It was an abandoned refrigeration plant, smelling of rust, stagnant water, and the metallic ghost of long-spoiled meat. For 3 days, it had been their den, their sanctuary, their cage. The adrenaline from the confrontation with Endeavor and Hawks had long since evaporated, leaving behind a residue of exhaustion and simmering tension. The world outside was a hunting ground, and they were the prey. Fenris sat motionless on a stack of corroded metal pallets, a living statue carved from shadow and nascent godhood. His golden eyes, glowing with a soft internal luminescence, were the only source of warmth in the cavernous, damp space. He wasn't meditating. He was listening. He could hear the drip of water from a cracked pipe 3 rooms away, the scuttling of a rat in the walls, the frantic, terrified heartbeat of a stray cat hiding a block over. He could feel the low thrum of the city's power grid beneath his feet and taste the chemical pollutants in the air that drifted through a shattered window high above. His senses were a constant, overwhelming flood, a symphony of a world he was only just beginning to understand. But most of all, he was focused inward, on the 2 heartbeats that mattered. Momo Yaoyorozu was meticulously cleaning a deep gash on her forearm, a souvenir from a stray piece of shrapnel during Endeavor's indiscriminate attack. Her movements were precise, efficient, betraying none of the fear or uncertainty that had to be churning within her. She had stitched the wound herself using a sterilized needle and thread created from her own lipids, her face a mask of intense concentration. She was the anchor of their small, desperate group, her logic a bulwark against the chaos threatening to swallow them. Yet Fenris could hear the faint tremor in her hands, the slight acceleration of her pulse whenever a police siren wailed in the far distance. She was strong, but she was still mortal, still afraid. Kyoka Jiro was coiled in a corner, her back against the cold concrete, her earphone jacks plugged into the wall. She was trying to map the city's underbelly through its vibrations, listening for sewer access points, for forgotten subway tunnels, for anything that could serve as their next bolt hole. But it was also a defense mechanism. The world of sound was her sanctuary, a place where she had control. Fenris could feel the tension in her muscles, the way she flinched at sudden noises. Her loyalty was a tangible thing, a fierce, protective fire he could sense from across the room, but it was layered over a deep-seated vulnerability. She had thrown her entire life away for her friend, and now they were here, fugitives in a cold, dark room with a being that wore the face of the boy they once knew. The silence stretched, thick and heavy. It was Momo who finally broke it, her voice crisp and clear, cutting through the gloom. "This is untenable." She capped the antiseptic and began wrapping her arm with clean bandages, her gaze fixed on the task but her mind clearly elsewhere. "We cannot remain here. We are exposed. We have limited supplies, no long-term access to food or medical equipment beyond what I can create, and every hero in Japan is looking for us. Running from safe house to safe house is a losing strategy. It's reactive, not proactive. We will eventually make a mistake, or they will get lucky." Fenris didn't move, but his golden eyes shifted to her. He appreciated her directness. It was a clean, sharp contrast to the emotional mire of his final days as Izuku Midoriya. Here, there was no subtext, only the brutal calculus of survival. "What do you propose?" His voice was a low rumble, the sound of rocks grinding together deep beneath the earth. It held none of Izuku's old warmth, only a calm, absolute authority. "We need a fortress," Momo stated, tying off the bandage. "A permanent, defensible base of operations. A place where we can consolidate, plan, and equip ourselves properly. More than that, we need an arsenal. Your power is immense, Fenris, but you are a single entity. Against the coordinated might of the Hero Commission, or whatever else is out there, raw power is not enough. We need technology. We need support gear. We need weapons that can level the place. Eyeing field when they inevitably send forces you cannot be everywhere to counter." Jiro unplugged from the wall, her expression grim. "And where are we supposed to get that? We can't exactly walk into a store and buy anti-hero hardware. Everything is tracked. Every major R&D company is either government-owned or has contracts with the HPSC. This was the crux of their problem. They were an island, cut off from the resources they desperately needed. Fenris could punch his way through an army, but he couldn't build a communications jammer or a long-range scanner. He could hunt, but he couldn't synthesize the complex polymers Momo needed for her more advanced creations without consuming vast, specific nutritional resources. Momo looked from Jiro to Fenris, her dark eyes gleaming with a strategic light. Not everything is under their direct control. There are those who operate outside the conventional system. Geniuses who value creation over regulation. She took a deep breath. There is one person who fits that description perfectly. Someone with the skill to build what we need and the disposition to disregard who she's building it for, as long as the project is interesting enough. A name hung in the air, unspoken. A chaotic whirlwind of pink hair and explosive enthusiasm. You can't be serious, Jiro breathed, her eyes wide. Hatsume. Mei Hatsume. Momo confirmed, her voice firm. Her talent is unprecedented. Her babies, as she calls them, often defy known scientific principles. She works on instinct and inspiration, a true savant. The Commission knows how valuable, and how volatile, she is. During our time at UA, she was given her own high-tech workshop and an almost unlimited budget, but she was also monitored constantly. She doesn't care about hero or villain ethics. She cares about innovation, about pushing the limits. Fenris tilted his head, the predatory motion unnervingly smooth. The name sparked a faint, distant memory from Izuku's life, a girl who had used him as a walking billboard at the sports festival, her energy a frantic, overwhelming storm. His primal senses, however, felt something else in Momo's description, a creator. A forge, a vital component for a pack. Where is she? Momo's expression tightened. That's the problem. After the incident, after you were taken, the HPSC locked down UA's support course. The most promising students were conscripted for national security projects. Hatsume would have been at the top of their list. If I know the Commission, they haven't put her in a prison. They've put her in a gilded cage. A state-of-the-art research and development facility where they can point her genius at their problems. And what's their biggest problem right now? Jiro finished, the realization dawning on her. You. Momo nodded grimly. They'll have her designing weapons to counter your abilities. Sensory jammers, kinetic dampeners, quirk-disrupting technology. They won't know you're quirkless, so they'll be throwing everything at the wall. They've given the most brilliant, unstable inventor on the planet the singular task of figuring out how to kill you. The air grew cold. The idea was terrifying, but Fenris felt a strange, alien emotion bubble up from the primordial depths of his being. It wasn't fear. It was intrigue. A predator's curiosity. This creator was being forced to forge weapons against him. An amusing irony. Then we will liberate her, he stated, the words leaving no room for argument. He rose from the pallets, his larger, more muscular frame unfolding with a silent, deadly grace. He was no longer the slouching, nervous boy. He stood tall, a pillar of raw, physical power. She will forge for the pack, not for the weaklings who cage her. Yaoyorozu. Find this facility. Jiro, listen for its weaknesses. We are done hiding. We will hunt. His declaration settled over them, not as a suggestion, but as a statement of fact. The fear in the room didn't vanish, but it was overshadowed by a new, potent feeling. Purpose. The outcasts had a mission. The prey was about to become the predator. The Takamagahara research installation wasn't on any public map. It was officially a meteorological station nestled deep in the Okuchichibu Mountains, a place of sharp peaks and dense, ancient forests. Unofficially, it was the Hero Public Safety Commission's black site, a place where ethics were secondary to results. It was here they developed next-generation support gear, interrogated high-value villains, and, now, housed their most prized asset in the war against the entity formerly known as Izuku Midoriya. For 2 days, the newly formed pack observed the facility from a windswept ridge several kilometers away. The distance was meaningless to Fenris's senses and Jiro's quirk. While Momo used a high-powered spyglass she'd created to map the physical layout, her companions gathered a wealth of unseen data. It's a fortress, Jiro murmured, her jacks plugged deep into the granite of the mountain itself. The rock acted as a massive conductor, transmitting the facility's vibrations directly to her. Her eyes were closed in concentration. The outer wall is 30 feet high, reinforced with seismic dampeners. Patrols every 15 minutes, 4 guards per team. Their heart rates are calm, professional. They aren't expecting trouble. The main building is shielded. ICAN feel a massive power source at its core, a low, steady hum that blankets everything. It's some kind of electronic countermeasure. It makes getting a clear audio picture of the interior difficult. Fenris lay beside her on the cold stone, perfectly still, his chin resting on his forearms. His golden eyes were fixed on the distant complex. While Jiro listened to the facility's heartbeat, he was breathing in its soul. The air is sterile, he rumbled, his voice a low vibration Jiro could feel through the rock. Scrubbed, filtered, but I can smell the truth beneath it. Ozone from high-voltage perimeter fences. Cordite residue from an underground firing range. The sharp, bitter scent of industrial solvents and rare metals. And something else. He inhaled deeply, his brow furrowing. Cinnamon, sugar, over-caffeinated coffee, and the smell of pure, manic creation. It's her. She's in the central tower, sublevel 4. Momo lowered her spyglass, a detailed schematic of the facility already forming in her mind. Jiro, the countermeasures. Can you find a frequency to disrupt them, even for a moment? Jiro concentrated, her expression tight. It's not a single frequency. It's a white noise field, constantly shifting. It's designed to defeat quirks like mine. I might be able to create a narrow window of distortion, but it would be brief and would immediately alert them to our position. A window is all we need, Momo said, her mind already racing through the possibilities. Fenris, how fast can you cross the 4 kilometers between us and the outer wall? 30 seconds, he answered without hesitation. Momo's eyes widened slightly. It was a speed that bordered on the supernatural. All right, new plan. This will not be a stealth infiltration. It will be a blitzkrieg. Jiro, you will create your window. In that instant, I will create a targeted EMP device to disable the perimeter sensors in one sector. Fenris, you are the battering ram. You will breach the outer wall, the main building, and every obstacle between us and Hatsume's lab. Jiro and I will follow in your wake, providing support and dealing with secondary threats. We will be a force of nature they cannot predict or counter. It was a bold, reckless plan. It relied on perfect timing, overwhelming force, and the sheer shock of their assault. It was the only way. I will create a vehicle, Momo continued, her hand already beginning to glow with the light of her quirk. Armored, fast, to get us out. Unnecessary, Fenris said, rising to his feet. The setting sun cast his silhouette in stark relief against the darkening sky. He looked like a primordial god surveying his domain. We will not be leaving the way we came in. He turned his gaze to them, and in his eyes, they saw an unsettling calm. Banation of Izuku's fierce determination and a predator's absolute confidence. She is building our escape. The assault began at precisely 2:17 a.m., under the cold light of a crescent moon. The mountain air was still and frigid. Now, Momo hissed. Jiro screamed. It was not a sound of fear, but a weaponized, multi-layered sonic assault directed at the facility's ECM tower. Her jacks, sunk deep into the earth, channeled the full force of her quirk. The air around them warped, and for a split second, the oppressive hum of the countermeasure system faltered. In that same instant, a small, sleek device materialized in Momo's hand. She threw it, and it sailed through the air in a perfect arc, landing silently at the base of the perimeter wall kilometers away. It erupted in a flash of blue light, and every sensor and camera in Sector Gamma went dead. Before the echoes of Jiro's scream had faded, Fenris was gone. He was not running, he was an earthbound missile. The ground blurred beneath his feet, trees becoming indistinct streaks in his peripheral vision. The 4-kilometer distance vanished in a heartbeat. He didn't slow as he approached the 30-foot wall. He simply lowered his shoulder and hit it. The sound was not an explosion, but a deafening crack like the world's largest bone breaking. A 20-foot section of reinforced concrete and seismic dampeners didn't just crumble, it disintegrated, blowing inward in a cloud of dust and shattered rebar. The shockwave alone knocked the nearest patrol team off their feet. Alarms blared, harsh and frantic, across the compound. Searchlights stabbed wildly through the darkness. Fenris didn't pause. He landed amidst the rubble, a creature of myth emerging from the dust, his golden eyes burning holes in the night. The 4 guards of the patrol team were elite, highly trained HPSC operatives. They saw a monster wearing the face of a teenage boy. They raised their rifles, their hands shaking. They never fired a shot. Faye and our eyes crossed the distance between them in a single, fluid motion. He didn't use claws or teeth. He moved through them like a storm, using precise, disabling blows to shoulders, knees, and skulls. The impacts were sickeningly loud. In less than 3 seconds, 4 unconscious bodies lay on the ground, their weapons scattered. He hadn't killed them. They were an obstacle, not a threat. Not worthy of a predator's fury. He was already moving toward the main building, a brutalist ziggurat of gray steel and armored glass. Automated turrets rose from hidden panels in the ground, their barrels glowing red as they acquired their target. They unleashed a hellstorm of high-caliber, armor-piercing rounds. For any other intruder, it would have been annihilation. For Fenris, it was an annoyance. He didn't even bother to dodge. The bullets, designed to pierce a tank, flattened against his skin, falling to the ground like harmless pebbles. He saw the trajectory of every single round, his mind processed the information faster than any computer. He grabbed the barrel of the first turret as he ran past, ripping it from its moorings and using the several hundred-pound weapon to obliterate the second turret. By the time he reached the main entrance, a 10-inch thick titanium blast door, a sleek, black, all-terrain vehicle of Momo's design skidded to a halt in the breach he'd created in the outer wall. Momo was at the wheel, her expression grimly focused, while Jiro sat beside her, her jacks already trailing out, plugged into the vehicle's chassis, listening to the chaos inside the facility. Fenris ignored the blast door. He looked up, his eyes tracing the lines of the building to the 4th sublevel he had pinpointed earlier. He crouched, his powerful leg muscles coiling like springs. With a sound like a thunderclap, he leapt. He shot upward, a golden-eyed blur, shattering reinforced window after reinforced window as he ascended. He slammed into the wall of the correct level with the force of a meteor. Punching straight through the steel-laced concrete, he landed in a pristine, white corridor, surrounded by the wreckage of his entry. The internal guards were better prepared. A dozen of them stood at the far end of the hall, clad in advanced tactical gear, their weapons aimed. Behind them, a shimmering field of energy crackled, a plasma barrier. "Surrender, Midoriya," their leader yelled, his voice strained. "You are surrounded." Fenris simply looked at them. His lips peeled back in a silent snarl, revealing teeth that were just a little too sharp. He took a single step forward, and the guards flinched as one. He could smell their fear. It was intoxicating. He charged. The corridor became a maelstrom of violence. They opened fire, and he moved through the bullet storm as if it were rain. He was a whirlwind of controlled brutality. He disarmed, disabled, and shattered. A guard swung his rifle like a club. Fenris caught it, crumpled the weapon into a ball of metal with one hand, and tossed the man through a wall. Another tried to tase him. He grabbed the wires, and the guard screamed as the electricity surged back into his own suit, shorting it out. He reached the plasma barrier. It sizzled, a wall of pure heat designed to incinerate anything that touched it. Fenris didn't hesitate. He plunged his hands into the energy field. The pain was immense, a searing, holy fire that lit up every nerve in his body. His skin blackened and cracked, smoke pouring from his arms. But beneath the skin, the ancient power within him roared to life. A golden aura flared around him, battling the plasma. With a guttural roar that shook the very foundations of the building, he tore the barrier apart, ripping the emitters straight from the walls. His hands were a mess of charred flesh. But as he stood there, panting, the others watched in horror and awe as the wounds began to heal before their eyes. Golden energy stitched the flesh back together, pushing out CKENED tissue until his hands were pristine once more, not even a scar remaining. He turned his attention to the final door. It was a circular vault, a foot thick and emblazoned with every biohazard and security warning imaginable. It was the cage. He placed his newly healed hands on the cold metal. He took a deep breath, and then he pulled. Metal screamed in protest. Locking mechanisms the size of a man's arm groaned, bent, and then snapped with reports like cannon fire. He tore the vault door from its hinges and tossed it down the corridor, where it embedded itself in the far wall. He stepped inside, and the chaos of the assault was replaced by a different kind of chaos entirely. The lab was a glorious, beautiful disaster. Wires snaked across the floor like metallic vines. Blueprints and equations were scrawled over every available surface, including the windows and floor. Half-finished gadgets, gleaming with chrome and blinking LEDs, sat on workbenches next to empty coffee mugs and takeout containers. The air smelled of solder, ozone, and cinnamon rolls. And in the center of it all, sitting in a ridiculously complex ergonomic chair, was Mei Hatsume. She wasn't screaming. She wasn't cowering. She was staring at him, her yellow, deer-patterned irises wide with something that was miles beyond fear. Her pink dreadlocks seemed to vibrate with excitement. A pair of high-tech goggles were pushed up on her forehead. A smudge of grease adorned her cheek. She slowly took a bite of a cinnamon roll she was holding, never breaking eye contact. She chewed, swallowed, and then a slow, manic grin spread across her face. "Whoa," she breathed, her voice filled with a reverence typically reserved for religious experiences. "The energy readings are off the charts. The kinetic force output, the cellular regeneration, it's beautiful." She vaulted over her workbench, landing in front of him with an unsettling lack of self-preservation. She completely ignored the sounds of approach, poaching reinforcements and the carnage in the hallway behind him. She began circling him, her eyes scanning him up and down like he was a prize-winning engine. The commission's data was garbage. The Y classified you as a bio-enhancement quirk with a secondary strength modifier. Idiots. This isn't a quirk. This is a divine engine. A perfect biological chassis. The muscle striations, the bone density, I have to take readings," she declared, her voice getting faster and more excited with every word. Just then, Momo and Jiro arrived, weapons ready, panting from their sprint through the facility. They stopped dead in the doorway, taking in the bizarre scene. Mei didn't even glance at them. Her entire universe had collapsed into the 6-foot-plus frame of the being in front of her. "They had me building dampeners and nullification cannons," she said, waving a dismissive hand. "Trying to put out a star with a squirt gun. Such a waste of potential. Your potential, my potential." She stopped directly in front of Fenris, craning her neck to look up at him. The grin on her face was borderline terrifying. "We have to make babies," she said, her eyes gleaming with manic glee. "So many babies. Technological babies. Power armor fused with your biology. Weapons that channel your energy. A symbiotic combat suit. Oh, the possibilities are endless." Fenris looked down at this whirlwind of human energy. Izuku would have been flustered, terrified, and utterly overwhelmed. But Fenris was not Izuku. He saw past the mania. He saw the fire of creation, the untamed genius that Momo had described. He saw a forge that could arm his pack for the war to come. This was not a broken prisoner to be rescued. This was an alpha creator, caged and bored, desperate to be unleashed. He extended a hand, not in greeting, but as an offering. "A pact. They caged you," Fenris said, his voice a low, commanding rumble that cut through her excited babble. "They used your fire to try and forge my chains. I am offering you freedom. A new pack. An ultimate project. Build for me, Mei Hatsume. Build for us. And your genius will never be shackled again." Mei stared at his outstretched hand, then back up at his glowing golden eyes. The manic grin softened into a look of profound, almost spiritual, understanding. She saw not a monster or a villain, but the pinnacle of creation, the ultimate canvas. "Shish." He slapped her greasy hand into his without a moment's hesitation. "It's a deal, but on one condition." "Name it," he said. "Don't ever bore me. The world we are going to build," Fenris promised, his grip firm, "will be anything but boring." "Right. First things first," Mei chirped, her energy immediately shifting back to 1,000 miles per hour. "Their security is pathetic, but they'll be sending the big guns soon. Probably that one hero with the denim fetish. No problem. I've been bored for weeks, so I made some contingency plans." She skipped over to a hidden panel in the wall and slapped it open, revealing a secret. Even more chaotic workshop behind it. "They wanted me to build anti-Fenris weapons, and I did. The best darn anti-Fenris weapons you've ever seen. But I built them my way." She grabbed a massive cannon that looked like it belonged on a battleship. "For example, this is the kinetic reversal cannon. In theory, it absorbs kinetic energy, like your punches, and fires it back at you. Boring. So, I added a feedback loop. Instead of firing it back, it can be configured to channel the absorbed energy into any connected system. She grinned and pointed toward the corridor. Like, say, the facility's main power core. The sounds of heavy footsteps and shouting were getting closer. Yaoyorozu, Mei yelled, not even looking at her. You're a living 3D printer, right? I need a high-capacitance conduit, 20 meters long, gold-platinum alloy for maximum conductivity. Jiro, your heartbeat, can you output it as a focused sonic pulse? I need a specific frequency in C to bypass the core's safety protocols. Fenris, you're the power source. I need you to punch this thing as hard as you can when I give the signal. The trio stared at her, stunned for a beat, before her infectious, insane energy galvanized them into action. Momo, her mind reeling but recognizing the brilliant madness in Mei's plan, immediately began creating the conduit. Jiro nodded, plugging her jacks into a console Mei pointed at. Fenris hefted the massive cannon, its weight almost trivial to him. He looked at the chaos unfolding, Momo creating complex technology from her skin, Jiro's focused intensity, Mei's joyful, creative destruction, and he felt that primal instinct again, stronger than ever. This was a pack, and it was glorious. The escape was not an escape. It was an eruption. With Mei barking orders like a drill sergeant on a sugar high, they turned her lab into a weapon. Fenris's punch into the cannon, supercharged by his divine energy, sent a tidal wave of raw power through Momo's conduit. Jiro's sonic frequency unlocked the power core, and the entire facility's energy supply was diverted into a feedback loop that Mei gleefully triggered. The lights flickered and died. Backup generators sputtered and exploded. Every electronic lock, turret, and computer system in the Takamagahara installation simultaneously fried itself in a shower of sparks. They didn't just knock out the power. They lobotomized the entire facility. In the ensuing darkness and confusion, Mei led them on a whirlwind tour of her secret workshop. Here, personal energy shields, calibrated to your biosignature, she said, tossing devices to Momo and Jiro. Here, a prototype hover cargo sled. A little buggy, but it'll carry a few tons. We need to load it up with my best babies. They spent 10 frantic minutes grabbing everything that wasn't bolted down. Advanced polymers, power cores, half-finished armor plating, diagnostic tools, and dozens of Mei's more stable prototypes. They loaded it all onto the cargo sled, a floating metal platform that hummed erratically. Their exit was through a previously hidden tunnel Mei had bored through the mountain using a sonic drill baby, leading to a secluded cave on the far side. As they emerged into the pre-dawn light, the sound of the facility finally collapsing into chaos behind them was a triumphant symphony. They had not just liberated a person. They had stolen the HPSC's entire R&D budget for the next decade. They found shelter in a vast, abandoned subway station deep beneath Musudafu, a relic from a failed urban expansion project decades ago. It was cavernous, defensible, and utterly off the grid. As Mei began to gleefully unpack her treasures, a semblance of calm descended. The pack had grown. They were stronger, better equipped. But the dynamics had also shifted. Later, as the exhaustion of the mission settled in, the moments of bonding that Fenris's instincts craved finally came. He found Momo in a quiet corner of the station, hunched over a datapad they'd salvaged, her brow furrowed as she cross-referenced the stolen schematics with their current inventory. She was already planning, strategizing, building the foundations of their future. He approached in silence, his footsteps making no sound on the dusty concrete. He stood over her, a silent, powerful presence. She looked up, startled, but her fear was quickly replaced by a weary sort of calm. Your mind, Fenris said, his voice a low rumble. It is the sharpest weapon we have. Do not let the burdens of planning dull its edge. He placed a large, warm hand on her shoulder. It was not a casual gesture. It was a claiming, an acknowledgement. Through his touch, she felt the immense, protective aura that radiated from him. It wasn't threatening or romantic, it was a profound, instinctual promise of safety. It was the feeling of a mountain shielding you from a storm. Her own tense shoulders relaxed slightly under his touch. For the first time since this nightmare began, she felt like she wasn't carrying the entire weight of their survival alone. I will follow your plans, Yaoyorozu. You are the strategist of this pack. He left her to her work and sought out Jiro. He found her on an old, derelict platform, a scavenged music player in her hand, earbuds in. The faint, tinny sound of punk rock leaked out. She was trying to ground herself in the familiar. A small act of rebellion against the insane new reality she inhabited. She saw him approach and quickly pulled the buds out, a defensive tension returning to her posture. He didn't speak. He simply sat on the platform edge beside her, leaving a respectful distance between them. They sat in silence for several minutes, listening to the drip of water and the distant hum of the city above. You hear things others cannot, he said finally, his gaze fixed on the darkness of the tunnel ahead. Lies, truths, the fear in a man's heart. It is a gift, not a curse. He turned his head, his golden eyes meeting hers. You heard the truth about me when everyone else was deafened by lies. You are the ears of this pack, Jiro. Your senses will keep us safe. It was the first time anyone had ever framed her quirk that way. Not as an eavesdropping tool or a support gimmick, but as a vital, almost sacred sense. He wasn't praising her power, he was acknowledging her very essence. A strange warmth spread through her chest, chasing away some of the cold fear. She gave him a small, hesitant nod, a silent acceptance of her role. Finally, he went to the central cavern, where May had already set up a makeshift workshop. The space lit by the glow of arc welders and computer monitors. She was practically vibrating with energy, despite the ordeal of the past few hours. She was showing him a blueprint for a suit of armor. See, she said, pointing excitedly. Instead of an external power source, it will have a synaptic interface. It will draw directly from you. It won't be armor you wear. It will be a second skin, an extension of your own divine power. We'll forge it from a vibranium carbon alloy I've been theorizing about. It will be my masterpiece. My ultimate baby. Izuku would have been lost, swept away by her torrent of enthusiasm. Fenris met it with a calm, focused intensity. He looked at the blueprints, at the impossible equations, and saw the future. You will build the armor for our new world. Hatsume, he said, his voice resonating with absolute conviction. He placed a hand on the workbench, near hers. He felt the creative fire in her, a force of gnaw. Ture as potent in its own way as his primordial power. You are the forge of this pack. As he stood there, watching his 3 pack members, the strategist, the sentinel, the forge, he felt a profound shift within him. The lingering ghost of Izuku Midoriya, the boy who yearned for justice and recognition, faded completely. The quest to clear his name felt like a foolish, childish dream. It didn't matter what the world thought of him. It didn't matter what his old friends or mentor believed. They were part of a past he had shed like dead skin. His purpose was no longer behind him, in the ruins of a life that had been stolen. It was here, in this dusty, forgotten place, with these brilliant, broken women who had thrown their lot in with a monster. His purpose was to protect them, to provide for them, to build a sanctuary so strong that no one could ever hurt them again. The primal imperative, the instinct the god spirit whispered in his soul, was not just about dominance or survival. It was about creation, the creation of a new family, a new clan, bound by loyalty and forged in the fires of betrayal. His gaze swept over them one last time, a king surveying his nascent kingdom. He was no longer running. He was building, and he would carve their domain out of the heart of the world that had cast them out. Chapter 4. The Predator's Justice. The lair, carved into the heart of a dormant volcano in the Izu Peninsula, was a testament to their new reality. It was a cathedral of bone and circuitry, a place where primal instinct and hyper-advanced technology had fused into a singular, terrifying whole. The air hummed with the low thrum of geothermal converters May had jury-rigged, a sound like a sleeping dragon's breath. It smelled of volcanic rock, ozone from exposed wiring, and the faint, clean scent of the filtered air systems. This was their den, their territory, a fortress built in the bones of the earth, shielded from the prying eyes of a world that had condemned them. Fenris stood before a massive observation window, a thick sheet of transparent, blast-proof polymer that overlooked the churning Pacific hundreds of meters below. He was no longer the boy who had been thrown into Tartarus. That Izuku Midoriya was a ghost, a collection of memories that felt like they belonged to someone else. This body was different, Taller, broader, coiled with a dense, divine muscle that made his old frame seem like a fragile sketch. His instincts were a constant, roaring symphony in his mind. The hunt, the pack, the territory. He could feel the pressure shifts in the deep ocean currents, hear the frantic heartbeat of a seabird riding the thermals a kilometer away, and smell the salt and life on the wind. He was the alpha, and his pack was nearby. The thought sent a deep, resonant satisfaction through him, a feeling more profound than any praise or acceptance he had ever craved as a boy. He could sense them all, their unique energies a comforting presence in his mind. Momo was in the command center, her focus a sharp, brilliant point of light as she cross-referenced data on a holographic display. She was the beta, his second, the mind that gave structure to his instincts. Kyoka was in the comms station, her headphones on but not playing music. She was listening to the world, sifting through radio chatter, satellite feeds, and the deep, seismic hum of the planet itself. Her senses augmented by Mei's technology. She was the sentinel, the ever-watchful ears of their pack. And Mei was in her forge, a chaotic wonderland of sparks, whirring hydraulics, and gleeful cackling. She was the heart of their arsenal, the forge master whose manic genius gave their pack its claws and teeth. "The old world is rotting," Fenris said, his voice a low rumble that vibrated through the floor. He didn't turn. He didn't need to. He knew Momo was approaching, her footsteps light but deliberate. "It's worse than we thought," she replied, her voice crisp and clear. She stood beside him, her reflection appearing in the dark glass. She looked more confident now than she ever had at UA. The uncertainty that had plagued her was gone, replaced by a steely resolve. Here, her intellect wasn't just valued. It was a weapon. The Hero Public Safety Commission isn't just turning a blind eye to corruption. In many cases, they're actively facilitating it. A holographic map shimmered into existence between them, a three-dimensional model of Tokyo. Red nodes pulsed across the city, connected by a web of faint golden lines. "These are nexus points," Momo explained, gesturing to the largest nodes. "Yakuza operations, shell corporations, and human trafficking rings, all operating with impunity. The lines indicate financial transactions, back-channel communications, and personnel transfers. All of them led back to a handful of hero agencies and HPSC officials." Fenris's golden eyes narrowed, the pupils slitting into predatory focus. The sight of the map, the cold, clinical representation of human suffering and systemic decay, stirred the ancient god within him. This was a blight on his territory, a sickness that needed to be purged. The heroes are meant to protect the innocent. Kyoka's voice came over the internal comms, laced with a familiar cynicism. "Looks like they're just protecting their bottom line. I'm picking up encrypted chatter from an HPSC frequency. They're classifying the Tartarus breakout as a containment failure, and officially listing you as a high-level villain, code-named Beast. They're offering a kill on-site order to any hero who can manage it." "Let them try," Mei's voice crackled through, loud and enthusiastic. "My babies are hungry. I've finished the new kinetic dampeners for your vambraces, Fenris. They can absorb and redirect enough force to stop a freight train. Or Endeavor's face. Either one works." Fenris's lips pulled back in a semblance of a smile. It was not the bright, sunny smile of Izuku Midoriya. It was a predator's grin, all teeth and promise of violence. "They hunt me, but they ignore the jackals feasting in their own backyard. We will not be like them. We will not hide. We will not wait for the rot to consume everything." He turned from the window, his gaze sweeping over Momo. "Our purpose is not revenge. It's not about clearing a name that no longer matters. Our purpose is to survive, to grow, and to protect what is ours. This world is our territory now. We will hunt the predators that the so-called heroes are too weak or too corrupt to face." Momo nodded, her eyes shining with fierce agreement. "We need to send a message. Not just to the heroes, but to the people. They need to see the truth. A message needs a messenger," Kyoka added. "And a big, loud, explodey megaphone." Mei chirped. Fenris looked back at the map. His finger, tipped with a black, blade-like claw, reached out and tapped one of the largest red nodes. It was a front company called Starlight Futures Talent Agency, located in the Roppongi district. "This one," he declared. Momo's data shows it's the central hub for a trafficking ring specializing in those with desirable or exotic quirks. Victims are sold to wealthy clients or funneled into all-for-one's network for Nomu experimentation. The agency is owned by a man named Kenji Saburaya, a retired hero whose public persona is that of a philanthropist. He's protected, Momo confirmed, her fingers flying across a holographic keyboard. He has 3 active pro heroes on his private security detail, and his name is on the HPSC's non-interference list. That's a list of individuals who are effectively above the law. No one is above the law of the hunt, Fenris stated, his voice dropping to a guttural growl. We will be the new law. I want every second of this broadcasted. Unfiltered, uncensored. Let the world see what their heroes protect. Let them see what we do to those who prey on the weak. A manic grin spread across May's face, visible on a small comms screen. Ooh, a live performance. My stealth drones are perfect for this. High definition, multi-spectrum, with built-in signal hijacking. By the time the commission realizes what's happening, half of Japan will have seen the show. Kyoka, Fenris continued, his focus absolute. I need a live feed of all communications in a 5-block radius. I want to hear every hero, every cop, every panicked phone call. I want to know where they are before they do. Already on it, Alpha, she replied, her tone sharp and professional. The pack dynamic was solidifying. He was the leader, the one who made the decisions, but their roles were symbiotic. He was the force, Momo the mind, Kyoka the senses, and May the fury. Momo, he said, turning fully to his beta. Battle plan. We go in hard and fast. We are not heroes trying to make an arrest. We are predators making a kill. Prioritize the liberation of the captives and the acquisition of all data proving the link to the HPSC. The guards are obstacles. The implication was clear and brutal. Momo didn't flinch. The world that had taught her rules and regulations had also cast her out for trying to follow them with logic and honor. That world was dead to her. I'll create non-lethal restraints for the captives to ensure their safety during extraction. For the hostiles, I'll prepare flash bangs, high-tensile alloy nets, and targeted EMP charges for their comms. You will be the spearhead. Kyoka and I will provide sensory and tactical support, and May will handle electronic warfare and evidence collection remotely. Good, Fenris grunted. He felt a surge of pride in them, a fierce, possessive feeling that resonated deep in his soul. This was his pack. They were strong, loyal, and brilliant. Together, they would shatter this fragile, corrupt world and build a better one on its bones. Gear up. The hunt begins at dusk. Dusk bled across Tokyo in shades of bruised purple and dying orange. The city was a sprawling ecosystem of concrete and light, its heartbeat a constant thrum of traffic and humanity. In the neon-drenched district of Roppongi, the Starlight Futures Talent Agency was a sleek, modern tower of black glass and steel, a monument to corporate success. To Fenris's senses, however, it was a charnel house. He stood on the roof of an adjacent building, the wind whipping his dark green hair. He wore no mask. His face, sharper and more angular than it had once been, was his new identity. He was clad in a dark, form-fitting suit May had designed, a composite of carbon no fibers and a unique biopolymer that could harden on impact. Vambraces of a dull, gunmetal gray covered his forearms, the kinetic dampeners humming faintly. All systems online, Alpha, May's voice chirped in his ear. Transmitted through a discreet subdermal implant. My little spiders are in their network. I have control of their security cameras, their servers, everything. And my broadcast drones are in position. We're live on every unsecured network and social media platform in the country. The internet is about to have a meltdown. Sensory map is live, Kyoka added. I'm reading 47 hostiles in the building. 20 on the lower floors, acting as standard security. 15 on the executive level, higher grade bodyguards. 3 pro heroes on the top floor with Saburaya. And, oh, God. There are at least 30 captives in a reinforced sub-level. Their heart rates are all over the place. Momo, Fenris asked, his eyes fixed on the tower. I have the schematics, Momo's calm voice replied. The sub-level is accessible through a freight elevator in the rear of the building. The entire facility is designed like a fortress. The best route is a direct assault through the front. They'll expect a stealthy approach. We will give them shock and awe. My favorite, Fenris growled. He took a deep breath, tasting the chemical cocktail of the city's air. Fear, greed, desperation. He would wipe it clean. With an explosive push of his legs, he launched himself from the rooftop. The 30-meter gap between buildings was nothing. He soared through the air, a dark projectile against the city lights, and landed on the facade of the Starlight Tower with a soundless impact, his claws sinking an inch into the reinforced concrete. He began to run, not up, but straight down the side of the building. A gravity-defying predator descending on its prey. The lobby was a pristine, sterile space of white marble and expensive art. 10 guards in sharp black suits patrolled the area, armed with advanced tasers and automatic weapons. They never saw him coming. The plate glass window exploded inward in a shower of crystal and shrapnel. Fenris landed in a low crouch in the center of the room. A whirlwind of contained violence. Before the first guard could even raise his weapon, Fenris was a blur. He didn't use a flashy, named attack. This was not a performance for the cameras. It was a culling. A flick of his wrist, and the air cracked. A guard was thrown back, his chest caving in from the sheer concussive force. Another tried to fire, but Fenris was already there, his hand clamping around the barrel of the rifle, crushing it into a twisted knot of metal. A backhand sent the man spinning into a marble column with a sickening crunch. He moved with an economy of Chion that was both beautiful and terrifying. Each step, each strike, was precise, overwhelming, and final. In less than 10 seconds, the entire lobby security team was a broken, unconscious heap on the floor. Lobby clear, he stated into the comms. That was efficient, Momo commented, a hint of awe in her voice. Elevator is locked down. They're trying to send their main force down. May, already on it, May sang. Elevator privileges, revoked. And now for a little psychological warfare. Suddenly, every screen in the building, from the giant display behind the reception desk to the security monitors, flickered to life. They didn't show static or an error message. They showed a live feed of Fenris, standing amidst the wreckage, his golden eyes glowing with cold fury. The feed was from one of May's drones, circling him like a carrion bird. The world was watching. Fenris ignored the camera and ripped the elevator doors from their moorings with a screech of tortured metal. He looked up the empty shaft. Stairs it is. He bounded up the stairwell, taking entire flights in a single leap. The building was in chaos. Alarms blared. On the executive level, the 15 bodyguards, a mix of ex-military and quirked-up mercenaries, were setting up a defensive perimeter. They're waiting for you at the 40th floor landing, Kyoka warned. Heavy armor, automatic turrets. They're not messing around. Neither am I, Fenris growled. Instead of taking the door, he punched straight through the reinforced concrete wall of the stairwell, emerging into the hallway behind their position in a cloud of dust and debris. The surprise was total. He tore through their ranks like a force of nature, their bullets flattening against his skin or ricocheting harmlessly off his vambraces. The turrets fired, spitting high-caliber rounds, but he simply charged through the storm of lead, ripped them from their mounts, and used them as clubs. Meanwhile, Momo and Kyoka had entered the building through the rear entrance. They moved with a quiet, practiced efficiency. Kyoka would point to a wall, 2 behind there, and Momo would create a small, precise explosive charge, blowing the dew or inward and allowing Kyoka to hit the occupants with a targeted blast of disorienting sound from her boots. They were securing the lower floors, their objective the sub-level. On the top floor, Kenji Tsuburaya was panicking. He was a portly man, his hero costume long since traded for an expensive suit that couldn't hide his soft physique. What is happening? Who is that? Get rid of him! He shrieked at his 3 pro-hero bodyguards. The first hero, a man named Carapace with a hardened exoskeleton, stepped forward. Sir, we need to evacuate. The second, a woman called Vortex who could create small, intense cyclones, nodded. This is no ordinary villain. The third, a speedster named Blitz, was already a blur of nervous energy. He's coming. I can feel the vibrations. I paid you for protection. Tsuburaya screamed. Protect me. The door to the penthouse office didn't open. It disintegrated. Fenris stood there, framed in the ruined doorway, his golden eyes locking onto the retired hero. Tsuburaya whimpered, the color draining from his face. Carapace charged, his body a living battering ram. For the commission, he bellowed. Fenris didn't even move to dodge. He met the charge head-on, his open palm catching the hero in the chest. There was a sound like a granite slab cracking. Carapace's armor shattered, and he was flung backward, unconscious before he hit the far wall. Vortex threw her hands forward, and a miniature tornado erupted between them, whipping office furniture and debris into a deadly funnel. Fenris walked into it. The winds, strong enough to peel the paint from the walls, barely ruffled his hair. He walked through the storm as if it were a mild breeze and grabbed the hero by the throat, lifting her into the air. Her quirk sputtered and died. He tossed her aside. Blitz made his move, a streak of silver lightning. He was fast, one of the fastest heroes in Japan. He aimed 100 vibrating, high-speed punches at Fenris's head and torso. To a normal person, it would have been an invisible, lethal blur. To Fenris, it was like watching a video in slow motion. He saw every punch, every subtle shift in muscle. He let the first few dozen strikes land, feeling them as little more than annoying taps. Then, his hand shot out, not at where Blitz was, but where he was going to be. He caught the speedster by the ankle in a grip of iron. Blitz's momentum carried him, and he was slammed violently into the floor, then the ceiling, then the floor again, leaving craters in the expensive marble. Fenris dropped the unconscious hero and turned his attention back to Tsuburaya, who had collapsed into a puddle of terrified blubber behind his desk. You trade in lives, Fenris said, his voice dangerously soft. You sell children. You call yourself a hero. Please, Tsuburaya begged, holding up his hands. The commission, they approve of this. It's a necessary evil, for the greater good. There is no greater good, Fenris snarled, his face inches from the man's. There is only the pack, and there are the prey. You are prey. He grabbed the man by his shirt front and hauled him towards the shattered remains of the penthouse window. All data secured from the servers, May announced in his ear. And the kids are safe. Momo and Jiro are leading them out now. The feed is going viral. The HPSC is trying to shut it down, but it's like trying to bottle a tsunami. The public is seeing everything. Fenris held Tsuburaya over the edge of the 40th floor. The man screamed, a pathetic, high-pitched wail. Below, the streets were a sea of flashing lights as police and heroes began to cordon off the area. Look down, hero, Fenris commanded. Look at the world you helped poison. He held up a small device Momo had created. It projected a holographic image in front of Tsuburaya's face, the faces of the children and young adults they had just freed from his basement. They will have a future. You will not. He didn't drop him. That would be too simple. Instead, he pulled him back inside and threw him to the floor. Your life is not mine to take. Your fate belongs to those you've wronged. But your power, your influence, that is mine to break. With a roar, he slammed his fist into the marble floor. A shockwave of golden energy erupted from the point of impact, spreading through the entire building. The structure groaned, steel beams twisted, and the foundation cracked. The Tower of Starlight Futures, a symbol of corruption, began to crumble, not in a chaotic explosion, but in a controlled, systematic collapse, folding in on itself. Fenris grabbed the three unconscious heroes and Tsuburaya and leapt from the collapsing building, landing on a nearby rooftop as the tower imploded behind him, a geyser of dust and smoke. He left the four of them there for the authorities to find, a neat package of criminals and their failed protectors. The message had been sent. Their raid on the Starlight Agency had sent a shockwave through the country. May's broadcast had been a masterstroke. The raw, undeniable footage of their assault, coupled with the data packets she had leaked containing Tsuburaya's ledgers and his HPSC connections, had ignited a firestorm. The public, already uneasy after the Camino incident, was now faced with irrefutable proof of deep-seated corruption in the very institutions meant to protect them. The Wolf Pack, as the media dubbed them, were being hailed as both monstrous villains and dark heroes. Faith in the traditional hero system was plummeting. They didn't stop. For the next 2 weeks, they became specters of brutal justice. A Yakuza-run drug ring that used quirk-enhancing narcotics to enslave addicts was systematically dismantled, its leaders left hog-tied for the police. AAC. Erupt hero agency that was extorting local businesses for protection money, found its headquarters leveled and its heroes publicly disgraced with leaked evidence of their crimes. They moved like ghosts, their operations meticulously planned by Momo, their presence masked by Mei's tech, their targets identified by Kyoka's surveillance, and their justice delivered by Fenris's overwhelming power. They never killed, but they left a trail of broken bodies, broken organizations, and shattered reputations in their wake. They were carving out the rot. It was during a raid on a Yakuza weapons smuggle, in operation at the Yokohama docks, that the world finally caught up to them. The target was the Inagawa Kai, a powerful syndicate that had a cozy relationship with the local port authority and several mid-tier heroes. Their primary business was smuggling advanced support gear and illegal arms, some of which were being supplied directly to villains. The night was damp and smelled of salt and diesel. Fenris, flanked by Momo and Kyoka in their own custom combat gear, moved through the labyrinth of shipping containers. Mei was once again their eye in the sky, guiding them from the lair. Hostiles at Container Block C. Kyoka whispered, one hand pressed to the corrugated steel wall. 12 of them, armed. They're loading a truck with something big. It's a shipment of quirk-canceling ammunition, Momo confirmed. Looking at a data pad. Extremely illegal, and extremely valuable. The buyers are a splinter cell of the Creature Rejection clan. We take the ammo, we take the smugglers, Fenris ordered. Move. They struck with their now perfected synergy. Fenris was the hammer, crashing through the container wall and sending Yakuza flying. Momo was the controller, creating caltrops of hardened tungsten to shred their vehicle's tires and deploying adhesive foam to trap them. Kyoka was the disruptor, her focused sonic blasts shattering eardrums and ruining their aim. The fight was over in less than a minute. As they were securing the evidence, a new set of heartbeats appeared on Kyoka's sensory map. Fast, coordinated, and strong. Company, she announced, her jacks swiveling in her ears. Coming in hot from the south. Pro heroes. It's Class 1B. Fenris straightened up. He could smell them on the wind now. Their individual sense, their nervous energy. He recognized them. From the shadows between the shipping containers, 5 figures emerged. At the lead was Itsuka Kendo, her expression a mask of grim determination, her large hands clenched into fists. Behind her stood Tetsu, his skin already shimmering with a metallic sheen. Nito Monoma was there, a condescending smirk already forming on his lips. Abara Shiozaki's vine-like hair writhed gently, and Hiryu Rin stood ready. His arms covered in scales. So, the traitors of UA finally show their faces, Monoma sneered, his voice echoing across the docks. Teaming up with the monster who betrayed us all. How fitting. Kendo shot him a glare. That's enough, Monoma. She took a step forward, her stance solid, her gaze unwavering as she focused on Fenris. Izuku Midoriya, by the authority of the Hero Public Safety Commission, you are under arrest for the destruction of Tartarus, repeated assaults on pro-heroes, and illegal vigilantism. Fenris let out a low, humorless chuckle. That boy is dead, and you have no authority here. We're not asking, Tetsu growled, slamming his metal fists together. We're here to bring you in, one way or another. It's what real heroes do. Kendo's eyes flickered to Momo and Kyoka. There was a flicker of pain in her expression. Yaoyorozu, Jiro, why? You were supposed to be heroes. We are, Kyoka shot back, her voice tight with anger. We're just not on their side anymore. We're on our own. Your side protects men like the ones we just took down, Momo stated, her voice cold as ice. She gestured to the groaning Yakuza. These men smuggle weapons that kill civilians and heroes alike. Their operation was an open secret, ignored by the commission. We are doing the job you are failing to do. By acting as judge, jury, and executioner. Kendo retorted, her own anger rising. That's not justice, that's tyranny. The system works. It has to. Then the system is blind, Fenris said, taking a step forward. The air crackled with his presence. And it's time its eyes were opened. Kendo didn't hesitate. Now, the fight exploded. Tetsu roared and charged, a silver bullet aimed straight at Fenris. Kendo moved to flank, her hands enlarging. Ready to grab and crush. Fenris met Tetsu's charge with contemptuous ease. He didn't even brace himself. He simply raised a hand and caught the metal hero's fist. The sound of the impact was a deafening clang. And a shockwave radiated outward, kicking up dust and seawater. Tetsu's eyes went wide with shock. It was like punching a mountain. Fenris's grip tightened, and cracks began to spiderweb across the hero's steel skin. With a grunt, Fenris spun and threw him into a nearby shipping container, buckling the thick steel wall. Kendo's giant fist swung down, aiming to pin him. He sidestepped the first blow, which pulverized the concrete where he had been standing. He weaved under the second and delivered a single, open-palmed strike to her side. It wasn't a full-power blow, not even close. But the force was enough to send her stumbling back, gasping for air, her quirk flickering. Meanwhile, the rest of the pack engaged the others. Monoma, arrogant as ever, touched Momo's arm as she created a shield. Creation. What a wonderfully versatile quirk. Let's see what a superior mind can do with it. He crowed, attempting to create a complex cannon. But all that sputtered out was a lump of malformed metal. Momo smirked. You can copy the quirk, Monoma, but you can't copy the knowledge. You have no idea of the molecular structure, the chemical composition, or the engineering principles. You're just a cheap imitation. She then created a perfectly formed electromagnetic pulse grenade and tossed it at his feet, shorting out his comms and making his hair stand on end. Abara sent her vines snaking towards Kyoka, trying to ensnare her. But Kyoka simply stomped her boot, sending a wave of high-frequency vibrations through the ground. The vines recoiled as if burned, and Abara cried out, clutching her head as the sound assaulted her senses. Hiryu Rin fired scales from his arms, but they were all intercepted by a meticulously aimed volley of Ubber bullets from a small turret Momo had created on the fly. The fight was a rout. It was a complete and utter mismatch. Class 1B were skilled, well-trained, and powerful. But the Wolf Pack was something else entirely. They were a cohesive unit of specialists, armed with cutting-edge technology and led by a literal god of the hunt. In less than a minute, it was over. Kendo was on one knee, trying to catch her breath. Tetsu was struggling to pull himself out of the dent he'd made. The other three were disarmed and entangled in a high-tensile alloy net. Fenris stood before Kendo, his shadow falling over her. He wasn't even breathing hard. He looked down at her, his golden eyes not filled with malice, but with a strange, cold pity. You believe in the system, he said, his voice a low rumble. You believe in rules. You believe in your superiors. You are a true hero, Itsuka Kendo. And that is why you are blind. The law protects people, she gasped out, forcing herself to meet his gaze. Does it? Fenris countered. He turned his head slightly. May, show her. A section of a nearby container wall lit up, a holographic projection shimmering to life. It displayed documents, bank statements, encrypted emails. It showed a direct money trail from the Inagawa Kai, the Yakuza they had just busted, to two active pro-heroes and a high-ranking official in the Yokohama Port Authority, the very people who had signed Kendo's mission orders. Kendo's eyes widened in horror. No, that's impossible. It's fabricated. My babies don't lie, May's voice chirped from a small, hovering drone. That's raw data pulled from their secure server and cross-referenced with HPSC financial records. Your mission wasn't to stop them, hero. It was to scare them, make them pay their protection money on time. You were never meant to actually arrest anyone important. The blood drained from Kendo's face. Her entire black and white world, her firm belief in the righteousness of her cause, was crumbling into shades of gray. She looked at the groaning Yakuza, then at the damning evidence, then at the calm, powerful being standing before her. Fenris crouched down, bringing himself to her eye level. He was so close she could feel the heat radiating from him, a palpable aura of power. Your superiors, your commission, your society, they are weak. They protect the rod because they feed on it. I am not destroying their world. I am carving out the cancer so that something healthy can grow. He stood up, his gaze sweeping over her and her defeated classmates. I am not your enemy, Itsuka Kendo. Your enemy is the lie you've been told your entire life. He turned his back on them, a gesture of ultimate dismissal. Momo, Kyoka, let's go. We're done here. The pack retreated into the shadows, leaving Class 1B alone on the docks, surrounded by the evidence of their own institution's corruption. Kendo stared at the spot where Fenris had stood, his words echoing in her mind. A seed of devastating doubt planted in the heart of a true believer. Choose a side, he had said. For the first time in her life, she wasn't sure which side was the right one. High above the Yokohama docks, perched on the edge of a crane like a gargoyle, a figure watched the entire confrontation unfold. Her white hair was a stark splash against the night sky, her dark skin and muscular frame radiating an aura of contained power. Her red eyes, sharp and intelligent, had missed nothing. Mirko, the rabbit hero, let out a low whistle of appreciation. She had been tracking the wolf pack for a week, ignoring the HPSC's frantic orders and following her own instincts. The Commission wanted them captured or killed. They saw a threat, a rogue element. Mirko saw something else entirely. Shish. He had watched them dismantle the Yakuza with the brutal efficiency of a predator tearing apart a carcass. She had watched the so-called monster, Fenris, effortlessly dominate a team of promising young heroes without killing any of them. He hadn't fought with rage or malice. He had fought with the calm, absolute confidence of a creature who knows it is at the top of the food chain. He had disabled his opponents, stated his case with undeniable proof, and left. It was a display of power, control, and a strange kind of honor. Hey, she grunted to herself, a feral grin spreading across her face. So that's the big bad wolf. She despised the bureaucracy of hero society. The meetings, the paperwork, the public relations, the committees that decided who was worth saving and what constituted an acceptable level of collateral damage. It was all weakness, a system designed by the timid to restrain the strong. She believed in one thing: strength. The world was a chaotic, violent place, the only law that mattered was the law of nature. The strong survive, thrive, and rule. The weak get eaten. For years, she had thought she was one of the few true predators left. But watching Fenris, he knew she was looking at something on a completely different level. He wasn't just an apex predator. He was the idea of a predator made manifest. He wasn't bound by their pathetic rules or their corrupt system. He made his own. He protected his own. He purged the weakness he found without apology. Mirko felt a thrill run through her, a primal excitement she hadn't felt in years. It was the thrill of recognizing a superior power. A true alpha. This is getting interesting, she whispered to the wind, her red eyes gleaming. Her hunt for the wolf pack was over. Now, she was considering an application to join. In a place that was not a place, beyond the veil of space and time, perception was different. There was no up or down, no light or shadow, only the endless, perfect hum of absolute order. This was the realm of Metatron, a cosmic entity as old as the universe itself. It was not a being of flesh or energy, but a being of pure law, a sentient equation whose only purpose was to maintain the fundamental balance of existence. For eons, it had observed the universe, making infinitesimal adjustments to ensure the grand, elegant mathematics of reality remained stable. Chaos was a necessary variable, a catalyst for change and evolution, but it had to exist within acceptable parameters. Then, a new variable had appeared. A screaming, violent anomaly on a small, insignificant plan. In a forgotten spiral arm of a galaxy. An agent of Metatron, a scout, was dispatched. It manifested in the Earth's orbit, a being of pure geometry and celestial light, its form incomprehensible to the human eye. It did not see a planet teeming with life. It saw a delicate system of energy patterns, a complex but orderly dance of biological and quantum forces. And at the heart of it, it saw the aberration. From the scout's perspective, Fenris was not a man. He was a wound in reality. A vortex of raw, untamed, primordial chaos, a type of energy that had not existed in the universe since its violent birth. It was the energy of creation before the laws of physics had cooled and settled. It was wild, unpredictable, and infectious. Everywhere he went, he left ripples, destabilizing the orderly patterns around him. His very existence was a violation of the cosmic order. The scout observed the events at the Yokohama docks not as a fight, but as a chaotic variable violently imposing its will upon a lesser, more orderly system. It recorded the surge of primordial power, the way it bent probability around it, the way it infected the minds of others with its chaotic ideals of freedom and instinct. A directive, cold and absolute, resonated from Metatron through the scout. The anomaly was growing. Its chaotic influence was spreading. It was no longer a minor fluctuation, it was becoming a cosmic disease. The Scouts' mission parameters changed. Observation was complete. The new directive was simple, elegant, and final. Assess the plague, determine the scope of the infection, and prepare for sterilization. The planet, and everything on it, was now under divine quarantine. Chapter 5. The Alpha's Roar. The darkness within All for One's sensory deprivation chamber was not an absence of light, but a presence. It was a thick, syrupy void that he had commanded for over a century, a silent throne from which he had orchestrated the slow decay of the world. Here, without the distraction of sight or sound, he could feel the intricate web of quirks he had woven across society, the subtle tremors of fear, ambition, and despair that were the true currency of power. And for the first time in a long, long time, he felt a thread in that web that was not his own, a coarse, vibrant, and utterly alien strand that thrummed with a power he couldn't comprehend. It was the energy of the boy, Izuku Midoriya. No, not the boy, the thing that had emerged from Tartarus. Doctor. His voice, amplified by his life support, echoed in the sterile laboratory beyond his chamber. It was a voice that had toppled governments. Yet it carried a faint, almost imperceptible note of irritation. The shuffling footsteps of Kyudai Garaki approached. Master. You are awake. I do not sleep, Doctor. I calculate. All for One corrected, his mind's eye focused on the anomaly. The creature that was once Midoriya. Its power grows unchecked. Its actions are not random acts of a rogue vigilante. It is a predator marking its territory. This, predator's justice, is a direct challenge to the order I seek to impose. Doctor. Garaki's reflection flickered on a monitor inside the chamber, his posture hunched, obsequious. Indeed, Master. Its energy signature is primordial. Unlike any quirk I have ever catalogued. It defies analysis. Our attempts to create a Nomu with similar regenerative properties have failed catastrophically. The cellular structure simply disintegrates under the strain. Because you are trying to replicate a masterpiece with mud and clay, All for One mused. This is not a quirk. Quirks are a shallow tributary of a much deeper river. This is the river itself. It is the power that existed before quirks, before humanity decided to call itself civilized. And it's wasted on a broken whelp whose only ambition is to build a den and protect his mates. A plan, cold and intricate, had already taken shape in the darkness of his mind. He had intended to use Tamura as the vessel of his will. The symbol of chaos that would tear down hero society. But this new entity, this, Fenris, presented both an unprecedented threat and an unparalleled opportunity. It was too powerful to be left on the board. Its chaotic nature interfered with his carefully laid plans. Yet, its power was the ultimate prize. If he could take it, he would not be a symbol, he would be a god. The high-end project, All for One stated, his voice devoid of emotion. The one we prepared for the final offensive. The Chimera. Is it ready? Garaki pushed his glasses up his nose, a nervous tick. Chimera is stable, Master. But it is profoundly volatile. More so even than the hood that fought Endeavor. Its cognitive functions are higher, allowing for complex strategy, but its base instincts are purely destructive. To unleash it now would be to risk. Risk is the price of ambition, Doctor, All for One interrupted. This Fenris creature has established a pattern. It carves out rot, believing itself a righteous predator. We will give it a feast it cannot ignore. We will unleash Chimera upon a city. Musutafu. The sentimental heart of hero society. The home of UA. Hi. The irony was a delicacy he savored. The city that had birthed the next generation of heroes would be its grave. And the broadcast? Garaki asked, his voice trembling slightly with a mixture of fear and excitement. Ah, yes, the masterpiece of this little opera, All for One's unseen lips curled into a smile. The boy's public image is already that of a traitor. We will simply reinforce the narrative. We acquired the quirk of a man named Ventriloquist years ago, combined with the illusionary capabilities of another. We will project Fenris's image across the battlefield. His voice will be heard, twisted by our script, claiming responsibility for the carnage. He will be seen not as a vigilante, but as the monster who unleashed this apocalypse. The heroes will be forced to fight both Chimera and their own crumbling faith. The public will demand Fenris's extermination. He will be isolated, hunted by the very world he seems so intent on protecting. And in that chaos, when he is wounded and alone, I will claim my prize. It is a magnificent plan, Master, Garaki breathed. It is a necessary one, all for one corrected. Prepare the Chimera for transport. Inform Tamura that the game is about to accelerate. And Doctor, do not fail me. This primordial power will be mine. The void in his chamber seemed to press in, heavy with the weight of his absolute will. The web trembled, and at its center, the spider prepared to strike. The first sign of the apocalypse was not a bang, but a scream. It echoed through the bustling commercial district of Musudafu, a sound so raw and filled with air that it cut through the midday chatter like a shard of glass. Then came another, and another, until the air was a tapestry of panic. People scattered, a tide of humanity flowing away from a central point of horror. From the sky, a shape descended. It was not a hero. It was a monstrosity. It was 10 feet tall, a grotesque fusion of muscle, bone, and nightmare. Its body was a patchwork of dark, chitinous armor and exposed sinew that pulsed with an sickly purple light. 4 powerful arms, 2 ending in razor-sharp talons and 2 in massive, hammer-like fists, tore through the asphalt as it landed. Its head was a wolf-like skull, but its jaw could unhinge like a serpent's, revealing rows of needle-thin teeth. A cluster of glowing red eyes, 8 in total, scanned the crowd with cold, analytical hatred. This was Chimera, the pinnacle of Dr. Garaki's depraved science. Katsuki Bakugo was the first of the active-duty UA students to arrive. He propelled himself through the air with a series of controlled explosions. His expression a mask of furious concentration. Below him, the scene was one of utter carnage. Chimera moved with a terrifying blend of brute force and tactical precision. It wasn't rampaging, it was dismantling the city. A swing of a hammer fist pulverized a city bus. A sweep of its talons sliced through a lamppost, which toppled onto a storefront. Get the hell away from them, you bastard! Bakugo roared, his voice a percussive blast. He angled his descent, unleashing his most powerful attack. AP shot. Auto cannon. A volley of focused, armor-piercing explosions hammered into the Nomu's back. Each blast was powerful enough to punch through reinforced concrete. They struck the creature's chitinous hide and detonated, kicking up clouds of smoke and debris. For a moment, the monster staggered. Then, with a sickening crunch, the scorched armor plates sloughed off, and new, pristine ones grew in their place in seconds. The Nomu twisted its head 180 degrees, its 8 red eyes locking onto Bakugo. Before he could react, one of its upper arms elongated with unnatural speed, the talons shooting towards him like a grappling hook. Bakugo blasted himself sideways, the talons narrowly missing his face, the wind of their passage stinging his cheeks. He landed hard, rolling to his feet as Shoto Todoroki and Ochako Uraraka arrived. Bakugo, status, Shoto yelled, already erecting a massive wall of ice to cut the Nomu off from a group of fleeing civilians. It's a high-end, regenerates faster than the one in Kyushu. Bakugo snarled, his palms already sweating, popping with miniature explosions. It's smart, too. It ignored the buildings until I attacked. Chimera slammed its fists into the ice wall. The glacier, dozens of feet thick, didn't just crack. It exploded into a shower of frozen shrapnel. The Nomu let out a guttural roar, and from its unhinged jaw, a torrent of black fire erupted, melting the remnants of the ice into steam and tea, earning the asphalt in front of it into a bubbling, tar-like lake. It has multiple quirks, just like the other one. Uraraka cried out, touching debris and floating it out of the path of panicking civilians. Her face was pale. The scale of this was beyond anything they had faced. The battle devolved into a desperate struggle for survival. Kirishima arrived, his unbreakable form tanking a blow that would have liquefied anyone else. But the force still sent him flying back hundreds of feet, cracking the very ground he'd been standing on. Tokiyami's dark shadow lashed out, only to be swatted aside like an annoying fly. The combined efforts of the remaining members of Class 1A felt like children throwing stones at a battleship. They were outmatched in every conceivable way. Their teamwork, honed through years of training, was falling apart against a single, overwhelming foe. And then, the second phase of All for One's plan began. Holographic projectors, secretly placed by PLF agents days before, flickered to life. On the sides of buildings, in the smoke-filled air, an image began to form. It was a towering, spectral figure, 20 feet tall, so that all could see. It was Fenris. He looked exactly as he had in the news reports after the Endeavor confrontation, larger than his human form, with glowing gold eyes, claws, and a feral, predatory aura. But this version was different. Its eyes glowed with malevolent red light, and a cruel, sneering smile was plastered on its face. Then came the voice, broadcast from every speaker system in the district, emergency sirens, storefront speakers, even personal cell phones. It was Izuku's voice, but twisted, laced with a digital echo of pure malice. Behold, heroes. Behold the fragile world you fight to protect. The voice boomed, seeming to come from the illusion itself. This is the new order. This is true strength. My pack and I will cleanse this weak, corrupt society with fire and claw. This city is the first of many to fall. This creature is merely the first of my children. Tremble before the might of the wolf pack. Uraraka froze midair, her heart seizing in her chest. She stared at the monstrous illusion of the boy she once, the boy she had condemned. No. Deku. No. Bakugo's eyes widened, his explosions faltering for a split second. Confusion warred with rage on his face. What the hell? He had seen Midoriya, Fenris, fight. He had seen the cold focus, the predatory calm. This bombastic, theatrical villainy, it felt wrong. It felt fake. But the evidence was right there, broadcast for the entire world to see. The monster tearing their city apart, and the traitor taking credit for it. The effect on the other heroes was devastating. Their morale, already stretched thin, snapped. The public, watching the live news feeds, felt a wave of terror and rage. The traitor they had been warned about was not just a rogue vigilante, he was a monster, a terrorist on a scale they had never imagined. Chimera, as if on cue, let out another roar that synchronized with the broadcast. It stomped the ground, and a shockwave of kinetic energy erupted outwards, shattering windows for 3 city blocks and knocking the heroes off their feet. It lunged for Bakugo, who was still reeling from the psychological blow. He was too slow to dodge. One of the Nomu's talons shot forward, aimed directly at his heart. This is it, he thought. A strange calm washing over him. Got what I deserved, I guess. He closed his eyes, waiting for the impact. It never came. In the volcanic heart of their lair, the world outside was a distant hum. But not to Kyoka Jiro. She was meditating, trying to refine the control of her enhanced senses. Fenris's presence had acted as a catalyst on her quirk, amplifying it, deepening it. He could hear the slow drip of water in a cavern 5 miles below them, the flutter of a bat's wings on the other side of the mountain. And she could hear the symphony of a city. Suddenly, a new sound pierced the harmony. A discordant shriek of pure terror, followed by a chorus of panicked screams. It was faint, but sharp. Musudafu. Her ears twitched. Then came a low, rumbling roar, a sound that felt manufactured, wrong. It was followed by the percussive thump-thump-thump of Bakugo's explosions. Jiro's eyes snapped open. May, get me a live feed. Musudafu, Commercial District. Now, Mei Hatsume, who had been gleefully welding a new power core for a plasma cannon, flipped up her goggles. Trouble in Paradise. On it. Her fingers danced across a holographic console, and a massive screen on the cavern wall flickered to life, displaying a dozen different news helicopter feeds. The scene was apocalyptic. A monster unlike any they had seen before was tearing through the city, and her 4 classmates were being systematically annihilated. What is that thing? Momo Yaoyorozu asked, her voice tight with alarm as she stepped beside Jiro. She was analyzing its movements, her mind hour 80 calculating threat levels and potential weaknesses. Its regeneration seems to exceed that of the previous high-end. And its tactics, it's hurting them. Isolating them. Fenris emerged from the deeper chambers of the lair, drawn by the sudden tension. He was in his human form, but the golden light of his eyes was a constant, simmering presence. He looked at the screen, his nostrils flaring slightly, his senses extending far beyond the mountain. He could smell the ozone, the burning fuel, the coppery tang of blood on the wind, even from this distance. But beneath it all, there was a scent of wrongness. The Nomu smelled like a mockery of life, a blasphemy stitched together from stolen power. It was an insult to the natural order he now embodied. Then, the broadcast began. The spectral image of Fenris appeared on the screen, and the distorted voice of Izuku Midoriya filled their command center. My pack and I will cleanse this weak, corrupt society. Mei snorted, not even looking up from her analysis of the Nomu's energy signature. Well, that's just lazy writing. Who talks like that? The audio is also being piggybacked on a low-frequency carrier wave. Sloppy. Amateur hour. Jiro's expression was thunderous. They're framing us. No, Momo said, her eyes narrowed on the screen. They're not just framing us. They're creating a justification. They want the world to demand our heads. This is a calculated gambit to isolate us from any potential allies or public sympathy. Fenris remained silent, his golden eyes fixed on the screen. He watched the Nomu. He watched the heroes fall. He watched Bakugo. Moments from death. The boy Izuku had been would have felt a surge of panic, a desperate need to save his friend, his rival. But Fenris felt something else. It was a cold, territorial fury. This was not about saving heroes who had betrayed him. This was not about clearing his name. This was simpler, more primal. A lesser predator is hunting in my territory, the instinct whispered. It is killing my food source. It is threatening my land. It must be put down. And the broadcast, the use of his image, his former name, it was a challenge. A direct affront to his authority, to his existence as an alpha. Fenris's voice was a low growl, resonating with a power that made the very air vibrate. How fast can the skull get us there? Mei's face split into a manic grin. My newest baby, we can break the sound barrier 3 times over. We'll be there in 4 minutes. Momo, tactical analysis on the Nomu. Find its weaknesses, he commanded. Already on it, she replied. Her fingers flying across her own console, bringing up anatomical charts and energy readings Mei was feeding her. It has multiple energy cores, but one in its sternum seems to be the primary nexus. Its regeneration is immense, but it likely draws from a finite energy reserve. A war of attrition is possible, but a decapitating strike on the primary core is optimal. Jiro, Fenris turned to her. When we get there, I need you to find the source of that broadcast. I want it silenced, permanently. Jiro plugged one of her jacks into the console, her eyes closing in concentration. Give me 2 minutes in the air. I'll pinpoint every projector and every broadcast relay. Fenris nodded, the golden light in his eyes intensifying. He began to walk towards the hangar bay where the skull, a sleek, matte black VTOL assault craft, rested like a sleeping beast. As he walked, his form began to shift. He grew taller, his shoulders broadening. His muscles swelled, bones lengthening with soft, cracking sounds. Claws extended from his fingertips, and his features became sharper, more feral. By the time he reached the ramp of the ship, he was no longer Izuku Midoriya in form or name. He was Fenris, the primordial alpha, and he was going hunting. The pack followed without a word. They were a single, cohesive unit, moving with a purpose that bordered on telepathic. The ramp of the skull hissed shut, its engines whining to life with a sound that tore through the mountain's silence. The top of the volcano slid open, a high-tech iris revealing the sky above. With a deafening roar, the ship shot upwards, a black streak against the blue, leaving a vacuum in its wake. Far away, in 2 separate locations, 2 women watched the same broadcast with starkly different reactions. Itsuka Kendo was in a Hero Commission debriefing room, watching the chaos on a large monitor. The room was filled with panicked analysts and grim-faced heroes. The words of the fake Fenris echoed around her, and she felt nothing. No, that wasn't right. She felt a profound sense of certainty. After her encounter with Fenris, after he had shown her the proof of corruption she had long suspected, she knew this was a lie. This was not the creature she had met. The Fenris she'd faced was brutal, yes, but he had an honor to him. He was a predator, not a performer. This was a stage play, and a poorly acted one at that. She saw the fear on her colleagues' faces, the blind acceptance of the narrative, and she knew her time with the Hero Commission was over. She stood up, placed her hero license on the table, and walked out of the room, ignoring the shocked calls of her name. She knew where she needed to be. Miles away, perched on a skyscraper overlooking the carnage in Musudafu, Mirko, the rabbit hero, let out a low laugh. Her leg, still healing from her last encounter with a high end, was propped up on the ledge. She had been tracking the Nomu since it appeared, waiting for the right moment to intervene. Though she knew her chances alone were slim. When the broadcast started, she just shook her head in amusement. Pathetic, she muttered to the wind. That wolf pup doesn't need to announce himself. His claws do the talking. She had seen his power firsthand when he dismantled that Yakuza ring. She respected it. She respected him. This theatrical display was an insult to the pure, unapologetic strength she had witnessed. It was the work of a coward, hiding behind illusions. She tensed, ready to leap into the fray, to show them what real strength looked like. But then, a flicker in the sky caught her eye. A black shape, moving faster than any jet, was streaking towards the city. A slow, predatory smile spread across Mirko's face. Now the real alpha's here. This is gonna be good. The talon, sharp enough to pierce tank armor, was an inch from Bakugo's chest when a black shape slammed into Chimera from the side with the force of a meteor strike. The Nomu, a 10-ton behemoth of bioengineered muscle, was lifted off its feet and sent flying through 3 office buildings, finally coming to a stop in a shower of glass, steel, and concrete. Silence descended for a moment, broken only by the crackling of fires. Where the Nomu had stood, Fenris now crouched, his landing having cracked the asphalt in a 10-foot crater. He rose to his full 9-foot height, his golden eyes sweeping over the battlefield, completely ignoring the stunned heroes behind him. His gaze was locked on the cloud of dust where the Nomu had landed. The skull hovered silently 1,000 feet above, its sleek form blotting out the sun. A side panel opened, and Mei, strapped into a harness, sighted a custom-built rifle. "Jiro, you got him." "Got him," Jiro confirmed, her jacks plugged into the ship's sensor suite. A map of the city appeared on Mei's targeting HUD, with 6 red dots glowing brightly. 6 projectors, 12 broadcast relays. "All yours, Forge Master." "Consider them unbabied," Mei cackled, and pulled the trigger. The railgun fired, not a bullet, but a hypervelocity flechette that screamed through the air, trailing blue lightning. It struck the first projector, vaporizing it instantly. She fired again and again, each shot a perfectly calculated arc of destruction, silencing the broadcast one piece at a time. Within 30 seconds, the spectral image of Fenris flickered and died. And his twisted voice was cut off mid-sentence. On the ground, Fenris took a deep breath, his senses cataloging everything. The fear of the civilians, the exhaustion and shock of the heroes, and the seething, synthetic rage of the creature buried in the rubble. With a roar that shattered every remaining window in the square, Chimera erupted from the ruins of the 3rd building. It was damaged, one of its arms hanging limp, and a large chunk of its torso was missing, but the purple energy within it pulsed, and the wounds were already knitting themselves shut. Its 8 red eyes burned with a focused, intelligent hatred, all of them fixed on Fenris. It recognized the greater threat. The 2 monsters stared each other down across a landscape of urban ruin. This was no longer a battle. It was a territorial dispute between apex predators. Fenris didn't wait. He launched himself forward, a blur of motion. Chimera met his charge, its 2 hammer fists swinging in a devastating arc. Fenris didn't block. He flowed. He dropped low, sliding under the attack, his claws tearing deep gouges in the Nomu's legs. He came up behind it, leaping onto its back, his claws and teeth sinking into the joint of its neck. Chimera thrashed wildly, trying to throw him off. It slammed itself backwards into the husk of a building, but Fenris held on, his body absorbing the impact. The Nomu's chitinous plates shifted, and a dozen sharp bone spikes erupted from its back, attempting to impale him. Fenris twisted, his divine instincts anticipating the attack, the spikes scraping harmlessly against his unnaturally durable hide. From the sky, Momo's voice came through a small communicator in Fenris's ear. "Its primary core is flaring. It's drawing massive energy to regenerate the damage you're inflicting. It's also preparing a counterattack. A wide-area electrical discharge." Fenris's jaws clamped down harder, tearing a chunk of synthetic muscle from the Nomu's neck. He leapt off just as Chimera's body began to glow with purple lightning. A massive dome of electricity erupted outwards, turning the air into a crackling field of plasma. The heroes scattered, diving for cover. Bakugo, seeing the attack coming, simply stared, his mind struggling to process the scene. Midoriya, Fenris, was fighting the high end as an equal. He wasn't using complex strategies or clever tricks. He was brawling with it. A pure contest of strength and savagery, and he was winning. The discharge is over, but it's already regenerating again. Momo reported. May is preparing the grounding rods. We need to pin it in place and overload its energy absorption. Chimera, seeing Fenris at a distance, unhinged its jaw and unleashed another torrent of black fire. Fenris met it head-on. He slammed his hands together, and a wave of golden, primal energy erupted from him, forming a translucent shield. The black fire washed over the shield, parting around it like water around a stone. Now, Momo commanded. From the skull, 4 heavy projectiles were launched. They weren't weapons, but massive, harpoon-like rods that slammed into the ground around Chimera, burying themselves deep in the concrete. As the Nomu stood in the center, May hit a button. The rods hummed to life, projecting a powerful electromagnetic field that locked onto the Nomu's unique energy signature, holding it in place. It was like watching a fly caught in a spider's web. Chimera roared in fury, struggling against the invisible bonds, its muscles straining. It's pinned, May yelled. But the field won't hold for long. It's adapting. Fenris, its core is exposed. Momo's voice was urgent. It's trying to draw power from the field to break free. You have to strike now. Fenris needed no encouragement. He exploded into motion, covering the 100 yards between them in the blink of an eye. The Nomu saw him coming. Abandoning its struggle against the field, it focused all its remaining power inward. Its chest cavity split open, revealing the pulsating purple core Momo had identified. A beam of concentrated, destructive energy fired directly at Fenris. He didn't dodge. He didn't block. He ran straight into it. The beam engulfed him, a torrent of raw power that should have disintegrated him. For a moment, his form was lost in the blinding light. Bakugo's heart stopped. Deku. The name escaped his lips before he could stop it. Then, a shape emerged from the beam, still moving forward. Fenris. His skin was scorched and smoking, but his golden eyes burned with an unholy light. He had weathered the storm, his divine nature simply refusing to be unmade by a lesser power. He reached the paralyzed Nomu. His right hand, claws extended like daggers, plunged into the creature's open chest cavity. His fingers closed around the pulsating, purple core. The Nomu's red eyes widened in what looked like synthetic terror. Fenris did not simply destroy the core. He crushed it. His grip tightened, and the core imploded with a sickening crunch. The purple light in the Nomu's body flickered and died. The regeneration stopped. The limbs went limp. For a moment, the massive creature just stood there, held up by the electromagnetic field, a dead puppet on invisible strings. Then, Fenris roared. It was not a cry of victory, but a declaration of dominance. A sound that echoed from the deepest parts of the world. A primal assertion of power that shook the very souls of everyone who heard it. He ripped his arm free, and as he did, he tore the Nomu's entire torso open. With a final, contemptuous shove, the lifeless husk of the Chimera toppled backwards, its head hitting the pavement with a dull, final thud. The electromagnetic field died. The battle was over. Silence reigned in the ruined city square. Fenris stood over the corpse of his rival, his chest rising and falling heavily, steam rolling off his rapidly healing skin. He was a terrifying, magnificent sight, a god of the hunt standing over his kill. The heroes of Class 1A could only stare. They had been fighting for their lives, on the verge of annihilation. He had arrived and ended the threat in less than 5 minutes. The sheer, unbridgeable chasm in their power levels was a cold, hard slap in the face. Their betrayal, their condemnation of him, now seemed not only foolish but utterly insane. They had cast out a god and called him a traitor. Slowly, 2 figures emerged from the alleys, walking into the square. The first was Mirko. She walked with a slight limp, but her posture was straight, her gaze unwavering. She stopped 20 feet from Fenris, her crimson eyes scanning him, then the dead Nomu, then back to him. There was no fear in her eyes, only a raw, burning respect. "Heard a rumor you were the new apex predator," she said. Her voice clear and strong. "Rumor didn't do you justice." She took another step forward, placing a fist over her heart. The hero world is a cage for weaklings and bureaucrats. They talk about strength, but they fear it. You don't. You are it. I don't follow committees. I follow instinct. And my instincts are telling me to follow the alpha. Let me run with your pack. Before Fenris could respond, Itsuka Kendo stepped up beside Mirko. Her face was set with a resolve that seemed to have been forged in fire. She looked past Fenris, her gaze sweeping over the exhausted and shamed faces of Class 1A. I believed in the system, she said, her voice ringing with conviction. I believed in the law, in the rules. I believed that justice was something handed down by the commission. I was wrong. She turned her eyes to Fenris, and they were filled not with awe of his power, but with an understanding of his purpose. You showed me that justice isn't a law, it's an action. It's carving out the rot the system protects. That thing, she gestured to the dead Nomu, and the lies they broadcasted, that is the system we've been defending. A corrupt, cowardly mob. Chine that would rather see a city burn than admit its own weakness. I'm done defending it. I want to build something better. Something stronger. Something real. If you'll have me. The skull descended, landing silently in the square. The ramp lowered, and Momo, Mei, and Jiro walked out, standing behind their alpha, their expressions unreadable as they watched the scene unfold. Fenris looked at the two women. His senses tasted their intentions. He felt the fierce, untamable warrior spirit in Mirko, a spirit that craved the freedom of the hunt. He felt the shattered but reforged core of idealism in Kendo. A deep-seated need for true justice. They were strong. They were loyal. They were pack. He gave a slow, deliberate nod. It was all the answer they needed. Mirko grinned, a feral, sharp-toothed expression of pure delight. Kendo let out a breath she didn't realize she'd been holding, a weight lifting from her shoulders. The moment was broken by a heavy, booming footstep. All Might, in his skeletal form, hobbled into the square, followed by the remnants of Class 1A. His face was a wreck of conflicting emotions, awe at the power he'd witnessed, horror at what Izuku had become, and a deep, soul-crushing guilt that was so potent Fenris could smell it. He stopped, his frail form looking utterly insignificant before the assembled pack. He looked at Fenris, his eyes pleading, see. R.C. Hing for some flicker of the boy he had mentored, the boy he had failed. Young Midoriya, he began, his voice raspy. Izuku, what have you? We were wrong. We know that now. Please, we can fix this. Let us help you. Fenris turned his head slowly, his golden eyes fixing on the former symbol of peace. There was no anger in his gaze. There was no hatred. There was nothing. It was the indifferent look a wolf gives a dying sheep. The silence stretched, thick and heavy. Every hero present held their breath. He finally spoke, his voice a low, chillingly calm rumble that cut through the silence. That boy is dead. All Might flinched as if struck. You killed him, Fenris continued, his voice dropping even lower, each word a perfectly polished stone of truth dropped into a deep well of guilt. You, and them. He gestured dismissively at Bakugo, Uraraka, and the others. You held him down while all for one guided the knife. You buried him in Tartarus and mourned the hero you pretended he was. He took a step forward, his immense presence making All Might seem to shrink even further. His new, larger pack, Momo, Jiro, Mei, Kendo, Mirko, flanked him, a silent wall of unwavering loyalty. I am what crawled out of his grave. And this, he swept his arm, indicating the ruined city, the dead Nomu, the entire world stretching beyond the horizon, is my territory now. His golden eyes narrowed, holding All Might's gaze, pinning him with the weight of his own failure. Now get out of it. Without another word, Fenris turned his back on them. He walked up the ramp of the skull, his pack following him. Their footsteps the only sound in the devastated square. The ramp hissed shut, and with a low hum, the ship rose into the sky and vanished, leaving the heroes of Japan standing one in the dust and ashes of their greatest failure, haunted by the ghost of the boy they had destroyed and the god they had created. Chapter 6. A Throne of Bones and Circuitry. The air in the high peaks of Hokkaido was different. It was thin and sharp, tasting of ancient stone, pine resin, and the metallic tang of ozone that clung to Fenris's very being. Here, nestled in the caldera of a long-extinct volcano, they had built their sanctuary, their fortress, their throne. It was a place born from the union of divine might and human genius, a monument to their defiance. They called it Ethelgerd, the name, suggested by Momo after a long night of poring over ancient texts, meant noble enclosure, or primal home. It fit. The fortress wasn't merely built upon the mountain, it was woven into it. Fenris, guided by a primal instinct for shaping the earth, had raised the outer walls himself. They were not made of quarried stone but of the mountain's living heart, obsidian, basalt, and granite. Coerced from the rock and fused into a seamless, shimmering black shell that drank the sunlight. The walls were unnaturally smooth, flowing in organic, predatory curves that followed the caldera's rim. Looking less like a castle and more like the carapace of some colossal, sleeping beast. Woven through this primordial architecture was the manic, brilliant chaos of Mei Hatsume's technology. Instead of watchtowers, silent, multi-lensed sensor arrays bloomed like metallic flowers from the ramparts, their optics constantly scanning the skies and slopes for miles in every direction. There were no crude battlements for archers, but recessed alcoves housing sonic cannons and plasma repeaters, all networked into a central command hub monitored by gyro. Geothermal vents, tapped deep into the volcano's dormant magma chamber, provided limitless, clean energy, their steam pluming into the cold air like the slow breaths of the mountain itself. The main gate was not a slab of wood and iron, but a 10-meter-tall iris of interlocking, self-repairing alloy that could withstand an anti-tank missile, yet opened with the silent, fluid grace of a camera shutter. Inside, Ethelgerd was a city in miniature. The central keep was a staggering edifice of black rock and glowing circuitry, its peak open to the sky to allow Fenris a direct view of the stars he instinctively navigated by. Great halls were supported by pillars of raw, uncut crystal that pulsed with a soft, internal light, powered by the ambient energy that radiated from Fenris. Living quarters were carved into the rock, each suite tailored to its occupant. Momo's was an elegant library and study, filled with holographic star charts and tactical displays. Jiro's was a soundproof nest of comfort, lined with acoustic foam and fill. Led with her instruments and listening equipment. Kendo's was a Spartan but functional dojo and living space, with a small zen garden overlooking the valley. Mirko's was a penthouse den at the highest point of the keep, with reinforced floors for her training and a panoramic view of her new hunting grounds. And then there was Mei's domain, the forge. It was a cavernous, multi-leveled workshop deep in the mountain's heart. A place of controlled chaos that smelled of hot metal, ozone, and burnt sugar from her constant intake of energy drinks. Here, robotic arms worked on a dozen projects at once. Plasma cutters threw showers of sparks, and the air hummed with the thrum of exotic power cores. It was the industrial, technological soul of their new home, and it was where the pack truly began to arm itself for the war they knew was coming. Life in Ethelgerd settled into a rhythm, a cadence of training, planning, and bonding. The mornings were often dedicated to honing their skills. Fenris, as the alpha, drove them all, but not as a drill sergeant would. His training was instinctual, tailored to each member of his pack. He would push Kendo in brutal, quirk-allowed sparring sessions, orking her to move beyond the rigid forms of hero combat and embrace a more fluid, reactive fighting style. Her giant fists would crash against his forearms, the impacts echoing like thunder through the training hall. And he would counter not with overwhelming force, but with precise, economical movements that exploited the smallest openings, teaching her efficiency and lethality. "You think like a shield, Itsuka," he'd tell her, his voice a low rumble as he effortlessly sidestepped a bone-jarring punch. "A shield waits for the blow. A predator creates the moment for the blow. Stop waiting. Make me react to you." His sessions with Mirko were different. They were not lessons. They were clashes of pure instinct. Their spars were a blur of motion, a whirlwind of claws, kicks, and feral snarl that tore up the reinforced floor of the main training arena. It was a violent, exhilarating dance between two apex predators. Mirko, for the first time in her life, had found someone who could not only keep up with her but surpass her. She fought with a joyous, unrestrained fury, and Fenris met her with the calm, implacable confidence of a god. He wouldn't just dodge her attacks, he would redirect them, using her own momentum against her, his movements a perfect symphony of power and grace. He wasn't just stronger, his instincts were older, deeper. He could read the minute twitch of a muscle, the shift in her scent, and know her next move before she did. These weren't fights for dominance that had already been established. They were a mutual sharpening of claws, a celebration of their shared predatory nature. While the warriors trained, the thinkers planned. Momo and Mei formed an unlikely but terrifyingly effective partnership. In the central command center, a vast amphitheater of holographic displays known as the Oculus, Momo would outline a strategic need, her mind a whirlwind of logistics, resource management, and tactical probabilities. "We need a way to counter widespread electronic warfare," she'd state, pointing to a projection of Japan's comms network. "If the HPSC decides to initiate a total blackout, our operational capacity will be severely limited." Mei, hunch, D over a console and soldering a circuit board with microscopic precision, would cackle without looking up. "Easy peasy, Richie Rich. Forget countering it, let's hijack it. I can build a series of drone-deployed signal parasites. We launch them into high orbit, they latch onto their military satellites like ticks on a dog, and we don't just get our own private, unjammable network, we get a backdoor into theirs. We could turn off their lights from space. I'll call them my commie babies." Momo would sigh at the name but immediately begin calculating the material cost and deployment vectors, her mind already 3 steps ahead. She was the grand strategist. Mei was the mad genius who could break the laws of physics to make those strategies a reality. Jiro, meanwhile, became the ears and soul of their fortress. From her sensory hub, she could extend her perception for miles. She could hear the conversations of ski patrols on a neighboring mountain, the wingbeats of an eagle circling miles above, the stressed groans of rock deep below them that warned of seismic instability. But her role was more than just being a living early warning system. She was the pack's emotional barometer. She could hear the frantic, stressed rhythm of Mei's heart when an invention was about to explode, the steady, determined beat of Kendo's during her morning meditation, the wild, joyful thunder of Mirko's during a spar. She could hear the deep, slow, powerful thrum that was Fenris's heart, a sound like the turning of the world itself, and it calmed her in a way nothing else ever had. She monitored their enemies, filtering through global communications for any mention of their pack, building a vast intelligence network from whispers and echoes. This was their new life, a self-contained world of loyalty and purpose, hidden from the society that had betrayed them. They were a pack, a family, a nascent clan state with a god at its head. And as they grew stronger within their mountain fortress, the world they had left behind was thrown into absolute chaos. The emergency session of the United Nations Security Council was a tense, suffocating affair. The air in the chamber crackled with fear and impotent fury. On the massive viewscreen behind the Secretary General, a satellite image of Hokkaido was displayed, a red circle drawn around the volcanic peak that now housed Ethelgard. "Let me be clear," said the President of the United States, her voice steely and amplified by the microphone. "The Japanese government has lost control. They had a traitor in their most prestigious hero academy, a boy they imprisoned, who has now re-emerged as a Class S global threat. He has recruited other powerful individuals, including the number 5 hero of Japan, and has established a fortified, sovereign base on their soil. This is no longer a domestic issue. This is a threat to international security." The Japanese Prime Minister, his face pale and drawn on the teleconference screen from Tokyo, bowed his head slightly. We are doing everything in our power. The Hero Public Safety Commission is mobilizing. Your commission is a joke." The Russian ambassador interrupted, his voice booming. They were beaten, humiliated, by this wolf pack. Their top heroes, Endeavor and Hawks, were left hospitalized. They failed to stop a Nomu attack that this boy, Fenris, ended in minutes. Your heroes are obsolete. Your government is weak. Panic was a palpable thing. The world's power structures were built on a predictable model. Governments, laws, heroes, villains. Fenris and his pack fit into none of these categories. They weren't conquering territory in the traditional sense. They weren't making political demands. They operated by their own unknowable code, striking down corrupt organizations the heroes ignored, yet possessing the power to level a city. They were a new, unpredictable variable in the global equation, and it terrified the old guard. In the shattered remnants of the HPSC headquarters in Japan, that terror had curdled into a frantic, circular blame game. The new president, A stern woman named Akari Ito, who had replaced the disgraced predecessor, slammed her hand on the table. How did we let this happen? She demanded, her gaze sweeping over the assembled department heads and the haggard forms of Endeavor and Hawks, both present against medical advice. We had him. He was quirkless, powerless. We threw him in the deepest hole on Earth, and he came back a god. Explain it. No one could. The data was nonsensical. His DNA on file showed no quirk factor. The power he wielded had no scientific precedent. It was primal, elemental. Hawks, his back braced and his voice strained, spoke up. He's not operating like a villain, Madam President. His targets have been strategic. The Inagawa Kai, the remnants of the Shihasai Kai, a human trafficking ring in Yokohama. These are all groups we've had on a low priority list for years. He's doing our dirty work. But he's doing it with a level of brutality we can't sanction. The public is divided. Ito snapped, gesturing to a screen showing social media analytics. Hashtags are trending worldwide. Hashtag Fenris was right. Hashtag the Wolf Pack. Hashtag hero hypocrisy. For every person who fears him, another sees him as a savior. A folk hero. He's not just a physical threat, he's an ideological one. He's making us look incompetent and corrupt. Endeavor, his arm in a sling and his face a mask of grim frustration, finally spoke, his voice a low growl. He's an alpha. That's all that matters. He protects his own, and he destroys anything he perceives as a threat to his territory. We treated him like a stray dog. Now he's come back as a wolf to claim the entire forest. The conversation devolved from there. Sanctions, an international military coalition. Assassination. Every option was flawed. How do you sanction a group that is entirely self-sufficient? How do you fight an enemy who can shatter a mountain? How do you assassinate a being who can hear a sniper chamber around from 5 miles away? They were powerless, and they knew it. The world's reaction was a firestorm, but within the calm eye of that storm. In the heart of Ethelgard, Fenris was focused not on the grand tapestry of global politics, but on the intricate, vital threads of his own pack. He was their leader, their protector, their alpha. And that role demanded more than just strength, it demanded understanding. It demanded a connection with each member, a deep and abiding bond that transcended mere loyalty. He found Momo in the Oculus, standing before a shimmering, three-dimensional map of the globe. Her brow was furrowed in concentration, her mind clearly racing through 1,000 different scenarios. The ambient light of the displays cast complex shadows on her face, highlighting the exhaustion and the fierce intelligence in her eyes. He approached silently, his footsteps absorbed by the polished obsidian floor. He could smell the faint scent of jasmine tea and the sharp, clean aroma of her focused mind. You carry the weight of the world on your shoulders, Momo, he said, his voice soft but resonant in the cavernous room. She started slightly, turning to face him. A faint blush touched her cheeks. Fenris, I was just running simulations. AFO's probable next moves, the international response. Resource allocation for the next 6 months. You are our strategist, he acknowledged, stepping to her side and looking at the globe. You see the entire battlefield. But you see it as a burden. A problem to be solved. Isn't it? She asked, her voice laced with anxiety. The world is preparing to move against us. We are 5 women and 1 being of impossible power against the combined might of global governments. The odds are irrelevant, he cut her off, his golden eyes meeting hers. He reached out, not touching her, but letting his fingers hover over a swirling icon representing their enemies. You see this as a game of chess, where they have 1,000 pieces and we have only 6. You are trying to calculate a win against an overwhelming force. He closed his hand, and the holographic icons flickered and vanished. That is the wrong way to look at it. They are not 1,000 pieces. They are 1,000 frightened, disjointed fools, each acting in their own self-interest. They are a herd, not a pack. We are not 6 pieces. We are 1 body, 1 will. He looked at her, his gaze intense. I am the heart and claws of this pack, Momo. But you are its mind. I don't need you to carry the weight of the world. I need you to guide my strength. Tell me where to strike. Tell me how to build. Your intellect is not a tool for calculating our defeat. It is the sharpest weapon we possess. Embrace that. Be my beta. My advisor. My second. Share the burden. Don't just carry it for me. Tears welled in Momo's eyes, but she did not let them fall. In her old life, her intelligence was a thing to be managed, a powerful quirk that made others feel insecure. Her parents saw it as a tool for a strategic marriage. Her teachers saw it as a powerful but unwieldy asset for hero work. No one, until now, had looked at her brilliant, calculating mind and seen it for what it was. The core of her being, a thing to be valued and relied upon, a pillar of strength. I will, she whispered, her voice thick with an emotion she couldn't name. It was gratitude, relief, and a fierce, burning loyalty that settled deep in her soul. The bond between them solidified, not with a touch, but with a shared understanding. He was the alpha who saw her, truly saw her, and in his eyes, she saw her own strength reflected back 100-fold. His meeting with Mirko took place in the arena, long after the others had retired for the night. The only light came from the glowing crystals embedded in the walls, casting the vast space in an ethereal, silvery glow. She was there as he knew she would be. Stretching her powerful limbs, the coiled energy in her body almost visible in the dim light. You've been holding back, he stated simply. It wasn't an accusation, but a fact. Mirko grinned, a flash of white teeth in the gloom. Have I, or have you just not been giving me a reason to go all out? In our spars, you fight to win, he said, slowly circling her. You fight to prove you are the strongest. But that's not your true nature. You don't just fight to win. You fight to survive. You are a huntress. You fight for the kill. Her grin widened, becoming feral. And you heroes have a problem with that. I am not a hero, he rumbled, his body beginning to shift. His muscles swelled, his frame elongating. Claws extended from his fingertips, and his golden eyes began to glow with a terrifying, predatory light. Tonight, we don't spar. We don't train. He lowered himself into a crouch, his presence filling the arena, the air growing heavy and charged. Tonight, we hunt. No rules. No holding back. Fight me as you would fight for your life. Show me the rabbit's true fangs. The change in Mirko was instantaneous. The playful arrogance vanished, replaced by the dead serious focus of a cornered animal. Her ears twitched, her nose wrinkled as she scented the shift in his aura. This wasn't a game. This was real. What followed was a battle of breathtaking violence and grace. Mirko exploded into motion, a white-haired comet of destruction. Her Luna Tijeras kick, aimed to decapitate him, scythed through the air with a sound like a tearing sheet of metal. Fenris didn't block it. He flowed under it, his claws scoring deep gouges in the reinforced floor as he lunged for her center of mass. She twisted in midair, impossibly agile, and brought a heel down on his shoulder hard enough to shatter concrete. He grunted, the blow staggering him for a fraction of a second. It was just the opening she needed. She was on him in a flash, a barrage of kicks and strikes aimed at his joints. His eyes, his throat. This was how she fought, an overwhelming torrent of targeted, lethal blows designed to cripple and kill. But she was fighting a god. Fenris took the blows, his body absorbing the kinetic energy. His healing factor, a divine constant, was already mending the microfractures in his bones. He caught her ankle in one massive hand, his grip like iron. He didn't throw her, he pulled. He dragged her off balance and into his range, his other hand, claws extended, swiping for her throat. She tucked her chin, the claws raking across her cheek, drawing blood. She didn't scream. She snarled and used his grip as a pivot, swinging her other leg around to smash her heel into his temple. His head snapped to the side, his vision blurring for a moment. She ripped her leg free and put distance between them, her chest heaving, blood dripping from her chin onto the floor. More, Fenris growled, a trickle of blood running from his own temple. His eyes burned with golden fire. This is who you are, Rumi. Don't hide it, she roared and came at him again. The fight lasted for nearly an hour. It was not about technique, it was about instinct. They moved like lightning, their bodies crashing together with devastating force. By the end, the arena floor was a cratered ruin. Mirko was slumped against a wall, her body a canvas of bruises and shallow cuts. Her breathing ragged but her eyes shining with an ecstatic, exhausted light. Fenris stood over her, his own wounds already closing, his breathing deep and steady. He knelt before her, his massive form eclipsing the crystal light. He reached out and gently wiped the blood from her chin with his thumb. That, he said, his voice a soft growl, is the warrior I chose for my pack. Not the number 5 hero. The predator who was willing to die for the kill. Mirko looked up at him, her body screaming in pain, but her spirit soaring. She had gone all out, held nothing back, fought with every ounce of her lethal intent. And he had not only met her but had welcomed it. He hadn't just defeated her, he had understood her. She leaned forward and, with a groan of pain, rested her forehead against his chest. It was an act of submission, yes, but more than that, it was an act of ultimate respect. The huntress had found an alpha worthy of her ferocity. He found May in the forge, of course. The place was a symphony of industrial noise and chaotic creation. She was dangling upside down from a hydraulic harness, fine-tuning the targeting array of a massive plasma cannon that was clearly against several international treaties. Sparks flew from her welding tool, and she was humming a cheerful, off-key tune. May, he said, his voice easily cutting through the din. Fen, she chirped, flipping a switch that lowered her to the ground. She landed in a crouch and sprang up, her goggles pushed up on her forehead, her pink dreadlocks bouncing. Perfect timing. I've finally racked the energy channeling for your new armor. I'm calling it Argentum Lupus, the Silver Wolf. It's a quasi-sentient biomechanical symbiote that will bond directly with your neural pathways and channel your divine energy into a whole lot of glorious kabooms. She gestured wildly to a mannequin wearing what looked like liquid silver armor, intricate golden filigree swirling across its surface like pulsing veins. He walked over to it, placing a hand on the cool metal. He could feel a faint hum from within, a resonance that echoed the power in his own blood. It is a masterpiece, May, he said, and he meant it. Of course it is. It's my baby, she declared proudly. Then her gaze turned analytical, her golden eyes with their crosshair pupils scanning him up and down. But it's only a temporary solution. An accessory. The real project is the next generation. She stepped closer, her enthusiasm reaching a fever pitch. Your biology is the ultimate miracle, Fenris. It's not a quirk, it's a divine blueprint. The potential. Oh, the potential. The strength of a god, the senses of a predator, the healing of a force of nature. Think of the children we could make. They wouldn't just be kids. They'd be the next step in evolution. Demigods. A whole pack of them. My genius, your divine chassis, they'd be unstoppable. The ultimate babies. This was May's way. Her affection, her loyalty, was expressed through her obsessive, boundless creativity. The primal breeding imperative that hummed within Fenris, the instinct to create a pack, a dynasty that would last forever, as something May understood not through instinct, but through the lens of pure, unadulterated science and creation. To her, it was the ultimate design project. He smiled, a rare, genuine expression. One project at a time, May. First, we secure our territory, then, we can discuss populating it. Her grin was blinding. The promise of a future filled with hyper-advanced, demigod babies, to design, build, and upgrade was the greatest gift he could have given her. She practically vibrated with excitement, her mind already sketching out genetic sequences and custom-built power cribs. Their bond wasn't soft or emotional. It was a chaotic, explosive, and joyful alliance of two creators, one of life and one of machines, ready to build a new world together. Jiro's sanctuary was a small, ND-proofed studio he had May build for her, tucked away in a quiet corner of the keep. He found her there, not listening to the outside world, but creating her own. She sat on a stool, her electric guitar in her lap, fingers gently plucking a mournful, complex melody that filled the small space. He didn't knock. She knew he was there. Her heartbeat had picked up its pace the moment he approached the door. He leaned against the frame, content to listen. The music was her soul laid bare. It spoke of loneliness, of betrayal, of a defiant spark of hope, and a deep, resonant bass line of loyalty that was her core. When the last note faded, she looked up, a shy smile on her face. You always find me. I can hear your music from the Oculus, he said, his voice a low counterpoint to her melody. Even through the soundproofing. It's quiet. For me. She looked confused. It's an overdriven electric guitar. The world is loud, Kyoka, he explained, stepping into the room. I hear everything. The tectonic plates shifting miles below us. The solar wind striking the magnetosphere. Every conversation, every heartbeat, every lie spoken in Tokyo. It's a constant storm of noise. But your music, it has a center. It has a truth. It cuts through the chaos. He sat on the edge of her mixing desk, his presence making the small room feel even more intimate. You feel like an outsider, even here. You are the quietest of the pack. The observer. You think your contribution is less than the others. Jiro looked down at her hands, her jacks coiling and uncoiling nervously. He had seen straight through her. Momo is the brain, Mei is the forge, Kendo and Mirko are the fists, she murmured. I'm just the alarm system. You are the pack's ears, he corrected her gently. But more than that, you are its soul. You hear the truth. You heard the truth in my innocence when no one else would. You feel the harmony and the dissonance in us. Mirko's fury, Momo's anxiety, Mei's joy, you feel it all. You are our anchor to what is real. Quote, he reached out, his large hand gently cupping her cheek. His touch was warm, sending a pleasant shiver through her. Never think you are the least among us. You are the one who hears the pack's heart song. And I'm grateful to be a part of it. Tears welled in her eyes, and for the first time, she didn't try to hide them. She leaned into his touch, a sense of belonging washing over her. So powerful it was dizzying. He wasn't just her alpha. He was the only person in the world who understood the storm of sound she lived in and had given her a quiet place to call home. He found Kendo in her dojo. The scent of sandalwood incense hung in the air. She was kneeling in Seiza, her eyes closed, her breathing perfectly controlled. But he could feel the conflict within her. A turmoil beneath the calm surface. He waited until she had finished her meditation. Her eyes opened, and she looked at him, her expression serene but tinged with a deep-seated trouble. You still carry your old code, he said, sitting opposite her. I was trained to be a hero, she replied, her voice steady. To uphold the law, to protect everyone. What we do here, it is justice, I believe that. But it is a brutal justice. It is not the kind I was taught. You were taught a lie, Fenris said, his voice devoid of malice. You were taught that law and justice are the same thing. They are not. The law is a set of rules made by the powerful to protect their own interests. Justice is the restoration of balance. The traffickers we eliminated, the corrupt arrows we exposed, they created an imbalance. They preyed on the weak. We restored the balance. By killing them, she said softly. Yes, he said without hesitation. A wolf does not reason with a viper in its den. It kills the viper. It is not done out of cruelty, but for the safety of the pack. My morality is simple, Itsuka. The pack comes first. Those who shelter and support the pack are protected. Those who threaten the pack are eliminated. The world outside of that is just territory. He leaned forward slightly, his golden eyes locking with hers. You are the conscience of this pack, Itsuka. You carry the memory of the world we left behind. You remind us that justice should have a soul. I do not ask you to be a killer. I ask you to be our shield. Protect the pack. Protect the innocent who fall under our shadow. Your fists are strong, but your heart is stronger. That is why you are here. We need a conscience. I need you to ensure our justice never becomes mindless slaughter. Kendo stared at him, her internal conflict finally settling. He wasn't asking her to abandon her ideals. He was giving them a new, sharper focus. Protect the pack. Protect the innocent. It was the core of the heroic ideal. Stripped of the bureaucracy and hypocrisy that had poisoned it. It was a code she could follow. I understand, she said, and a true peace settled over her for the first time since she had joined them. She bowed her head to him, not as a subordinate to a master, but as a warrior to her chosen chieftain. The bonds were forged. The pack was whole, united not just by circumstance, but by a deep mutual understanding and devotion. Ethelgerd was secure. For the first time, a sense of peace, a sense of future, settled over them all. They gathered that evening in the great hall, sharing a meal. Their laughter echoing off the high, crystalline ceiling. The world outside raged, but in here, they were home. The peace shattered like glass. It began not with a sound, but with a sudden, absolute silence. Jiro gasped, her hands flying to her ears, her eyes wide with shock. All the ambient noise of the mountain, the wind, the rustle of life, the deep geologic groan, had vanished. It was a perfect, unnatural void of sound. Then the light in the keep flickered and died, plunging them into darkness, save for the predatory, golden glow of Fenris's eyes. A tremor ran through the mountain. Not from an earthquake, but as if the very fabric of reality was being stretched taut. Fenris was on his feet in an instant, a low growl rumbling in his chest. His senses were screaming. Something was wrong. A presence was descending upon them, a thing so alien and powerful it felt like a hole being punched in the universe. In the center of the hall, the air began to shimmer. Light bent and twisted, coalescing into a form that was both beautiful and terrifying. It was a being of pure, white light, vaguely humanoid but with no discernible features. It was made of impossible geometry, of shifting planes and angles that made the eyes water and the mind recoil. It had no wings, yet it seemed to possess 1,000 of them, each one a razor-sharp shard of solidified law. It was not hostile. It was not angry. It was absolute. It did not speak. Its voice bloomed in their minds, a soundless choir of perfect, crystalline tones that was both majestic and utterly devoid of emotion. Less than entity, Fenris. Vessel of the primordial chaos. You are a cosmic aberration. A cancerous anomaly in the structure of reality. Greater than. The pack was frozen, pinned in place by a pressure that was not physical, but conceptual. It was the weight of pure, unbending order pressing down on them. Fenris stepped forward, placing himself between the being and his pack, his body radiating a furious, golden aura of defiance. The being's mental voice did not even acknowledge the gesture. Less than. Who are you? Fenris snarled, his voice the only sound in the crushing silence. Less than. The being, Metatron, raised a hand of pure light. The pressure in the room intensified, and the very stone beneath their feet began to lose its cohesion, its atoms threatening to unspool into neat, ordered lines of energy. Less than. This is the ultimatum. Surrender your power. Allow your anomalous existence to be erased from the pattern. Cease to be. If you refuse, this entire planetary system will be deemed corrupted. It will be sterilized to prevent the infection from spreading. Greater than. The message was delivered. The threat was absolute. The being of light began to dissolve, not fading, but simply, ceasing to occupy their space. Less than. And then it was gone. The lights flickered back on. The sounds of the world rushed back in, deafening in their return. The pack stood in stunned silence, the air still tasting of ozone and impossible geometry. Their war was not against heroes or villains. Their enemy was not all for one. They were no longer fighting for their place in the world. They were fighting for the world's right to exist at all. They were at war with God. Chapter 7. War on Two Fronts. The air in the high peaks of Hokkaido was a living thing, a crystalline entity that Fenris had come to know intimately. It tasted of ancient stone, pine resin, and the metallic tang of ozone that clung to May's more volatile inventions. It was the breath of his territory, clean and sharp. In the heart of their mountain fortress, a fusion of raw, God-hewn rock and shimmering, hyper-advanced technology they called the Den, a fragile semblance of peace had been carved from the heart of a hostile world. It was a peace measured not in days, but in the steady, trusting heartbeats of his pack. He stood on the primary observation deck, a sweeping balcony of obsidian and reinforced plasteel that overlooked a valley cloaked in a perpetual, swirling mist of May's design. To his right, Momo Yaoyorozu stood, her posture as impeccable as ever, a data slate in her hand displaying logistical readouts for their growing stockpile of resources. Her presence was a calming anchor of logic and order in his chaotic existence. To his left, Mirko was a coiled spring of violent energy, stretching her powerful limbs, the muscles of her back and thighs cording like steel cables. She was a predator at rest, a state that was inherently temporary. Deeper within the den, he could hear the thrumming bass of Jiro's music bleeding faintly from her soundproofed room. A defiant pulse of life. He could feel the vibrations of Kendo's methodical katas in the training hall, the heavy thuds of her enlarged fist striking a custom-made tungsten carbide punching bag. And from the forge, 3 levels below, came the familiar cacophony of Mei Hatsume, the high-pitched whine of a plasma cutter, the percussive clang of a power hammer, and the occasional gleeful shriek of, "It's Alive." These were the sounds of his world. The rhythm of his pack. A symphony of loyalty and strength that resonated deep within the primordial god spirit inhabiting his soul. For the first time since the boy named Izuku Midoriya had been broken in a concrete cell, he felt something akin to contentment. It was not the gentle peace of a quiet life, but fierce satisfaction of an alpha whose pack was safe, strong, and thriving. Resource allocation for the hydroponics bays is optimized, Momo stated, her voice crisp and clear. At current production levels, we are self-sufficient for a minimum of 5 years, even with potential expansion. Mei's geothermal energy siphons are operating at 120% efficiency. Good, Fenris rumbled, his voice a low vibration that seemed to hum in the very stone beneath their feet. His golden eyes scanned the horizon, pupils slitted against the bright morning sun. His senses were a net cast across hundreds of kilometers. Tasting the wind, feeling the seismic tremors of the earth, listening to the electronic chatter of the world beyond their sanctuary. Complacency is a weakness. We stay ready, Mirko scoffed, a smirk playing on her lips as she landed lightly from a one-armed handstand. Ready, Alpha, we're a force of nature cooped up in a mountain. The only thing we need to be ready for is dying of boredom. When do we go on a real hunt again? Before he could answer, a discordant note entered his sensory symphony. A tremor, not from the earth, but in the digital ether. A spike in nationwide communications. A frantic cascade of encrypted data. Simultaneously, an alarm, soft but insistent, began to chime throughout the den. It wasn't the shrill cry of an immediate breach, but the deep, ominous toll of a strategic threat detection. Mei's voice, tinny and laced with manic energy, crackled over the internal comms. Alpha, you guys are gonna want to see this. L for one is a douchebag. Early warning network is lighting up like a Christmas tree made of panic attacks. And I mean, all of it. They were in the command center within seconds. The vast chamber was a cavern of glowing holographic screens, all displaying Mei's chaotic but brilliant user interface. Kendo and Jiro had already arrived, their expressions tight with concern. Mei was a blur of motion at the central console, pink dreadlocks flying as her fingers danced across holographic keys. Report, Fenris commanded, his voice cutting through the tension. He's making his move, Mei said, not looking away from the screens. A massive map of Japan dominated the central display, and it was blossoming with hundreds, then thousands, of angry red icons, swarming out from known paranormal liberation front bases. It's not a raid. It's not a terrorist attack. It's a full-scale invasion. He's mobilizing everything, every PLF soldier, every Nomu he had stashed away. Military-grade communicatio. NS jamming is going up in every major prefecture. This is it. The big one. He's trying to decapitate the country in one go. The map was a terrifying sight. The red tide was sweeping toward Tokyo, Osaka, Fukuoka, every major population and government center. Jiro let out a soft gasp, her jacks twitching as she subconsciously tried to listen in on the chaos. The hero networks are screaming. They're completely blind-sided. Kendo's hands clenched into fists at her sides. They were so focused on us, they left the front door wide open for the real monster. As if to punctuate her statement, a new series of icons appeared on the map. These larger and pulsing with a more sinister light. High ends, Momo breathed, her analytical mind processing the tactical nightmare. Dozens of them, and, oh god, a single, colossal icon erupted from a mountainous region north of Tokyo. It was a titan, its threat signature so immense it dwarfed everything else. Gigantomachia, Mirko snarled, her predatory excitement warring with the gravity of the situation. So the big dog is finally off his leash. The world they had separated themselves from was about to burn. The corrupt, hypocritical societe, why that had betrayed him was facing its apocalypse. A part of the ancient god within Fenris felt a cold, savage satisfaction. Let it burn. Let the weak perish and the strong rise from the ashes. But then, another alarm sounded. This one was entirely different. It wasn't a klaxon or a chime. It was a single, pure, resonant tone that seemed to vibrate directly in their bones, bypassing their ears entirely. It was a sound of absolute, chilling perfection. On the screens, something new appeared. It wasn't a red icon. It was a patch of nothing. Over the city of Kyoto, a perfect circle of static was expanding, consuming the satellite imagery. What is that? Jiro asked, her hand pressed to her head. I can't hear anything from there. No comms, no screams, no heartbeats, just silence. Mei's fingers flew, trying to get a visual from a different source. Switching to public street level cams, no signal. Trying social media streams, nothing. It's a total information blackout. It's not a blackout, Fenris growled, his golden eyes wide, fixed on the spreading circle of static. He could feel it. The entity he had confronted, the agent of Metatron, had promised sterilization. This was N.O.T. the chaotic destruction of a villain army. This was something far more terrifying. This was uncreation. He closed his eyes, extending his divine senses past the electronic veil. He pushed his consciousness toward the silence. And what he felt made the god spirit within him recoil. It was a presence of absolute, soul-crushing order. A methodical, relentless process of erasure. He saw it not with his eyes, but with his mind. A shimmering, translucent sphere of impossible, shifting geometry was descending upon the city. It made no sound. It emitted no heat. Where it touched, matter simply ceased to be. Buildings, asphalt, cars, people, they didn't explode or burn. They were unwritten from the page of reality, their component atoms disassembled and returned to a state of quiescent, ordered energy. It was a cold, passionless apocalypse. The purification had begun. He opened his eyes, the gold burning with a terrifying intensity. Metatron, he stated. The name fell like a lead weight in the room. The screen suddenly flickered, showing another sphere of erasure appearing over Sapporo. Then another over Hiroshima. They were spreading, a cosmic plague of absolute law. The den itself then shook with a violent impact. The outer defense turrets roared to life, their cannons thundering. We're under attack, Mei yelled, pulling up the local perimeter sensors. AFO isn't just focusing on the cities. He's sent a legion to take us out. High-ends, PLF commandos. He's trying to pin us down while he takes the country and Metatron cleans the board. They were trapped, caught in the jaws of a closing vice. On one side, the fiery, chaotic malice of All for One. On the other, the cold, silent, absolute oblivion of Metatron. The world was ending, and they were at the epicenter. So, what's the play, Alpha? Mirko's voice was low, serious, her earlier bravado gone, replaced by the razor-sharp focus of a cornered predator. The den is the most defensible position on the planet. We seal the mountain, activate the long-range defenses, and ride this out. Let the two apocalypses tear each other apart. The world that cast us out isn't our problem. Our pack survives. That's the only law that matters. Her words were a perfect echo of the primal instinct roaring in Fenris's soul. Protect the pack. Secure the territory. Let the outside world burn. It was the logical, Darwinian choice. To risk the safety of his pack, his mates, for the very people who had called for his head, who had cheered his imprisonment, it was madness. No, the word came from Itsuka Kendo, and it W. As solid and unyielding as the mountain around them. Her fists were clenched, her knuckles white. Her eyes, filled with a fiery conviction that had never wavered, met Fenris's. We can't just hide in here and listen to millions of people die. We saw the corruption of the Hero Commission. We saw the failure of their system. But the people, the ordinary people who are being slaughtered right now, they don't deserve this. If we have the power to stop this, and we do nothing, then we are just as monstrous as they are. She's right, Jiro added, her voice trembling but firm. She plugged one of her jacks into the console, wincing as the raw feed of global panic flooded her senses. I can hear them. The fear, the pain, it's overwhelming. We can't just ignore it. Momo, ever the strategist, looked at the tactical display, her expression grim. From a purely logical standpoint, Mirko's assessment is correct. It is the highest probability survival scenario. However, she turned to Fenris, her gaze unwavering. There are calculations that transcend logic. This is a defining moment. Who we choose to be right now will determine the future of whatever world is left. Your world, Alpha. The debate raged, a microcosm of the war tearing the world apart. Freedom versus responsibility. Survival versus morality. The instincts of the beast versus the heart of the man. Fenris listened, his gaze shifting between the faces of his pack. Mirko, the embodiment of pure, untamed strength. Kendo, the unyielding shield of the innocent. Jiro, the empathetic heart. Momo, the brilliant, logical mind. Mei, who was already sketching weapon schematics that could, theoretically, punch a hole in a non-Euclidean entity, her genius untroubled by morality and focused solely on the challenge. They all looked to him. Their leader, their alpha, his word would be law. He closed his eyes, and for a fleeting moment, he was not in the den. He was back in Tartarus, a quirkless, broken boy in a cold, dark cell. He remembered the absolute despair, the feeling of being abandoned by the entire world. He had died in that cell, and from that death, a god was born. But the memory of the boy who wanted to save everyone with a smile, was not entirely gone. It was a flicker of a ghost in the heart of a divine beast. That boy would have rushed out without a second thought. The god Beast would have sealed the doors and let the world die. He was neither. He was both. He was the primordial alpha. His eyes snapped open, blazing with golden power that made the very air in the command center thicken. Mirko is right, he stated, his voice a low, commanding rumble. The huntress nodded, a grim look of approval on her face. Kendo's face fell. The pack is the priority. Its survival is paramount. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. Then he turned his gaze to Kendo, and a fierce, possessive fire burned in his eyes. And Kendo is right, he continued, the rumble in his voice growing. This world, this broken, corrupt, pathetic world, abandoned me. It tried to destroy me. But it is still here. Its mountains, its oceans, its cities, its people, they all exist within the territory I now claim. His voice rose to a roar that shook the holographic displays. All for one is a rival alpha, a diseased scavenger attempting to steal my kill. Metatron is a cosmic blight, a sterile plague trying to sterilize my hunting grounds. They do not have my permission. No one destroys my territory. No one slaughters my people. The world is ending because it is weak. Today, it will learn who its new god is. He turned to Mei. Prepare the Aegis armors. Full combat loadouts. Power the Fenrir. To Momo. Coordinate our deployment. I want real-time battlefield analysis. You are my eyes from above. To the others. We are not going out there to be heroes. We are not saving them because it is the right thing to do. We are going to war to eradicate the vermin infesting our domain. We will be ruthless. We will be absolute. We will be the only apocalypse this world is allowed to have. He looked at each of them, his pack, his queens. This is the ultimate hunt. Stay close. Fight as one. Protect each other above all else. A fierce, unified cry answered him. The debate was over. The Alpha had made his choice. The Fenrir was less a vehicle and more a barely controlled explosion. It was Mei's magnum opus, a sleek, angular assault craft forged from the same obsidian-like alloy as the Den, powered by a contained singularity core that warped the very air around it. It tore through the sky at hypersonic speeds, a black spear aimed at the heart of the storm, Tokyo. Inside the troop bay, the mood was tense and focused. Fenris stood at the center, the divine energy of the primordial god rolling off him in palpable waves, a golden aura that both soothed his pack and promised damnation to his enemies. He was clad in the Aegis armor, a masterpiece of technology and divine power. It was a suit of interlocking black and gold plates, forged by Mei from metals Momo had created, materials that shouldn't exist. It was designed not to protect him, little could harm him, but to channel and focus his immense power, preventing it from shredding the very fabric of the world around him. Runes glowed with golden light along his gauntlets and greaves, and the helmet, shaped like the stylized head of a wolf, retracted to reveal his determined face. His pack was similarly armored. Each suit was customized to their abilities. Momo's was elegant and streamlined, with micro-fabricators lining the limbs. Jiro's featured advanced sonic amplifiers and dampeners. Kendo's had reinforced, oversized gauntlets. Mirko's was minimalist and lightweight, designed for maximum agility. Mei, piloting the craft, was practically hardwired into the cockpit, a manic grin plastered on her face as she pushed the experimental engines to their breaking point. ETA Tokyo battlefield, 90 seconds. She chirped over the comms. It's a real party down there, guys. We've got screaming, we've got explosions, and we've got silent, reality-eating doom bubbles. A little something for everyone. The rear ramp of the Fenrir lowered, and the scene below was revealed. It was hell, a modern city transformed into a canvas of apocalyptic horror. The sky was choked with black smoke from burning skyscrapers. The streets were overrun with a tide of Paranormal Liberation Front soldiers, their colorful and chaotic quirks wreaking havoc. Hulking high-end Nomu, monstrosities of stitched flesh and exposed muscle, tore through hero defenses with contemptuous ease. And above it all, serene and terrifying, were the spheres of Metatron's purification. 3 of them were active over the city, each a kilometer wide. They were translucent, shimmering with internal, geometric patterns of light. They descended slowly, inexorably, and anything they touched, the top of a skyscraper, a fleeing crowd, a Nomu in mid-rampage, simply vanished. Erased. The remaining heroes were a scattered, broken line. Endeavor was a pillar of flame, desperately trying to hold back a trio of high-ends bees. T-Genist was weaving entire city blocks into fibrous nets to trap PLF legions. And there, in the thick of it, was Katsuki Bakugo. He was a frantic, explosive comet of rage and desperation, his explosions more powerful than ever. But he was just one man against an army. Uraraka was nearby, touching debris to make it float, trying to clear paths for civilians while Iida raced them to makeshift shelters. They were fighting with the desperate courage of the damned. Momo, you have command from the Fenrir. Coordinate us, Fenris ordered. May, get the reality anchors ready. Jiro, Kendo, ground level. Secure an evacuation zone for civilians. Your priority is the innocent. Mirko, you're with me. We're cutting the head off the snake. Which one? Mirko asked, a bloodthirsty grin spreading AC. Ross her face as she cracked her knuckles. Fenris's golden eyes scanned the battlefield, instantly pinpointing the 2 epicenters of the chaos. In the ruins of the government district, a figure stood, surrounded by a vortex of dark energy and crackling red lightning. All for one, wearing Tamura Shigaraki's body like a suit, radiating malice and hundreds of stolen quirks. And in the sky, directly beneath the largest erasure sphere, floated the angelic agent of Metatron, its form made of pure light and impossible angles, observing the cleansing with cold detachment. Both, Fenris snarled. He didn't wait for the craft to land. He leapt from the ramp, a golden meteor plummeting toward the earth. The impact of his landing cracked the pavement for 50 meters in every direction, a shockwave of raw power that sent villains and heroes alike stumbling. He rose to his full height, his auric presence washing over the battlefield. For a single, stunned moment, the fighting ceased. All eyes turned to him. The traitor, the monster, the self-proclaimed god. He ignored them all. His gaze locked onto all for one, and he let out a roar. It was not a human sound. It was the howl of the Primordial, a sound that tore through the chaos. A declaration of war and dominion that shattered windows for 3 city blocks. The hunt had begun. The battlefield fractured into a series of desperate, brutal engagements. It was a war on 4 fronts. The pack against a foe's army, the pack against Metatron's cleansing, the heroes against their own impending annihilation, and Fenris against the 2 gods vying for his world. Mirko and Bakugo. The berserker frenzy. Mirko landed like a thunderbolt in a swarm of lesser Nomu, her powerful legs scything through them. She moved with brutal, efficient grace. Each kick a piston strike that shattered bone and ruptured organs. She was in her element, a predator unleashed in a target-rich environment. Out of my way, cannon fodder. She bellowed, her body a whirlwind of white and red. A high-end, a hulking brute with diamond-hard skin and 4 arms, tried to crush her. She slid under its grasp, drove a heel kick into its knee with a sound like cracking granite, and used its stumbling form as a springboard to launch herself at another. Suddenly, a massive explosion tore through a rank of PLF soldiers attempting to flank her. "Who the hell are you calling cannon fodder, rabbit bitch?" Bakugo screamed, propelling himself through the air with controlled blasts. His face was a mask of fury, grime, and a deep, gnawing desperation. "I don't need your help. Then stop getting in my way. You angry Pomeranian." Mirko shot back, not missing a beat as she drop-kicked a Nomu through the wall of a building. They fell into a chaotic, unspoken rhythm. They were two sides of the same coin of savage combat. Bakugo was chaos and raw power, his explosions devastating wide areas, while Mirko was a scalpel of focused destruction, her kicks targeting weak points with lethal precision. A squadron of 6 high-ends, the same ones that had been overwhelming Endeavor, turned their attention on the new, potent threat. "I'll take the 3 on the left," Mirko yelled. "Don't tell me what to do," Bakugo roared, immediately blasting toward the 3 on the right. Their battle was pure kinetic violence. Bakugo used an AP shot, piercing to punch a hole through the chest of one Nomu, which began to regenerate instantly. Before it could recover, Mirko was there, her leg a blur as she delivered a devastating lunar tijeras, her thighs clamping around its EAD and twisting with enough force to liquefy its brain and snap its reinforced spine. The regeneration sputtered and died. Bakugo, seeing this, adjusted his tactics. He used a massive howitzer impact not as a finishing blow, but as a stun, a colossal concussive blast to disorient a regenerating Nomu. "Hey, rabbit, now," he screamed. Mirko was already in motion, vaulting off Bakugo's back and inging her heel down in a crushing axe kick, Luna Fall, that pulverized the stunned creature's skull. A grudging, violent respect began to form between them, forged in the crucible of battle. They were not friends. They were not allies. They were two apex predators who happened to be hunting the same prey. Momo and Mei, the architects of defiance, high above in the Fenrir, which hovered in a geosynchronous orbit over the battlefield. Momo and Mei waged a different kind of war. Their enemy was not flesh and blood, but cold, implacable physics. The erasure spheres are emitting a constant, low-level reality warping field. Mei yelled, her goggles reflecting cascades of incomprehensible data. "It's not just destroying matter, it's simplifying it. It's forcing quantum states into a singular, ordered configuration. It's the most boring, terrifying thing I've ever seen. Can we stop it?" Momo asked, her mind racing through 1,000 possibilities. "Stop it, huh? That's like asking a fish to stop the ocean." But, Mei's grin widened, "We can build a really obnoxious surfboard." Their plan was insane. They couldn't destroy the spheres. But they could, perhaps, disrupt the field enough to create a buffer. "I'm deploying the reality anchors." Mei slammed a button, and 4 heavy pods were ejected from the Fenrir, streaking toward the ground. They embedded themselves in the RTH at the cardinal points around the largest sphere. They're generating a localized chaotic field based on multi-state quantum foam. It should, theoretically, make the area too messy for the purification field to get a clean grip. As the anchors activated, a faint, shimmering haze, like heat haze on a summer road, spread between them. The inexorable descent of the Metatron sphere slowed, its edge fizzing and sputtering where it met the chaotic field. It wasn't stopping it, but it was buying them precious minutes. "It's not enough," Momo declared, observing the strain on the anchors. "The focused energy is too great. We need to reinforce it." Her hands began to glow. She understood the principles Mei was spouting. Chaos, order. She began to create complex, fractal-like structures from her arm. Intricate sculptures of carbon nanotubes and rare earth magnets. "Mei, I need you to weaponize these. Use the ship's tractor beam to place them at the focal points of the stress." "Ooh, pretty math rocks," Mei cackled, her fingers flying across the controls. "Consider it done, Vice Pres." While fighting a war against a concept, they didn't neglect the battle below. Momo was creating and air-dropping automated defensive turrets, medical supplies, and high-density protein bars for the exhausted heroes. Mei, in turn, was using the Fenrir's main particle cannon to lance high-end Nomu from orbit, each shot a precise, devastating beam of light. They were the Pax Overwatch, a 2-woman support system fighting a war of intellect and creation. Kendo and Jiro, the heart of the storm. On the ground, Kendo and Jiro were saving the world one person at a time. Jiro had her jacks plunged deep into the pavement, her eyes closed in concentration. Her quirk, amplified by Fenris's Pack Aura, had evolved. She wasn't just hearing, she was feeling. She could sense the vibrations of panicked heartbeats, the rumble of collapsing buildings, the rhythmic march of PLF soldiers. Group of 30 civilians trapped in the subway station, Section G. She yelled, her voice amplified by her suit's speakers. The entrance is blocked by a collapsed overpass. And we've got a PLF platoon moving to intercept. On it, Kendo responded, her hands already swelling to gigantic proportions. She wasn't just a brawler, she was a one-woman rescue crew. She slammed her massive fists into the ground, creating a trench to divert the advance of the platoon, then turned her attention to the collapsed overpass. With a mighty heave, she lifted a multi-ton slab of concrete, her muscles straining. Jiro, clear a path. Jiro aimed the directional sonic cannons on her shoulders. Heartbeat wall. A focused blast of low-frequency sound washed over the PLF soldiers, disorienting them, disrupting their balance and making them nauseous. It wouldn't kill them, but it took them out of the fight. Together, they were a seamless unit of defense and support. Jiro was the sensor, the early warning system. Kendo was the shield, the immovable object that protected the innocent. They worked with the beleaguered heroes, Iida and Uraraka, creating a protected corridor of evacuation. Iida would ferry people out at incredible speeds while Uraraka made the larger pieces of debris weightless for Kendo to move aside. It was a pocket of desperate, defiant hope in a sea of destruction. They were not fighting for territory or glory. They were fighting for every single life they could pull from the jaws of the apocalypse. Fenris, the god of the wild hunt. At the center of it all, Fenris moved like a hurricane. His battle was on a scale the world had never witnessed. He charged all for one. The merged villain, a grotesque fusion of Shigaraki's youthful frame and AFO's ancient malice, met his charge with a barrage of quirks. Spears of bone erupted from the ground, lasers of pure energy shot from his fingertips, and waves of air pressure sought to crush him. Fenris ignored them all. The bone spears shattered against his Aegis armor. The lasers dissipated against his golden aura. He moved through the storm of attacks as if they were a light rain, his speed a terrifying blur. He reached AFO and his first strike was not a punch, but a clawed swipe aimed at the villain's throat. AFO was forced to use a dozen defensive quirks at once, impact reflection, kinetic absorption, hardening, just to survive the blow. And he was still sent tumbling back hundreds of feet, carving a trench in the street. "You have grown, little vessel," AFO hissed, his voice a layered chorus of his own and Shigaraki's. "That power, it is divine. It is the ultimate prize." He unleashed his most devastating attack, a massive wave of Shigaraki's decay, amplified by power-boosting quirks. A tsunami of disintegration washed toward Fenris. Instead of dodging, Fenris slammed his palm into the ground. A wave of raw, golden, primordial energy erupted from him, meeting the decay head-on. It was not an opposite force, it was a superior one. The chaotic energy of life and creation overwhelmed the simple power of entropy. The decay wave evaporated, harmlessly nullified. Before AFO could react, Fenris was on him again. This was not a fight. It was a culling. Every blow from Fenris landed with the force of a tactical nuke, shattering AFO's defenses and leaving spiderweb cracks on his hardened skin. But he could not focus solely on this one foe. A piercing, perfect tone cut through the air. The angelic agent of Metatron had descended from the sky. It pointed a single, featureless finger at a hospital where Kendo and Jiro were coordinating evacuations. The air in front of its finger began to shimmer. An erasure field was concentrating. Fenris roared in fury. He shoved AFO away with a blast of concussive force and launched himself into the sky. A golden comet of rage. He intercepted the angel's attack, positioning his own body between the beam of order and the hospital. The beam struck his chest. It was not an impact. It was not heat. It was a profound sense of wrongness. He felt the primordial chaos within him being assaulted by absolute, sterile logic. The laws of his divine nature were being systematically unwritten. It was an agony that transcended the physical. Cosmic aberration, the angel's voice echoed in his mind, devoid of all emotion. "Your existence is a paradox. Cease. Get out of my territory." Fenris roared, unleashing his own divine power. A chaotic, untamed wave of golden energy erupted from him, engulfing the angel. It was like throwing water on a fire that burned with cold. The angel recoiled, its form flickering as the raw chaos disrupted its perfect structure. This brief distraction was all for one needed. He appeared behind Fenris in a flash of warped space. Dozens of tendrils tipped with glowing red energy shooting from his back. "The ultimate quirk is finally mine." He screamed, plunging the tendrils into Fenris's back. It was the move he had used to steal countless quirks. But Fenris's power was not a quirk. It was the essence of a god. The moment the tendrils made contact, a foe's eyes widened in horror. He wasn't stealing power. He was plugging a garden hose into a supernova. A torrent of untamed, primordial energy, far more than Fenris consciously wielded, surged through the tendrils and into AFO's body. The villain screamed, a sound of agony as his very soul was scoured by divine fire. His body convulsed, quirks firing off at random as his stolen powers overloaded. He was violently thrown back, his body smoking, the stolen essence of a god ravaging him from the inside. The heroes watched in stunned silence. Endeavor, his flames sputtering, stared at the sheer scale of power on display. Bakugo, pausing his frantic battle, shed the being that had once been his childhood friend fight a god of villainy and an actual angel simultaneously. The chasm between them was no longer a gap, it was a universe. Fenris, ignoring his own searing pain from the angel's attack and the smoking wounds in his back from AFO's, landed back on the ground. He surveyed the battlefield. His pack was holding the line. The heroes, inspired by their impossible stand, were rallying. The evacuation corridor was secure. The erasure spheres were being held at bay. But it was a stalemate, and they were the fulcrum. The moment they fell, the world would fall with them. He looked from the cackling, wounded form of All for One, who was struggling to contain the divine energy poisoning him, to the silent, observing angel, which was already reforming its disrupted essence. The war was far from over. This was merely the opening salvo. He stood tall amidst the ruins of the city, the dust of destruction settling around him. His pack, sensing a lull, began to converge on his position. Mirko and Bakugo stood over a pile of smoldering Nomu. Kendo and Jiro stood before the now empty hospital. The Fenrir descended from the clouds, its particle cannons still glowing. They gathered around their Alpha, a small island of defiant power in a world torn between two apocalypses. The remaining heroes, Endeavor, Hawks, Best Jeanist, the remnants of Class 1A, slowly, hesitantly, began to move toward them. Not as enemies, but as something else. Something desperate. Endeavor was the first to speak, his voice hoarse. What are you? Fenris's golden eyes swept over them all. His pack, the broken heroes, the burning city. He looked to the sky, where the geometric patterns of Metatron's spheres pulsed, and to the horizon, where All for One's malevolent energy was already beginning to swell again. The only thing standing between this world and its extinction, he rumbled, his voice carrying the weight of a god and the weariness of a war just begun. The battle is not over. The hunt continues. Chapter 8. The God of the Wild Hunt. The world was a symphony of ruin, and All for One was its conductor. He stood amidst the skeletal NS of what had once been Musudafu's city center, a maelstrom of stolen power crackling around him like a shroud of black lightning. The air, thick with the metallic tang of blood and the acrid smoke of incinerated buildings, vibrated with his triumphant laughter, a sound like grinding stone that grated on the soul. His body, a grotesque fusion of his own decrepit form and Tamura Shigaraki's perfected vessel, was a canvas of raw muscle, exposed bone, and pulsating veins, each one thrumming with a stolen legacy. Opposite him, Fenris was a study in primal stillness. The golden light of his primordial essence had dimmed, banked like the embers of a dying star. His body, a monument of divine muscle and honed instinct, was marred by 100 wounds. Deep gouges from air pressure cannons wept sluggish trails of gold-tinged blood. Patches of his skin were charred black from kinetic conversion blasts. He breathed in ragged, heavy bursts, each exhale a plume of steam in the cold, dead air. He was wounded, exhausted. But his golden eyes, burning with an intensity that defied fatigue, remained locked on the monster before him. He was a wolf cornered, a god pushed to his mortal limits, and that was when he was most dangerous. The war had raged for what felt like an eternity. On one front, the cold, geometric purity of Metatron's cleansing fire had been held at bay by the sheer, stubborn defiance of his pack. He could feel them, even now, a constellation of fierce, loyal hearts scattered across the ravaged landscape. He felt Kendo's unyielding will, a bulwark of orange light against the encroaching void. He felt Mirko's savage joy, a crimson comet carving through the angelic constructs dispatched by the entity of order. Farther away, he felt the discordant, beautiful symphony of G. Rose heartbeat pushing back against the sterile silence, and the glorious, manic hum of maze machines weaving chaos into the fabric of reality. Momo, his beta, his brilliant strategist, was the nexus of it all, her creations a constant, desperate miracle that bent the rules of a world being unwritten. But here, in the epicenter of the mortal conflict, was the architect of it all. The parasite WHO had festered in the heart of their world for centuries. "Look at you," All for One rasped, his voice a chorus of stolen vocal cords. He spread his arms wide, encompassing the panorama of destruction. The great Alpha, brought to his knees, "You fight for this rubble. For insects who betrayed you. You have the power of a god, and the sentimentality of a broken child." Fenris's reply was a low growl that seemed to come from the very core of the earth. "This is my territory. The insects are my concern. You are just a parasite I have yet to burn out." All for One's grin widened, a hideous slash across his featureless face. He had seen it. He had watched Fenris tear through his high-end Nomu not with a quirk, but with something else. Something fundamental. A raw, untamed power that was woven into his very existence. For decades, All for One had been a collector, a connoisseur of power. He saw quirks as treasures to be catalogued and stored. But this was not a jewel to be placed in a collection. This was a crown. The crown. The final, ultimate key to true godhood, a power that would make his own mastery of quirks seem like a child's parlor trick. He had planned to wear down the beast, to capture it, to dissect its power at his leisure. But the arrival of the celestial interloper had changed the timetable. There was no more time for subtlety. "Sentimentality will be your undoing," All for One declared. His true motive finally laid bare. "You see this world as a territory to protect. I see it as a stepping stone. And your power, your magnificent, wasted power, will be the engine of my ascension." The air crackled, not with energy, but with a palpable pressure, a deep and violating psychic intrusion. From All for One's body, tendrils of visceral, pulsating energy, the color of blood and shadow, erupted outwards. They were not physical. They writhed through the air like heat haze, twisting reality around them, their target singular and absolute, the soul of Fenris. This was the true form of his quirk, the ultimate act of theft, an ability he reserved for prizes of the highest caliber. It was the power to not just steal a quirk, but to rip a person's very essence from their body, leaving behind an empty husk. Fenris felt it instantly. It was a sensation more invasive than any physical blow. It was a million phantom fingers probing at the edges of his soul, seeking purchase, seeking to peel him away from his body. It was a cold, cloying violation that bypassed skin and muscle and bone, targeting the very light that defined him. He felt a nauseating pull, a dizzying vertigo as the ancient god spirit within him, the primordial essence of Lysound, recoiled from the alien touch. For a fleeting, terrifying moment, the human part of him, the ghost of Izuku Midoriya, surfaced. The boy who had been helpless, quirkless, betrayed. He felt the phantom pains of All Might's blow, the crushing despair of Tartarus, the terror of being overwhelmed by his friends. He felt the pull of utter annihilation. But the ghost of the boy was just that, a ghost. The being he was now, the Alpha, the god, knew only one response to a challenge for dominance: absolute, overwhelming aggression. "You think," Fenris snarled, his voice dropping to a guttural whisper that was more felt than heard, "that my power is something you can take?" The golden light in his eyes exploded into twin supernovas. The tendrils of All for One's quirk, which had been tentatively probing, suddenly latched on with vicious force. The parasite had found its host. All for One roared in triumph. Feeling the connection solidify, he began to pull. He felt the immense, raw energy of the primordial god flowing towards him, a torrent of unimaginable power. It was more than he had ever dreamed. It was glorious. And then, the glorious torrent became a flood. The flood became a tidal wave. The tidal wave became a collapsing universe. He was pulling on a thread, expecting to unravel a sweater, and had instead found the thread was attached to the heart of a sun. Fenris didn't fight the pull. He did something far more terrifying. He pushed. He opened the floodgates of his very being. unleashing the entirety of the primordial god's essence down the connection All for One had so foolishly established. It was a torrent of pure, conceptual power, the rage of the hunted turned hunter, the hunger of the starving wolf. The unshakable loyalty of the pack, the divine fury of a cornered god. All for One's triumphant roar twisted into a scream of pure, unadulterated agony. The tendrils, his weapons of theft, became conduits of his own destruction. The black and red energy was consumed, overridden by a tidal wave of incandescent gold. The power slammed into his soul, not as a gift to be received, but as a judgment to be endured. His mind, a vast library of stolen lives and hoarded quirks, was shattered by the sheer, overwhelming presence that invaded him. You wanted my power. Fenris's voice echoed not in the air, but inside All for One's fragmenting consciousness. Then have it, all of it. From Fenris's form, the golden light solidified. It took on a shape, an ancient, terrifying archetype. Jaws. Immense, ethereal jaws of shadow and starlight, dripping with the cold vacuum of the void. They weren't aimed at All for One's physical body, they were clamped around his very soul. The connection his own quirk had provided now serving as the leash that bound him. The process was inverted. The thief was being stolen. Fenris began to devour. Inside the maelstrom of his own dying mind, All for One experienced an eternity of hell. He felt the quirks he had stolen, the cornerstones of his empire, being ripped from him one by one. He felt the life force he had dead for over a century being siphoned away like water from a broken dam. But it was more than theft, it was consumption. His memories, his ambitions, his very identity were being broken down, analyzed, and absorbed. He saw glimpses of the being that was unmaking him, not a man, not a beast, but a fundamental concept. He saw a million years of starlight, the birth of the first predator, the echo of the first howl that promised death to the lone and salvation to the pack. He saw a god of the wild, of instinct, of the bloody, beautiful truth of survival. He, who had seen himself as the pinnacle of human evolution, was being reduced to his base components. He was not a king being dethroned. He was grain being milled into flour. He was raw energy being fed into a divine furnace. His final, coherent thought was one of profound, cosmic irony. He had spent his life treating people as nothing more than tools, their powers as objects to be collected. And in the end, that is all he had become. Fuel. Outside, the spectacle was both terrifying and magnificent. Fenris's body began to change, to swell with the impossible torrent of power he was consuming. The golden aura around him intensified, becoming so bright it was painful to look at, solidifying into a mantle of pure energy that resembled a wolf's pelt made from a captured galaxy. His wounds knitted themselves closed, the charred skin flaking away to reveal pristine flesh humming with new, stolen power. A crown of ethereal, golden antlers, woven from solidified light and shadow, grew from his temples. He was no longer just the vessel of a god. He was becoming a god in his own right, forged in betrayal and tempered in the soul furnace of his greatest enemy. All for One's physical body began to crumble. The fusion with Shigaraki destabilized, the stolen quirks within it firing off in a final, spastic death throe. His flesh turned to ash, his bones to dust, until nothing was left but a faint, dark stain on the cracked concrete. The symbol of evil, the shadow that had loomed over Japan for a century, was gone. Not defeated, not killed, consumed. Fenris stood in the center of the clearing, the stolen power settling within him. He now held the life force and abilities of thousands of souls. He could feel their echoes, their histories, their pain. He felt the weight of All for One's ambition, the depth of his evil. But it was all just data now. Fuel for his own divine engine. His perception of the world had fundamentally shifted. He could see the faint, shimmering lines of causality. He could hear the whispers of the past on the wind. He was more, so much more. And it was this surge, this monumental, reality-altering shift in the balance of power, that served as the final, irrevocable trigger. The act of one go. Like being devouring another was a chaotic event of such magnitude that it screamed across the cosmos. It was a tumor growing on the orderly face of creation. And the surgeon had arrived. The world stopped. It was not a gradual cessation of hostilities. It was an absolute, instantaneous halt. The sound of Mirko's battle cry, the crackle of May's chaos engine, the desperate shouts of the surviving heroes, all of it was sliced off. Replaced by a silence so profound it was a physical force. It was the silence of the void, the utter stillness that precedes creation and follows apocalypse. Jiro screamed, clutching her head as blood poured from her ears. Her quirk, which had been projecting a shield of life-affirming sound, was assaulted by the purest concept of nothing. The sudden absence was more painful than any noise. Across the country, the sky, which had been a bruised tapestry of smoke and twilight, turned a sterile, uniform white. It was not the white of clouds, but the white of a blank page. Of an empty operating theater. The laws of physics, once immutable, began to feel suggested. Gravity felt conditional. The flow of time became sluggish, thick like honey. Then came the tone, a single, perfect, impossibly pure musical note that resonated not in the air, but directly in the mind of every living thing on the planet. It was a note of such perfect order and mathematic precision that it was inherently alien to the messy, chaotic nature of life. It was the sound of a crystal growing, of a star being born, of a system achieving absolute zero, all at once. And from the center of the white, blank sky, it descended. It was not an angel. It was not a monster. It was an offense to the senses, a paradox given form. Metatron was a being of impossible geometry. It was a tesseract of blinding, divine light, constantly folding in on itself in dimensions the human mind could not comprehend. It had wings, but they were made of pure mathematical equations that shimmered in the air. It had a face, but it was 1,000 faces at once, each one a mask of perfect, emotionless serenity. To look upon it was to invite madness, to feel the fragile constructs of one's own perception crumble into dust. It did not speak. It did not need to. Its judgment was broadcast, imprinted upon the fabric of reality itself, a message that bypassed language and lodged itself in the soul. Cosmic aberration detected. System corruption at 97.4%. Primordial chaos unleashed. Protocol initiated. / planetary sterilization sequence engaged. / the cleansing began. It was not an act of fire and brimstone. There was no rage, no malice. It was as cold and impersonal as a surgeon excising a cancer. In a city district miles to the north, a skyscraper simply ceased to be. It did not explode or crumble. One moment it was there, the next it had been deconstructed into its base elements, piles of perfect carbon cubes, shimmering pools of molten silicon, and floating clouds of pure oxygen, all arranged in neat, orderly patterns. The angelic constructs that Mirko and Kendo had been fighting vanished, reabsorbed into their master. In their place, zones of absolute order began to manifest across the battlefield. A group of villains, remnants of the Paranormal Liberation Front, were caught in one such zone. They didn't even have time to scream. Their bodies, their quirks, their very consciousness, were unwritten. They dissolved into shimmering particles of light, their messy biological chaos smoothed away into pristine energy. This was the wrath of order. An apocalypse of terrifying, beautiful precision. Fenris watched, the immense power of All for One's stolen empire churning within him. He saw the world he had fought for, the territory he had claimed, being calmly and efficiently erased. He felt the terror of his pack, their fierce hearts now faced with an enemy they could not punch, could not outwit, could not comprehend. Mirko's voice, a tight growl of fury and disbelief, crackled through their comms, a channel May had somehow managed to shield from the cosmic interference. Alpha, what is that thing? What do? We run, came Kendo's strained voice, filled with a horror that eclipsed everything she had witnessed before. We get everyone we can and we run. There's no fighting that. A manic burst of static, and then May's voice, trembling with a mixture of terror and ecstatic scientific curiosity. Its energy readings are impossible. It's not just powerful, it's rewriting the source code. We can't fight the physics engine, Alpha. Fenris stood taller, the crown of antlers on his head glowing brighter. He felt the fear of his pack, and his own divine nature responded not with fear, but with a surge of possessive, defiant rage. The ghost of Izuku Midoriya might have despaired. But the primordial Alpha, the god of a wild and untamed world, would not allow his territory to be sterilized. He would not allow his pack to be erased. He let his own voice, now resonating with the power of 1,000 stolen souls, boom across their private channel. Hold your ground. The command was absolute, cutting through their panic. It is a god of order, Fenris explained. His mind, now processing information on a cosmic scale, finally grasping the nature of their foe. It sees life, chaos, and free will as a disease. You cannot fight it with force. You cannot fight it with logic. We must fight it with what we are. He focused his senses, reaching out to each of his queens, his bond with them now a lifeline in a sea of encroaching oblivion. Momo, you create from understanding. Understand this. Its laws are absolute, but they are its laws. We need a space that does not obey them. Create a shield not of matter, but of defiance. Create impossibility. May, he commanded, his voice a low thunder. Your babies are instruments of glorious, beautiful chaos. This thing hates chaos. Give it a feast. I am feeding you a sliver of AFO's power. Quirks that manipulate probability and energy. Overload your machines. Don't try to build a better weapon. Build a weapon that should not work. Fire pure, unadulterated randomness at it. Jiro. Its song is perfect. Ours is not. Your heartbeat is a flaw. Your music is a rebellion. Do not try to overpower its note. Drown it out with the messy, discordant, beautiful noise of life. Let it hear every broken heart, every triumphant scream, every lover's whisper. Be our symphony of defiance. Kendo. Mirko. His voice softened, filled with a primal respect. You are the will of this pack made manifest. You cannot punch a concept, but you can stand against it. Your fighting spirit, your sheer, indomitable refusal to die, is a force of nature in itself. You are not our swords. You are our shield. Anchor us to this world. Show this sterile god what it means to live, to struggle, to survive. A moment of stunned silence, and then, a chorus of affirmations. They were terrified, matched on a scale they could not imagine. But they were a pack, and their alpha had given them a command. Their fear was eclipsed by their loyalty. The final battle for the soul of the world began. It was not a clash of armies, but a war of concepts. Fenris was the anchor. He stood unmoving, a pillar of wild, chaotic life against the encroaching tide of sterile order. Metatron, recognizing him as the epicenter of the corruption, focused a fraction of its immense power on him. A beam of pure, white light shot from its geometric core, a beam that did not burn or blast, but simply unmade everything it touched. Before it could reach him, a shield shimmered into existence. It was a bizarre, swirling creation of pearlescent light, thrown up by Momo miles away. It wasn't blocking the beam. The beam passed right through it. But the space behind the shield was different. The beam entered, and its properties changed. Its perfect order was warped, twisted. The concept of erasure was redefined. Within that pocket of reality to mean reinforcement. The beam struck Fenris not as a weapon, but as a wave of strengthening energy. Momo, standing atop a ruined building, collapsed to one knee, blood trickling from her nose. Her face was pale with strain. To create a device that blocked energy was high school physics. To create a localized field that rewrote a conceptual law required a level of genius and willpower that was almost divine in itself. She was forcing reality to accept a lie, and the backlash was immense. But she held it. Kendo appeared at her side, her own body glowing with a faint orange aura. Her hand on Momo's shoulder, lending her strength. Metatron registered the anomaly. Logical paradox detected. / Before it could adapt, the second attack came. From a hidden workshop in the city's underbelly. A shrieking, dissonant wave of energy erupted. It wasn't a laser or a missile. It was a beam of pure chaos, fired from a cannon of Mei Hatsume's design that looked more like a scrapyard sculpture than a weapon. It was powered by a dozen conflicting energy sources and governed by a quantum processor she had overclocked to the point of melting. The beam was a visual representation of randomness. It flickered between every color in the spectrum, changed trajectory 100 times a second, and impacted with the force of a whisper one moment and a supernova the next. The chaos beam struck Metatron's shimmering form. The entity of pure order could not process it. It was like feeding a supercomputer a stream of pure, nonsensical gibberish. The perfect geometry of its form flickered, glitched. For a microsecond, one of its mathematical wings dissolved into a shower of static. Unexpected variable, irreconcilable data, quarantining. The entity tried to err. court a field of order to contain the chaos, but it was stopped by a sound. From the center of the hero encampment, Jiro stood on a makeshift stage of rubble, her jacks plugged into a series of massive speakers salvaged by Mei. Her eyes were closed, her face a mask of fierce concentration. She wasn't playing music, she was projecting her own soul. The raw, unfiltered sound of a human heart, amplified a million times. The steady, imperfect rhythm of life. Thump thump, thump thump. It was layered with the echoes of every sound she held dear. The roar of a concert crowd, the quiet scratching of a pencil on paper. The sound of Momo's laughter, the deep, rumbling growl of her alpha. It was a sonic wave of beautiful, messy imperfection. It washed over Metatron's field of order, and the sterile, perfect construct wavered, unable to maintain its integrity against the sheer, defiant noise of existence. And at the forefront of it all stood Mirko and Kendo. They were not near Fenris, or Momo, or the others. They were positioned at the very edge of the largest sterilization zone, where the world was being unwritten. They couldn't stop it, but they could hold the line. They stood back to back, their bodies alight with the sheer force of their will. Mirko was a crimson inferno of predatory instinct, her every muscle screaming her refusal to be erased. Kendo was a steady, orange flame of heroic duty, her fists clenched as she shielded a group of trapped civilians behind her. They weren't fighting anything physical. They were pushing back against the very concept of oblivion with their raw spirit. The line of erasure, so smooth and implacable, slowed its advance where they stood. It buckled and warped around them, as if the universe itself was reluctant to snuff out two souls who burned so brightly. They were buying time. Every second they held cost them a year of their life force, but they did not waver. Fenris watched it all, felt it all. His pack, his magnificent, defiant, glorious pack. They were holding back a god. They were showing him what they were fighting for. Not just territory, not just survival, but for the right to a world of imperfection. A world of passion, of loyalty, of freedom. A world where a broken boy could be reborn as a god, where an outcast genius could forge miracles, where a girl's heartbeat could save the world. He knew then that he could not destroy Metatron. To destroy order would be to destroy a fundamental pillar of existence itself, plunging everything into a different kind of oblivion. He could not win by annihilation. He had to force a new balance. He drew in a final, deep breath, pulling in all the stolen power, all the chaotic energy, all the defiant will of his pack. He reached deep inside himself, past the man, past the wolf, past the god spirit of Lysound. To the very core of what he represented. The wild, the hunt, the untamed, primal force that existed before laws, before order, before gods of sterile light ever dreamed of creation. He threw his head back and roared. It was a sound that broke the world. It was not a sound of aggression, but of genesis. The crown of antlers on his head exploded into a forest of shadow and starlight. His body dissolved, not into light, but into a flowing river of darkness, punctuated by 1,000 pairs of glowing golden eyes. He was no longer a single being. He had become a concept. He was the wild hunt personified. A living, breathing force of primal nature. He did not attack Metatron. He unleashed his power on the world itself. The ground beneath him cracked, not with destruction, but with life. From the dead, gray concrete, impossible forests of black, thorny trees erupted, growing to their full height in seconds. The sky above, once a sterile white, was torn asunder, revealing a night sky filled with unfamiliar, predatory constellations. The very air grew thick, smelling of damp earth, blood, and ozone. He was carving out a domain. He was taking a piece of the ordered world and declaring it, by divine right, as his own. A territory where the laws of Metatron did not apply. A kingdom governed by the primal, fundamental truths of instinct, loyalty, and strength. The wild hunt, a swirling vortex of shadow hounds and horned hunters, swept across the ravaged country. It did not destroy, it transformed. The neat, orderly piles of deconstructed elements fought by Metatron were churned back into chaotic, vibrant life. The sterilization zones were overrun, the perfect order shattered by the glorious, untamed wilderness. Metatron stopped its cleansing. Its perfect, logical mind was faced with a new, stable reality. It could not erase Fenris's domain, because his domain did not operate by the rules that would allow for its erasure. It was a new, Fundame. NTAL truth written onto the palimpsest of the world. To continue the sterilization would be to engage in an eternal, unwinnable war against a concept as fundamental as its own. A new paradigm had been created. Chaos and order were no longer at war. They were now bordering nations with a heavily armed frontier. A cosmic stalemate. New paradigm detected. Stable. Primordial chaos contained within defined reality borders. Objective re-evaluated. Sterilization protocol aborted. / Calibrating to new system parameters. Withdrawing. / With the same cold, impersonal lack of ceremony with which it had arrived. Metatron folded itself back into dimensions unseen and vanished. The perfect, sterile white sky shattered like glass, revealing the familiar, star-dusted night of their own world, though it now seemed wilder. More ancient. The silence that followed was not empty. It was filled with the sound of the wind whistling through the new, impossible forests, the exhausted breathing of the survivors, and the steady, triumphant thump-thump-thump of Jiro's heartbeat, now broadcast not as a weapon, but as a lullaby. The wild hunt dissolved, the shadows and starlight coalescing back into the form of Fenris. He stood in the center of the transformed landscape, the crown of antlers slowly receding into his brow. He was exhausted, drained to his very soul, but he was whole. He was victorious. Slowly, his pack came to him. Mirko and Kendo, leaning on each other, their bodies flickering with the last embers of their spiritual fire. Mei, covered in grease and soot, practically vibrating. Ji with the aftershock of her chaotic triumph. Jiro, unplugging herself from her sound system, a small, weary smile on her face. And finally, Momo, who ran the last few feet and collapsed against his chest. Her composure finally breaking in a wave of relief. He wrapped his arms around her, and soon, around all of them. They stood together, a small island of warmth and life in a world that had been shattered and remade. The old world was gone. The corrupt hero commission, the rigid societal structures, the very notion of a black and white morality, all of it had been burned away in the crucible of their war. In its place was something new, something uncertain. A world scarred and broken, but also free. Fenris looked up at the strange new constellations in the sky, then down at the faces of his pack. His queens, the pillars of his new reality. He was no longer Izuku Midoriya, the broken hero. He was no longer Fenris, the hunted fugitive. He was the primordial alpha, the guardian of the wild, a new god for a new, untamed age. Their war was over, but their work had just begun. They had to protect the survivors, carve out a society from the ruins, and govern the wild, new domain they had forged. It was not an ending. There would be no peace, not in the way the old world understood it. But standing there, surrounded by his loyal, powerful, beautiful pack, their bond unbreakable, Our future forged in betrayal and reborn in divine fire, he felt a profound sense of rightness. This was not the future he had dreamed of as a boy. It was infinitely better. It was a future they would build together. And they were ready for whatever came next.